Our story already starts with an intense fight, where two boys are training, and one of them complains about pain after getting hit by his opponent. Then he says that Suhong's Vajra fist has improved, asking his friend if he has already reached the micro level. Suhong then answers that he reached it 2 days ago. Then it is explained that micro level is one of the martial arts stages in this world. Mastery of any technique can be divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, micro level, mastery, and perfection. Then his friend says he is amazing, and that when it comes to the Vajra fist, no one in the room can compare to him. Suhong then asks if his friend has rested enough, and tells him they should keep training. His friend calls him a training maniac and says he does not want to train anymore, that he is going home to fill his stomach, leaving Suhong looking like a fool. His friend says goodbye to Teacher Lee, and the teacher tells him to put on his clothes before leaving. Then Teacher Lee tells Suhong that he finally found him, asking if he is not going to sign up for the martial arts course. He asks why Suhong has not paid the 30,000 fee yet, and says the deadline ends next Monday. Suhong asks if the teacher could give him a few more days, and Teacher Lee says he understands that Suhong's family is going through hard times, but rules are rules. How humble. After that, Suhong is alone, training in the gym, thinking about that 30,000 fee. When he was 3 years old, his parents died in a disaster caused by fierce beasts, and since then he has lived with his uncle and aunt. After his uncle and aunt found out about Suhong's talent for martial arts, they did everything they could to pay for his training. Since this is an era where fierce beasts run wild, being a warrior is a very high-paying job. Suhong thinks he has been training to give his uncle and aunt a better life, but now he is only making their lives harder. When Suhong gets home, he manages to hear his uncle and aunt saying that the rent is about to be late, and talking about how much money is still missing. Then one of them says the rent can wait, because they need to pay his training fee. He hears them say that his talent is so good that he will definitely succeed in the future, and they cannot hold the boy back. Then, looking through the window, Suhong hears his aunt say she is going to stop taking her medicine, since there is no cure anyway, so she will save money. His uncle says she does not need to do that, and that he will find another job. He tells her she only needs to rest and take care of herself, and he will handle the rest. Suhong looks frustrated. Before entering the house, he slaps his face with both hands, then walks in and greets his uncle and aunt with a smile. His aunt asks why he trained so late again, and says he must be exhausted. Then his aunt tells him to go rest. Even though Suhong asks to help her, his uncle tells him to listen to his aunt and go to sleep already. Lying in bed, Suhong thinks that now he is going to solve his problems by himself, without burdening his uncle and aunt, and there is only one place where he can make easy money as a martial artist. The next day, there is an announcer in an arena surrounded by people. She welcomes everyone to the martial arts apprentice tournament, saying that in that place, life and death do not matter, only victory or defeat. The person defending the arena that day is a minotaur, who is none other than the protagonist wearing a mask. The woman explains that if he wins 4 fights in a row, he will take home a 60,000 bonus. Otherwise, he will get nothing. The people in the audience wonder who that guy is, while others say they have never seen him before. The announcer elbows Suhong, asking him to hype up the crowd a little. He asks how he is supposed to do that, and she says she does not know, maybe with taunts or insults. She thinks to herself that this is why newbies are such a problem, with a tired look on her face. Suhong gives her a thumbs up and says he understands. Then he suddenly shouts that below the warrior level, he is invincible, calling the weaklings to come fight him. The announcer is already thinking about what kind of crazy weirdo he is. Some people in the audience call him arrogant, others think it is amazing, and someone else says that soon he will not even know how he died. Some people shout for him to be killed already, yelling for them to finish off the minotaur. The announcer then says the fight is about to begin. Suhong thinks this is just as expected from an underground arena, because the bloodlust is way too strong, but only by taking part in this can he make quick money for the registration fee. He hopes he can get a few wins with his Vajra fist. Then a crazy guy wearing a mouse mask jumps into the arena, calling the protagonist an arrogant brat, and saying he will play with him for a bit. Suhong thinks the guy's momentum looks strong, but his foundation is weak. He seems easy to beat. The mouse then charges at him, asking why he is spacing out. Suhong strikes back, aiming at the mouse's head, and sends him flying out of the arena with a single blow, just like Saitama. Then he raises his fist and calls for the next one. The crowd goes wild after seeing that. Then the next opponent enters the arena, saying Suhong only got lucky against the mouse, but he will not be lucky against him. He is wearing a ridiculous blonde wig, and his face looks like Reiner's Titan from Attack on Titan. Suhong then politely says please to the guy in the wig, and thinks he looks strong, so he can test the power of his Vajra fist. The Reiner cosplay attacks, and the two slam their fists together, making the opponent think Suhong's fist strength is powerful. But Suhong realizes that the Reiner cosplay's strength is better than his. After taking his hit, he notices the guy used too much force in his upper body, leaving his waist full of openings. Then Suhong kicks him in the stomach and sends him falling out of the arena. The crowd finds it amazing. Suhong calls for the next one. Minotaur, 2 wins in a row. After seeing the Minotaur get his 3rd win, a man in a suit comments that he is not even a quasi-warrior, but his strength is far above that of an ordinary apprentice. nervous, and that the boy is not normal. Behind him are some guards and 2 women dressed in bunny costumes. The man comments that he is neither too strong nor too weak, which makes him perfect for armed fights. Another man with blonde hair and a mask that only covers his eyes appears, saying he will take care of the Minotaur. Then the man in the suit tells him not to reveal that he has already been promoted to warrior. Su-hong thinks that with his micro-level Vajra fist, dealing with ordinary apprentices is not hard. In front of Su-hong, another opponent is carried away on a stretcher. Only 1 victory is left for him to get the 60,000 bonus. Then the audience starts saying that the White Fox is also going to fight in the arena, and that a quasi-warrior against an apprentice is cheating. Su-hong thinks this fight will be hard, but he cannot lose. Then White Fox tells Su-hong not to be scared, because he will be gentle. The announcer then says this is the final fight of the challenge and that they should begin. Then they rush toward each other, starting the battle. Su-hong thinks his level is lower than the other guys, so he needs to give everything he has in the first strike. Then White Fox and the Minotaur clash fists in a powerful blow. Su-hong realizes that with that kind of strength, he is not a quasi-warrior. He is a real warrior. He has been suppressing his blood and energy on purpose. White Fox throws a move called Thunder Fist at Su-hong, sending him flying back with blood coming from his nose. Su-hong wonders what kind of terrifying strength that is. The audience comments that those are the 3 booms of the Thunder Fist, and that the Minotaur is already finished. White Fox lands several hits on Su-hong, and asks if all he knows how to do is defend. He shouts at him to fight back and let him see his strength. Su-hong, trying to defend himself against so many blows, only thinks that if this keeps going, defeat is certain, and he needs to find a chance to counterattack. Then White Fox gets through Su-hong's defense and attacks him directly in the face, making him fall onto the arena floor. Su-hong thinks this is damn bad, and that his consciousness is fading. White Fox places his foot on the Minotaur's face, and says he will not win a single cent of that bonus. But his master has invited him to join them, and fight in armed matches for them in the future. If he accepts, they will pay the bonus from this fight right away. Su-hong answers that he would never do something so shameful. White Fox tells him to think carefully before speaking, because the price of refusing them is something he cannot afford. Su-hong asks if they still consider themselves warriors while doing this kind of thing. Then White Fox asks if they do not have a deal, and says he will destroy Su-hong so he can only become a warrior in his dreams. Su-hong is taken over by something, some kind of energy, and then he stands up before getting hit. A red aura comes out of his body as he says he cannot fall there. White Fox wonders how he noticed his Thunder Fist, and how he can still stand up. Su-hong says he is going to become a warrior. He cannot let his uncle and aunt's sacrifices be in vain, and he will give them a better life. But is he really going to give up his faith as a warrior? No, he would never accept a future like that. Then a system screen appears in front of him, asking what he is willing to sacrifice for his faith and his family. Su-hong says he is willing to sacrifice everything. Su-hong is taken to another place he does not recognize, and in front of him appears a being that is far too large, glowing with golden light, with a face that does not look human at all. The being says it is giving him this chance, and then scatters him away. Su-hong is covered by golden light surrounding his body, and then a golden system appears with all of his attributes. He wonders if the thing is touchscreen, so he touches the screen where it says mission, and it turns out to be a beginner's guide. Without noticing, a clone of himself is standing behind him and strikes him, but Su-hong dodges easily. It is his own clone, and it is using the Vajra fist. On top of that, it is even more refined than his, as standard as something from a textbook. With such a good example right in front of him, how could he miss the key to learning? Then Su-hong rushes at his clone, but the clone grabs his fist with ease and starts showing him how it is done. Su-hong takes a hit and yells, getting thrown backward. He realizes that his progress is now at 10%. Before, it was only at 7%. Did it really improve that fast? This really lets him level up techniques incredibly fast. Su-hong and his clone start attacking each other again, with his techniques leveling up way too quickly. Floating Light Palm has already reached 100% proficiency. Steps in the Air has also reached 100%, and so has Vajra Fist. Then Vajra Fist rises from micro level to mastery. The system congratulates him for completing the mission Path of the Arena, and the mission reward is sent. The system asks if the player accepts returning to reality, and Su-hong accepts. Then he is back in the arena again, with White Fox in front of him, yelling that he is acting all mysterious, and attacking Su-hong with Thunder Fist. Su-hong dodges easily, saying White Fox is too slow, then hits him in the face, making White Fox's mask completely shatter from the force of the blow. Everyone around them is shocked. Su-hong then tells the announcer that he won the 4th fight, so where is his bonus? The woman, kind of lost, announces that the Minotaur has successfully defended the arena, winning the 60,000 prize. That man in the suit asks how that rookie has Vajra Fist at mastery level, saying most warriors cannot even do that. He orders his guards to follow him and find out his identity. On the way home, Su-hong is on an empty street when he realizes he is being followed after seeing a shadow behind him, so he quickly disappears, leaving his followers confused. Su-hong is hanging upside down between 2 walls, just like Spider-Man. 1 hour later, Su-hong finally gets home and leaves the tournament money on the table. His uncle and aunt are shocked and ask if he robbed a bank. Su-hong lies, saying that his dojo master thought he was way too talented, so he decided to sponsor his training. His uncle says that before, Su-hong said that dojo was super stingy. Su-hong holds his uncle's and aunt's hands, asking if they do not believe him. His uncle and aunt then melt, saying it is true, and that Su-hong would never lie to them. His aunt says he really does have a future. Sitting on the roof, Su-hong thinks that the registration fee is solved, and so are the rent and his aunt's medicine. Escaping danger this time was all thanks to the system, but except for the level of his techniques, his other attributes do not seem to have changed. The system warns him that he gained 67 points for defeating a higher level opponent, and that martial points can increase vitality and techniques. It tells him to use them wisely. Su-hong says he will use them right now, increasing his vitality by 90. He feels an impact, and then a red aura surrounds him. He has reached the level of a quasi-warrior. Then he puts all his remaining points into vitality. Not only does his physical strength clearly increase, but even his injuries are almost healed. It feels like he has endless strength in his body, and he needs to find a place to test his current power. Su-hong leaves, jumping across the rooftops toward the school training field, since there is a combat power meter there. He is at the first high school of Xingcheng, where there is a grade 1 combat meter. For the first punch, Su-hong is only going to use 70% of his strength. He throws the punch and breaks the meter, thinking this is really bad. Then someone shouts, asking what all that noise is in the middle of the night. Su-hong runs away before anyone sees him there. An old man in pajamas appears, wondering which bastard broke the meter. At the school, only those two brats, Chen Shan and Li Tu, would be able to do that. He says he will teach them a lesson when classes start. The next day, everyone is gathered in the gym of the first high school of Xingcheng. Su-hong asks his friend why Chen Shan got beaten up, and the boy answers that Chen Shan would not admit he broke the strength meter, so the principal punished him. Su-hong, with a look that says good thing that is not him, thinks that the blame for breaking the meter ended up falling on Chen Shan. The principal asks everyone to be quiet and announces that he has invited an old companion to teach them a class 100 martial art, Thunder Fist. His name is Chen Tian. The students are shocked and curious. They have never seen a grade 3 warrior up close before. Su-hong thinks White Fox also used Thunder Fist. It was a punch that caused 3 impacts, and it was truly powerful. He thinks that if he wanted to learn this kind of class 100 martial art outside, it would already cost hundreds of thousands, so he has to take advantage of this chance. Chen Tian then tells the students that he will train from beginning to end 10 times, and how much they can learn will depend on them. Then he starts performing the strikes, explaining that Thunder Fist is fierce and dominant. At the beginner level, when a punch is thrown, the sound of thunder can be heard. At the proficient level, it can produce 3 booms. At the micro level, there are 5 booms. At mastery, there are 7 booms, which is exactly the level Chen Tian is at now. When Thunder Fist reaches perfection, it can produce 9 booms. Chen Tian tells them not to be too ambitious. If they can reach the beginner level, that is already good enough. Chen Tian starts demonstrating for the second time and asks the students to try to follow his movements. Several hours later, the students are lying around the gym, complaining that they cannot do anything anymore and that they are exhausted. Su-hong's friend wonders how anyone could learn that, and when he turns around to ask Su-hong if he learned it, there is not even a shadow of him there. Chen Shan manages to reach the beginner level. The principal tells Chen Tian that he is the school's genius, the number 1. Chen Tian says that in other cities, Chen Shan would only be acceptable, not a genius. As they leave the gym, Chen Tian complains that this class is weak and that the principal made him come for nothing. The principal talks back, saying that if even one person reaches the beginner level, it is already a profit, and Chen Tian wanted a genius. Chen Tian says martial cultivation is cruel and talent is way too important. The principal simply agrees. The two of them feel something at the same time, and when they look, it is Su-hong, who has awakened the 7-boom Thunder Fist. Principal Li notices his clothes and says he is a student, and Chen Tian says he only taught for half a day, so how can a student already be at mastery? Principal Li hears 9 booms and asks if he heard that right. Chen Tian says he understands everything now, then gathers energy and throws a Thunder Fist strike. 8 booms. Su-hong's Thunder Fist inspired him. Otherwise, he would never have improved. But they run off, saying now is not the time for that, because they have to find out who that student is. But Su-hong has already disappeared. On the way home, Su-hong thinks he did not expect training a class 100 martial art to be so tiring, even more than his class 500 Vajra Fist. He looks at the system, and his Thunder Fist has already reached perfection. Now Su-hong has to think about how to earn martial points and advance to warrior as soon as possible. If it is not a life or death fight like the last one, but just a normal duel, could he still earn points? Su-hong is at his workplace, the Silent Thunder Dojo. When he enters, a boy asks what he is doing doing there, and Su-hong simply answers that he has nothing to do and wants to practice a little. On the other side, a guy with purple hair is kicking some poor guy, saying that if his understanding is bad he has to admit it instead of making excuses and saying his master teaches badly. Su-hong asks his classmate what is going on there, so the boy says that the guy is a new instructor and is very strong, but he looks down on commoners like them and teaches however he wants. And his disciple, that guy named Li Yan, is also very strong. Li Yan is lifting the student and getting ready to attack when Su-hong grabs his wrist, telling him to stop when he already has the advantage. Li Yan gets furious and asks who he is, saying that if he has the guts, he should get in the ring for a one-on-one. Su-hong accepts, but then a scary-looking man wearing a suit appears and asks what all that noise is, saying class is about to start. Li Yan says Su-hong is lucky and walks over to the man in the suit. Su-hong thinks that Li Yan is a little too arrogant. The man in the suit then starts talking, saying this is the last day he will teach the Furious Sea Spear and that he will only demonstrate it once. He begins the demonstration, thinking that he doubts this bunch of trash will be able to learn it. Su-hong pays very close attention to the move the man in the suit is performing. Then the man finishes his demonstration and leaves, saying the rest is up to them. The students get annoyed, saying nobody could learn it like that, and that the students in the back could not even see it properly. Su-hong thinks the core of this spear technique is, the spear is like a dragon in the sea, and its momentum is like endless waves. Then he perfectly repeats the move, exactly like the man in the suit did, leaving the students impressed. Li Yan returns, wanting to know who learned it, and when he sees it was Su-hong, he thinks he should test how deep Su-hong's skill really is. If he really is a genius, then it will be interesting. Li Yan says he will give Su-hong a few tips on his spear technique. Su-hong's classmate tells him to be careful, because Li Yan is very strong. Su-hong says, please instruct him, to Li Yan, who attacks him while calling Su-hong an arrogant brat. Li Yan uses Furious Sea Spear, micro level. Then Su-hong responds with Furious Sea Spear, proficient, leaving Li Yan shocked. Li Yan wonders how Su-hong can use that move without even being a warrior, but it does not take long for Su-hong to quickly defeat Li Yan, earning another 35 martial arts points, and clearing up his doubts that normal duels can also give points. Li Yan is on the ground, thinking that this is impossible. Reaching the proficient level in that move so fast makes him feel like all his years of training meant nothing. He gets up and rushes at Su-hong again. When he is about to punch Su-hong in the face, he stops because his master says that is enough of this show. If he does not even have the courage to accept defeat, what kind of warrior is he? Then he flicks Li Yan on the cheek. The master thinks that Su-hong learned the move at the proficient level just by watching one demonstration. Not even the geniuses from the capital or the magic city are that exaggerated. Making Li Yan bow, the master says he has talent, but he is way too arrogant. Li Yan then apologizes for his lack of discipline. Su-hong only thinks this guy changes his mind way too fast. On the way home, he thinks he is dead tired, but the gains were good. Not only did he learn Thunder Fist and Furious Sea Spear, but he also earned martial points. The school exam will be in a few days, and the rich students have already prepared high-quality weapons. He also has to get ready. Since he felt comfortable using a spear, he will use a spear from now on, and buy an alloy spear. But with the little money he has, he cannot buy the spear or pay for his sick aunt's medicine. What other ways are there to make money? At that moment, Su-hong stops in front of a TV that is reporting that the number of fierce beasts around Jingcheng is growing more and more. The city lord is calling warriors to fight the fierce beasts, with very generous rewards, leaving the city to hunt fierce beasts. At home, Su-hong's aunt asks her husband why he keeps working so hard when their nephew already gave him a sum of money. His uncle answers that Su-hong is still very young and it makes no sense to put the whole burden of supporting the family on him. He also has to work and save some money for the kids. At that moment, Su-hong gets home and immediately asks his aunt to let him put the bandages on his uncle's back. His aunt pushes Su-hong away, telling him to rest when he gets home. Su-hong says he can make money now, so his uncle does not need to work outside anymore, and it would be better for him to stay home and take care of his aunt. His uncle says that would be nice, but he cannot stay still, and tells Su-hong not to worry. He is only going to make a little money to help with daily expenses. His aunt says their nephew will spend a lot of money on training in the future, and they only want to save as much as they can for him. Su-hong thinks his uncle and aunt are too used to living a hard life. Unless he earns enough money for their whole lives, they will not retire. Su-hong cannot let this chance to earn rewards from hunting fierce beasts slip away. On the roof of the house, Su-hong is using his points on vitality again, since the wild area is dangerous. He is going to try to raise his strength as much as possible first. Now, with 95.2 vitality, Su-hong is only one step away from becoming a warrior. 2 days later, at the gym of the first high school, at 10:40 p.m., Su-hong is lying on the floor, covered in sweat. He thinks it took him 2 days to raise all his techniques to perfection level. Now everything is ready for him to finally leave the city. On Saturday, at the Jinsheng warrior base, Su-hong arrives. It is a very far away place. Even though he has seen it many times on TV, this is the first time he sees the warrior base in person. Warriors, who are so rare to see, are everywhere in this place. Su-hong starts reading the pamphlet explaining the value for each level of fierce beast. It also says he has to cut off the beast's left ear after killing it as proof. Otherwise, it will not count. So primitive. There is a warrior at a counter telling the woman to calculate the value of the ears inside the bag he placed on top. Su-hong thinks that bag must be full of left ears from fierce beasts. Suddenly, a group arrives, telling everyone to move aside and asking if they have not seen that Master Ye has arrived. Su-hong thinks that outfit and that aura remind him of White Fox from that arena. Other warriors are commenting that if his uncle were not in charge of the base, they would have already beaten him up. Another says he heard Ye got beaten up a few days ago, and the other replies that this must be why they had not seen him these past few days. Su-hong then looks at Ye, who is already staring at Su-hong. If this were not a fighting story, it would already look like a romantic mood had started. The protagonist then leaves, thinking that the dangers are not only the beasts but also humans, and that he needs to be careful. At the entrance gate, a guard says Su-hong is so young and is going into the wild area alone. Su-hong only says yes and keeps walking, while the guard thinks he is just another ignorant and fearless brat. The wild area looks like a forest, and Su-hong says he will come back with his bag full. Then, 2 hours later, he has not found a single beast. He wonders if all the beasts on the edge of the forest have been killed. So he goes deeper into the forest and runs into a beast known as the Black Moon Wolf, a level 1 beast. Su-hong has never seen a live Black Moon Wolf, only in textbooks. The Black Moon Wolf rushes at Su-hong. Su-hong uses Thunder Fist and sends the wolf to the afterlife with a single blow. He thinks this is what it feels like to fight a fierce beast, and he is even shaking. Behind him, a furious black bear appears, a level 1 middle stage beast. The bear tries to attack, but it also gets smashed with a single blow. Su-hong thinks that as long as he does not provoke level 2 fierce beasts, he will be fine. He already has a guaranteed 3,000 bonus. He earns more martial arts points, and now he can already advance to warrior. Su-hong feels pressure in the area and goes to check what it is. It is a level 1 late stage fierce beast, a black jade python. The beast is attacking 2 poor guys who will not last much longer. After knocking the 2 down, the python rushes at Su-hong and slams him with its tail. The protagonist falls, coughing up blood. There is already a body cut in half nearby. Su-hong grabs the spear next to the corpse and faces the python. The python charges at Su-hong, and to kill a late-stage fierce beast, several warriors of the same level usually need to work together, but his techniques have already been trained to perfection, and he has already killed even a middle-stage black bear. So Su-hong believes that his current self can kill a late-stage black python. Using a tree for momentum, Su-hong launches himself at the python and unleashes Furious Sea Spear, perfection. The spear pierces through the python, making it scream. Su-hong grabs the spear back and strikes it again. The difference in size between them is way too big. He has to weaken it first and then find a chance to land the fatal blow. Su-hong hits the python with Thunder Fist, perfection. After the attack lands, he needs to quickly move away from the giant python, find an opening, attack again, and then retreat again. Fighting like this is a little more tiring, but it is safer. The python also seems to be reaching its limit. Just a few more hits and it will die. When Su-hong gets ready for another attack, he senses a presence behind him. When he turns around, it is the muscular guy in a crop top who was following Ye before, charging at Su-hong with his fist. Su-hong blocks it, but still gets sent rolling away. Su-hong asks who they are when the whole group from earlier appears, including Ye. Ye says they meet again, then asks what Su-hong thinks about giving him that black jade python as a gift. Ye says that when he saw Su-hong leaving the city alone, he thought Su-hong would die easily, but he did not expect Su-hong's luck to be so good that he would find a badly injured black jade python. Su-hong thinks they just arrived, so they do not know he was the one who injured the python like that, but there are 5 of them, so there is no way he can face them head on. Once again, the muscular guy in a crop top rushes at Su-hong, asking if he is deaf and saying his master wants that python as a gift. The veins on the protagonist's face start popping out, and he says that being pushed back just now only happened because of a sneak attack. Then he asks if they really think he cannot beat them. Then the muscular guy in a crop top and Su-hong clash fists. The muscular guy thinks Su-hong has terrifying strength. Su-hong lands a hit on his face, breaking his mask and making him drop straight to the ground. Ye says Su-hong's Vajra fist really is impressive, so he really is the Minotaur. Su-hong wonders if Ye is White Fox. Ye keeps saying that Su-hong was the first person to humiliate him so badly in public, then orders his companions to kill him. Su-hong runs away through the mountain. The guy with samurai-style hair warns that the forest is dense, and it is easy to fall into an ambush. The other guy, the one with a mask over his mouth, says there are so many of them, so are they really going to be scared of one guy alone? At that same moment, Su-hong appears behind him and attacks, knocking him out with a single blow. Ye wonders how Su-hong is so fast. Another companion warns that Su-hong is using the 9-boom Thunder Fist. Not even grade 3 warriors can bring Thunder Fist to the perfection level. Yi immediately tells him to shut up, getting even more irritated. Su-hong thinks that if he had not just fought the giant python, and if his vitality were not so low, he would be able to crush them head on. Now, all that is is left is to find a chance to take them down one by one. Then he throws his spear and charges at another one of Yi's companions, knocking him down too. Now only Yi and one other guy are left. The other guy says it would be better for them to run because Su Hong is way too strong. Yi asks if he is joking and says he is going to kill Su Hong no matter what. Then Su Hong attacks Yi's last companion. Yi keeps thinking about how Su Hong became so strong in just a few days. Su Hong circles around Ye and says that, in the end, it is finally his turn. Then he attacks. Ye charges at Su Hong using the Void Devastating Finger. Su Hong dodges, and the attack cuts a tree in half. Then Ye keeps using the same move again and again, but he cannot land a single hit. Su Hong thinks the power is huge, and if the level of that technique is not low, then it might be rank B. Ye shouts that he has already memorized Su Hong's face, and that if Su Hong hurts him, then when he gets back, he will kill his whole family. Su Hong goes completely furious when Ye says he will kill his family, and he rushes at Ye. Ye says that his uncle is the supervisor of the warrior base, and that his father is, but before he can finish speaking, Su Hong appears behind him and says he liked him better when he acted all superior. Then Su Hong lands a clean hit on Ye's face, sending him flying down the hill. Su Hong says Ye should never have used his family to threaten him. Ye asks why Su Hong is so strong when he is not even a warrior yet, and what the hell he even is. At that moment, the giant python is behind Ye and smashes him hard with its tail. Then the python charges at Su Hong. Because of all the interruptions, the python had enough time to recover its energy. On the other side, Ye's companions who had been defeated by Su Hong start getting up. Suddenly, Su Hong appears running and tells them to get out of the way, and right behind him, the giant python shows up. The python kills two of Ye's companions who are in the way, and Su Hong gains 30 points for each death the snake caused indirectly. Now Su Hong has enough points to advance to warrior, so he looks for a safe place where he can use his points. He enters a cave, where the snake tries to follow him but gets its head stuck at the entrance. Su Hong uses his points and finally advances to grade 1 warrior. Then Su Hong gets ready to counterattack the snake, which is now trying to back away. Su Hong leaves the cave and lands several attacks on the python, finishing it off with Thunder Fist. Even though the giant python was already badly injured, Su Hong was able to face it head on. Now he has 92 martial points. Speaking of that, to hunt fierce beasts and exchange them for money, he has to cut off the left ear, but the snake has no ears. What is he supposed to do? Su Hong then says to forget it and just head back quickly. On the way back, he finds Ye's body all messed up because of the snake's attack, and he says that ending up like that was still getting off easy. Su Hong starts searching for the high-level technique set Ye used and finds a book called Void Devastating Finger. Inside the cave where he was before, Su Hong says he has already memorized the whole beginner method of the Void Devastating Finger, so now he only has to use the system to master it quickly. Then his clone appears, and Su Hong starts attacking it like last time, improving the move more and more. Su Hong gets out of breath. Since it is a rank B technique, just learning the beginner level already brings huge pressure. Now he is going to look for a monster to test its power. 3 days later, Su Hong is defeating a black bear with the Void Devastating Finger. Finally, he has reached the perfection level. It really is a very powerful technique, since it is rank B. Now it is time to go back. At the warrior base, a group is talking about how amazing the Thunder Team is, since they managed to make 230,000. Then Su Hong throws his bag of ears onto the counter, adding up to 72 level 1 fierce beasts at the early stage, 83 at the middle stage, and 17 at the high stage. In total, that is 406,000 blue star coins. Su Hong wonders if he killed too many, and if he is drawing too much attention. If he had known, he would have hunted less. Then an explosion gets the attention of all the curious people, and they wonder if the base has been attacked. Another person asks how that would be possible when there are so many high-level warriors there. A furious man in a suit appears and orders them to lock down the base and not let even a fly leave. It is Ye Qi, Ye Feng's uncle, and the person in charge of the base. A blonde man appears and asks what happened, so Qi says his nephew Ye and the 4 warriors who were with him are dead. All the curious people are shocked, asking how that is possible. Some say it serves him right, since Ye Feng was always robbing others. Another says he would have killed him himself if not for Ye Feng's status. Qi says that a rank B technique that was with Ye Feng has disappeared. All warriors must be searched, and the suspects will be eliminated before anyone leaves. Su Hong thinks that just by looking at the bodies, it is clear they were killed by the python, so they probably will not suspect him. Then a woman arrives beside Qi, whispers something to him, and everyone's eyes turn to Su Hong. Qi walks over to him, saying he heard Su Hong killed the equivalent of 400,000 in fierce beasts all by himself, and that his ability is impressive. Very unlucky. The woman with him says Su Hong is at most level 1, so how could he kill that many fierce beasts? He must have taken Master Ye's backpack. He should be searched right now. Then 2 guards with flaming fists approach Su Hong, telling him not to resist or things will be worse. Su Hong draws his spear and almost pierces the guard's glasses, leaving him shocked because he did not even see him draw it. Su Hong says he is a student from the first high school of Xingcheng and asks if they are really going to search him. him. She thinks the school principal is famous for protecting his students, but the suspicion around this boy is too strong. If he really hunted that many fierce beasts, then he is an absolute genius, and if they make a mistake and offend him, the loss will be bigger than the gain. She approaches Su Hong and explains that his nephew was attacked and the family technique was stolen, so he has to find the culprit. Because of that, he hopes Su Hong will cooperate. Su Hong says he hopes they do not falsely accuse an innocent person. She says that as compensation for the search, he will give him 10,000 coins. Su Hong asks for 30,000. He thinks Ye was killed by the python, and as long as they do not find the technique, they cannot blame him. She says that is fine. Su Hong tells them to search carefully because he does not want to be wrongly accused. The guards check everything and then conclude that there is nothing there. She orders them to give Su Hong the 30,000 right away. Su Hong thinks it is a good thing he cleaned everything up, or he would be screwed. She orders them to keep searching until the suspicion is cleared. Su Hong thinks he will first take a bath, and then he will go to the Warrior Association's evaluation registration to get the guidance technique. Later, Su Hong is at the inn inside the warrior base, seeing that he now has 534 martial arts points. Over the last few days, he was so focused on learning the Void Devastating Finger and hunting beasts that he did not even remember to use them. Su Hong is at level 1 warrior, early stage, with 100 vitality points. To reach the middle stage, he will need 200 vitality points. If he uses all his martial points to increase vitality, it will rise by 53.4, leaving him a little more than 40 vitality points away from the middle stage. But his spirit and mortal body have not been improved yet, and he does not know what their effects are. Since he has a lot of martial points, he decides to test the effects. After increasing his spirit, he says he does not feel much difference. Then he increases his mortal body, and that is when he really feels a difference. So he puts in a little more. Now Su Hong puts the rest of his points into vitality and spirit. He says it feels like there is endless strength inside his body. The guy is already pure juice, but then his body slowly returns to normal, leaving him relieved. If he kept that muscular bodybuilder look, he would not know how to explain it to people he knows. 1 hour later, at the Xingcheng Warrior Association, Su Hong tells the receptionist that he came for the warrior evaluation, and she says a staff member will come with him soon. The staff member who guides him says that for a level 1 warrior, vitality must reach 100 and combat strength must reach 1000 to pass. Then she wishes him good luck. A pair of people behind Su Hong start whispering about him being there alone and not even having a master. They say he must only be there to test his luck. When Su Hong enters, someone is already being failed. Then another warrior takes the test and passes. It is Li Ming, another disciple of Jiang Ming. Su Hong remembers Li Yan, who is also his disciple. Then it is Su Hong's turn to take the test. Li Ming looks at Su Hong with superiority, thinking that he came to take the test at that age because he is a genius, so Su Hong must be nothing. Suddenly, someone starts asking if the vitality meter is broken and how it is possible for Su Hong's vitality to be so high. The man running the test announces, Su Hong, vitality, 123 points, passed. Li Ming is shocked and tries to calm himself down, saying that the important thing is combat strength. The man running the test says they will now begin the combat strength test. Su Hong thinks he has raised his strength to warrior level and even improved his body, so his strength has increased drastically. He is only going to use 40% of his strength in the test, but what if that is too light and he does not pass? So he decides to use 50% of his strength. Su Hong strikes the meter and it goes flying from the force of his hit. Everyone around him is shocked. The combat strength standard for a level 1 warrior at the high stage is only 3000 points. The meter is showing 3004. Someone calls the master and says it is that boy again, and the man says it is not strange at all. Somewhere else, the president of the Xingcheng Martial Arts Association, Wu Lingxian, is complaining that the neighboring city, Yangcheng, has another genius, and they will not stop bragging about it. If Xingcheng does not produce a warrior soon, she will be fired. Then a guy comes running in, calling for the president and saying a monster has appeared in the warrior evaluation. He says the boy sent the meter flying while only being level 1 at the early stage. In the central hall of the Martial Arts Association, a guard says he will first take Su Hong to the second floor to register his warrior identity, and then they will collect his aid payment. Someone appears at the top of the stairs, dismissing the guard and saying she will personally take care of Su Hong. It is President Lin Shun. She introduces herself to Su Hong and tells him to follow her. Su Hong just agrees. He thinks the rumors say she is a grade 5 warrior, but she is different from what he imagined. Su Hong is sitting across from the president in her office, and she says his school principal was complaining to her the other day, saying he had only produced 2 ordinary grade 1 warriors, but in the end he was hiding a genius of this level. Su Hong directly asks what she wants with him in the office. He says he only came to register as a warrior, collect his aid payment, and get the guidance technique. Lingxian tells him to relax, because she has already asked the staff to handle his warrior card and monthly aid. As for the technique, she will personally teach it to him. She asks how much he knows about guidance techniques. Su Hong answers that the spiritual energy of the world is divided into attributes, and the guidance technique allows someone to absorb that energy to strengthen the body. For each type of attribute, a specific matching technique must be used. Lingxian says the guidance technique is not just a basic method. It allows someone to cultivate energy from specific attributes, like fire. That energy strengthens the body and also gives the properties of the element, like destructive power. If it is projected outward, it can also increase the range of attacks. However, for a grade 1 warrior, being able to wrap the fist with even a small bit of attribute energy would already be excellent. Su Hong asks if guidance techniques can also be used to attack. He thought they were only methods for absorbing spiritual energy, and the books never taught any of that. Lingxian explains that spiritual energy has 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute has advantages and disadvantages, with thunder being the strongest in pure attack, followed by metal and then fire. However, the technique each person can cultivate depends on their affinity with those attributes. Su Hong says he understands, so it is not like he can train with any guidance technique he wants. Lingxian picks up a crystal sphere and tells him to test his affinity. The bigger the lit up area, the higher the affinity. Ordinary warriors usually have around 20% to 30%. She has around 80%, which is already considered very high. But she hands the ball to him and believes that a genius like him will go above 90%. Su Hong holds the sphere and thinks that the president became a grade 5 warrior. So young, so she is an absolute genius, and she only has 80%. If he reaches 90%, that would already be too much. Then the sphere shines way too brightly, scaring both of them. It is completely full. Fire attribute affinity, 100%. Lingxian asks if he understands what that means, and he says no. She explains that he can absorb 100% of the fire spiritual energy in the air without letting even a trace escape. She says she has 80% affinity, so 2 parts of the energy escape when she tries to absorb it. Because of that, she is already a level 5 warrior and the association president. Lingxian says Su Hong's achievements will be much greater than hers. Who would have thought that tiny Xingqing would produce a monster who does not lose to the geniuses of the imperial capital or the magic city? Su Hong thinks the fire attribute is not bad, but he would prefer thunder. Then the sphere starts filling with lightning. Su Hong comments to the president that it looks like his thunder affinity is also 100%. The president is shocked by this. Double affinity with fire and thunder. Then the wind attribute also seems to be at 100%. A few minutes later, the president is saying that this is impossible. All attributes are at 100%. She must be dreaming. Lingxian thought she was already extremely strong for her age, but after facing someone completely outside logic, she realizes she is still ordinary. Then she understands that to surpass absurd beings, equally abnormal beings are needed, something normal people could not even understand. Su Hong is thoughtful. Since he has maximum affinity with all 7 attributes, he feels it would be a waste to focus only on one, like thunder, and abandon the others. Because of that, he asks the president to give him all the attributes at once. Lingxian stares at him with a blank face and explains that a person's energy is limited, so the ideal path is to focus on 1 or 2 attributes. In the past, people who tried to cultivate all 7 at the same time ended up not improving much, getting stuck at a low level even after years. Su Hong says he just cannot decide right now, so he wants to test each one before choosing which path to follow specifically. Lingxian says that is fine, but tells him not to do anything stupid and waste his talent for nothing. Lingxian remembers that Su Hong's school monthly exam is coming up, and he asks why she is interested in that. She explains that recently, conflicts on the heavenly battlefield have been getting more intense, and that a great war between many races and humanity could break out at any moment. Because of that, countries are investing huge resources into creating training camps for geniuses. Then she says she plans to recommend him as long as he can get first place in the school's monthly exam, securing a recommendation spot. Su Hong asks what the War of Races and the Genius Training Camp are. He remembers that, during that war 10 years ago, he was still a child and lost all his relatives except his uncle and aunt. Su Hong says he will do his best, and that he will never allow his uncle and aunt to suffer again. Back at home, Su Hong shows his card, and tells his uncle and aunt that he has officially become a warrior. His uncle and aunt are emotional, saying he is very talented. Su Hong explains that a grade 1 warrior receives 10,000 in aid, and his uncle will not need to work so hard anymore. His uncle agrees, saying Su Hong is now the pillar of the house. Su Hong thinks they can rest easy, because from now on, he will support the family. Later, on top of the roof, Su Hong is training. He wonders if this counts as beginner level in the guidance technique, and says he has not felt any power at all. A guidance technique has appeared in his system, so it seems he really did learn it. His technique is level 1, which means it can also be leveled up. President Lin Xian did not mention that part. If she knew, she would definitely have told him, so only Su Hong can do that. He tries to use martial points to raise the level of the technique, but he has 0 points. He says it is better to cultivate the rest of the guidance techniques. Several hours later, he has reached level 1 in all 7 techniques, but they are repelling each other. No wonder President Lin Xian said the genius who trained 7 types of guidance techniques was still a grade 1 warrior after decades. And even though all 7 types of energy exist inside his body, Su Hong can only use one at a time. If Su Hong Hong tries to use another attribute together with it. They violently repel each other and end up disappearing. Su Hong thinks the nature of fire and thunder is very similar, so could they really not be fused? Then he trains until the next day, until he finally achieves the fusion. Now he is going outside to test it. Su Hong is at the Jingcheng Combat Plaza. He changed the meter to a grade 3-1, hoping it will not break. Last time, he used 50% of his strength and got 3000 power. This time, he will only use 30%. He hits it and passes 2300. With 30% strength, it should be around 1800, so it increased by 500 points. Thunder power alone is already strong, so imagine the fusion of thunder and fire. Then Su Hong attacks the meter again, and now it passes 3000, relying only on his physical strength and the fusion of thunder and fire. With just 30% of his strength, he has already surpassed a grade 1 warrior at the high stage, and his vitality is only 123 points, making everything even more terrifying. This is only the fusion of 2 attributes. If he can fuse all 7 attributes, what level would that power reach? Su Hong is going to go back and try fusing 3 attributes now. Su Hong is lying on the roof again, completely exhausted. He has tried several attribute combinations and has made no progress, but could raising the level of the guidance technique help him fuse them successfully? The next day is the monthly exam, so he will try to earn as many martial points as he can. On the next day, the principal explains that because of the tense situation on the front line, an annual elite training camp will be created to select and train geniuses intensely. The place will have many resources, including martial arts, pills, and even grandmasters as instructors. Only the top 3 students in the monthly exam will be able to participate. All the students get excited, while Su Hong thinks about what Lingxian told him. If he can get first place, she will give him the spot. But do the top 3 not get spots anyway? Su Hong's friend says Chen Shan and Li Tu have already become grade 1 warriors, and many people have already learned the basics of Thunder Fist, so they have no chance at all. Su Hong says he only skipped school for 10 days, and those 2 already advanced to warrior. His friend says the principal brought in that senior Chen Tian who teaches Thunder Fist to give private lessons to the talented students. Chen Shan and Li Tu's vitality passed 100 a few days ago, and they can already make 3 booms with Thunder Fist. Shen Tian asks Principal Li if he found that genius with the 9-boom Thunder Fist. The principal answers that he looked everywhere, but that person probably is not a student there. Then Zhang Ming and his 2 disciples show up, mocking them by saying Principal Li's class is nothing special this year. He says whoever gets first place can duel his 2 disciples. Principal Li thinks that if he refuses, it will be like admitting his school has no one good. Zhang Ming says he can refuse if he wants, since the quality of the students is bad. Shen Tian asks if he is trying to start a fight. The purple-haired disciple tells Zhang Ming that Su Hong is there, and Zhang Ming wonders who that is. Then Zhang Ming looks over and recognizes Su Hong, thinking that if his disciples face him, they will embarrass themselves. Zhang Ming turns to Principal Li and Chen Tian, saying he was joking about the duel, and that his useless disciples cannot compare to their students. Even so, Principal Li and Chen Tian get furious, thinking they are being mocked. Then it is Su Hong's turn to fight, and he is up against Chen Peng. His friend says Su Hong is unlucky, since Chen Peng is almost a warrior. Another person tells him not to try too hard. Chen Peng starts provoking him, asking if Su Hong will step down on his own, or if he wants to be thrown off. But before Chen Peng can finish speaking, Su Hong disappears from sight and attacks him, knocking him down with a single hit. His friends wonder when he became so strong. A one-hit knockout against someone who is almost a warrior? Su Hong keeps defeating every opponent, and Chen Tian asks where that genius was being hidden. Principal Li says it was his fault for not paying attention to him. On the other side, Chen Shan and Li Tu are having a fierce battle in the semifinals. Li Tu tells Chen Shan that both of them use the 3-boom Thunder Fist, so if he does not use his trump card, he should not expect to win. Chen Shan tells Li Tu to watch carefully, because he is the number 1 in the school. Then he uses fire, one of the strongest manifestations, only losing to thunder. But Li Tu uses his metal manifestation, which has even stronger firepower than fire. On top of that, he also has the 5-boom Thunder Fist, and Li Tu strikes Chen Shan right after. Principal Li and Chen Tian are shocked. Li Tu was hiding his strength. In only 10 days, he not only mastered manifestation, but also brought Thunder Fist to the micro level. The principal says they do not even need to watch the ending. Against the metal attribute and the 5-boom fist, Su Hong will have no chance. Chen Tian says it is a pity. If Su Hong also knew the guidance technique in Thunder Fist, he would still have a chance. Zhang Ming arrives beside them and says he will bet 50,000 that Su Hong wins and takes first place. Principal Li asks if he is crazy, because Su Hong is very good, but he has no attribute and no guidance technique. Chen Tian says he accepts the bet. The final is between Su Hong and Li Tu, and Su Hong's friend is cheering for him from the audience. Li Tu says Su Hong was lucky he did not run into him or Chen Shen, and that he reached the final by pure chance. On the other side, Su Hong thinks that after hunting so many fierce beasts, he feels that the students are way too weak, and that finally someone he can actually face has appeared. Li Tu keeps saying that since Su Hong reached the final, he can consider himself the second best in the school. Su Hong asks who the first would be, be, and Li Tu says it is obviously him. Then he charges at Su Hong, saying he only needs one hit to make him understand the size of the gap between them. The students in the audience start saying that since Li Tu already began with the 5-boom Thunder Fist, there is nothing left to do. Su Hong is going to lose. Su Hong charges forward, saying he wants to test the limit of his own body, and the students start saying he has gone crazy. The two enter an intense clash, and Li Tu realizes that Su Hong used 5 instant punches to cancel out his 5 booms from Thunder Fist. He starts wondering if Su Hong is a monster, because every punch from him is way too heavy. In the audience, people comment that Su Hong did not even use martial techniques, and is already even with Li Tu, who used the 5-boom Thunder Fist. Su Hong's strength is a little too terrifying. Chen Tian comments that Su Hong must have some kind of special physique, or else his strength would not be that exaggerated. Principal Li starts laughing, thinking his school has finally produced a genius with a special physique. Chen Tian says that even though Su Hong's strength is impressive, Li Tu has already condensed his attribute, so Su Hong still has no advantage. The two keep hitting each other in the arena, with Li Tu shouting that the winner can only be him. Su Hong thinks he wanted to see how far his physical body could fight against Li Tu, but Li Tu could not hold back, and exploded with all his power at once. And since Li Tu is using full strength, Su Hong should also return the respect. Then he uses his thunder attribute, leaving Li Tu shocked. Everyone is shocked. The two clash head-on, and Li Tu thinks the thunder attribute is stronger than his metal attribute. Su Hong says Li Tu showed his trump card, so he will show his too. Then he uses the 9-boom Thunder Fist and defeats Li Tu with one strike. The audience goes crazy, unable to believe that Su Hong defeated Li Tu. Chen Tian says he is the genius who disappeared from the school during those days. The principal says he is not just a genius, he is the dragon of the school. Chen Tian says that when Su Hong reaches the elite training camp, the geniuses from powerful families will receive a huge shock. A golden carp does not belong in a pond. When it meets the wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. To Su Hong, Xingcheng is nothing more than a small puddle. Su Hong will certainly be like a dragon rising from the abyss, ready to fly high. The Magic City, the imperial capital, and even the battlefield of the thousands of races, those are the places where a monster like him should shine. When Su Hong gets home, his uncle asks how the exam went, and Su Hong says he got first place. His uncle asks if he is going to join that training camp he mentioned, and Su Hong confirms that he is. Someone starts knocking on the door, asking if Su Hong lives there. When he opens it and asks who it is, the woman introduces herself as Lin Yan's mother, from the same school as him. The woman starts saying that her son got 4th place, so she came to negotiate with Su Hong so he would give up his spot and let her son go instead. She offers him 30,000 coins to give up and let Lin Yan go, leaving everyone with blank looks on their faces. The woman loses it, saying the training camp was created to train geniuses who may go to the heavenly battlefield in the future, and that the competition is cruel. He could even die there. She keeps saying that inside the camp, people take high-level pills until they are sick of them and use high-rank techniques. With his family's situation, giving up early is for his own good. Su Hong's aunt asks if that is true and if it really is that dangerous. His uncle tells Alan, his aunt, to calm down. Then he asks Su Hong if he can guarantee his own safety. Su Hong answers that he can. Lin Yan's mother keeps trying to manipulate them, asking if they are really going to believe a child's promise. His uncle stands up to her, saying it is Su Hong's decision and he has already grown up. Besides, if they do not trust their own family, who are they supposed to trust? Her. Then they slam the door in the woman's face, and she leaves frustrated, calling them rude. Su Hong tells his uncle and aunt that he did not hide the danger from them with bad intentions, and his uncle says it is fine. He says he is a rough man, but Su Hong has studied more than he has, so Su Hong understands that training camp better than him. Since Su Hong has the determination to face the hardships, they will support him. His aunt slaps his uncle on the butt and asks what her husband is talking about. Then she adds that they are not asking for any ranking, only that Su Hong makes sure he stays safe. Su Hong simply agrees. Later, Su Hong is on the roof, thinking that even though his uncle and aunt support him, they are definitely worried in secret, and he will never let down their expectations. To protect this life he fought so hard to gain, he needs to become stronger. Looking at the system, he comments that he fought more than 10 times in the monthly exam and earned a total of 285 martial points. But that is not enough. Since he does not know what kind of high-level techniques or trump cards the geniuses in the training camp have, he will prioritize increasing the strength of his physical body to face them. After the increase, Su Hong's mortal body is now at 64.6%, leaving only 35.4% before reaching 100%. What kind of special physique will he have after the mortal body? Su Hong realizes that his thunder and flame guidance techniques have reached level 2. He has only cultivated the guidance techniques for a few days and has not done anything else. Could it be that no extra conditions are needed, and the level rises just through normal cultivation? If that is the case, he will try to raise it another level. The next day, at dawn, Su Hong's thunder guidance technique is at level 3, and so are his heavenly flames. And not only did the techniques level up, but his vitality also increased by 3 points. Right after that, his uncle and aunt are saying goodbye to him and telling him to be careful. If things get hard, he should come come back. Su-hong says goodbye and goes on his way, while his aunt comments that his uncle is even shaking from worry, laughing and crying at the same time. As he walks, Su-hong is surprised by a car. It is President Ling Xian, and she tells him to get in. On the way, Su-hong asks what the president wants with him, and she says there are a few things she needs to warn him about regarding the training camp. As president, Ling Xian had access to some information about a few participants. There are some monsters who are already level 1 warriors at the high stage, and they are not far from level 2. The techniques of those monsters are at least rank B. Su-hong thinks that a level 2 warrior needs 200 vitality points, and there are already people in this group who are not far from that, but he is not afraid of rank B techniques. With his system, he can quickly learn any technique, even a rank B one. The president keeps saying that Su-hong's talent is the greatest she has ever seen, but he lacks the same resources as them. Because of that, even if he suffers a setback in the training camp, he should not care. With his talent, surpassing them is inevitable. Su-hong says he understands and thanks Lin Xian. The president thinks that even with his vitality and techniques being lower than the others, he still stays calm. It looks like she does not need to worry about his mental state. At the Tianlin mountain range, Su-hong is in the car with Principal Li and the other 2 students who got 2nd and 3rd place. Chen Shan and Li Tu are desperate because the training camp is in the mountain range, where fierce beasts gather in huge numbers. Principal Li tells them not to worry so much. The training camp has a grand master watching over it, so in general, there should be no risk of death. Su-hong looks at the scenery, thinking the mountain range is huge and crosses several cities like Xingcheng and Yangcheng. Not only is the spiritual energy dense and the fierce beasts are many, but there are even beast kings inside that can compare to grade 7 grand masters. The competition between fierce beasts is extremely cruel. Even if it is only a level 1 fierce beast on the edge of the mountain range, its ferocity is far beyond beasts from other places, to the point that ordinary grade 2 warriors would not dare step there easily. When the car passes a certain part of the road, Chen Shan and Li Tu say they feel something watching them, and wonder if some fierce beast will suddenly attack them. Su-hong only thinks the competition in the training camp will be as cruel as the slaughter between the beasts there. And Su-hong thinks he really must be a little crazy, because he is enjoying that feeling. When they arrive, there are already several students at the place. Li Tu asks what level those people might be, and then everyone looks at Su-hong and his group with fierce expressions, making Li Tu and Chen Shan feel their hearts tighten. Su-hong tells his companions to go, and they follow him. A man in a suit tells them to wait there until everyone arrives, and then the admission test will begin. Su-hong asks why there is still an admission test, but before the man can answer, someone shouts that they have arrived, calling them bastards who made everyone wait just because they come from big families. Someone says the goddess Xiao Yan is so kind and beautiful, and that being a mental master is truly enviable. The other one is Lin Xinghe from the Lin family. He is almost grade 2, but he shows off too much. And there is also the son of the city lord, Wang Tiantuo, the barbarian god. Besides having 95% fire affinity, he also has a special physique. Then everyone gathers, and Su-hong sees the 3 who arrived and thinks they must be the ones the president mentioned. He wants to see how talented they really are. The man in the suit from before says he will now announce the rules of the admission test. The training camp is inside the Tianlin mountain range, 30 kilometers away from this camp. Medallions have been placed inside some fierce beasts, and they need to carry 1 medallion to enter the training camp. Running 30 kilometers in 8 hours sounds easy, but this is the Tianlin mountain range. Once they enter, no one knows what kind of high-level fierce beasts they might run into. In the worst case, they could die. Su-hong thinks it should be easy to arrive within 8 hours, so he will have plenty of time to kill more fierce beasts and earn more martial points. One of the participants asks what will happen if they run into beasts at levels far above theirs. The man in the suit says they will be unlucky and get eliminated, but someone will be there to save their little lives. Everyone starts saying it is unfair, because stronger students might get eliminated while weaker ones pass through pure luck. The man in the suit says this world is not a game of house. Someone could cultivate for 10 years, and as soon as they step onto the heavenly battlefield, they could get crushed by one punch from an expert who just happened to pass by. Would they protest and say it is unfair? If they do not want to run into high-level fierce beasts, they should act carefully. Avoiding risks, crushing the weak when strong, and fighting with a numbers advantage are the true laws of the battlefield. One participant says anyone afraid of death should just quit right away and stop wasting everyone's time, scared of everything like a bunch of useless trash. The other participant tells him to repeat that and see what happens. The first participant talks back, saying he is trash, and if he does not like it, he should come at him. The man in the suit says fights are forbidden in the camp, but outside of it they will not care anymore. A rivalry is starting. Su-hong thinks the training camp really is cruel. With this rule, it is estimated that more than half the people there will be eliminated. But thinking about it, if he gets into fights with these people, does that not mean he can earn plenty of martial points? The man in the suit says that is enough nonsense. The test has started, so they should get out of there. Then everyone runs toward the mountain range. The 2 who were arguing before run into each other and begin an intense fight. Su-hong only watches from above, thinking this is all the so-called so-called geniuses have. Their power is not even close to the rumors. Even if he defeats them, he probably will not earn that many points. It is better to hurry up and hunt some high-level fierce beasts. The rich participant starts insulting the other one, saying a poor guy is still a poor guy. What is the point of working hard in cultivation? How dare he compare himself to the legacy built up by generations of his family? The other one tells him to shut up and not compare him to that bunch of beggars. Su Hong, who is about to leave, hears those words and gets extremely irritated. He turns around and says he cannot let these free martial points pass him by. Then he approaches the two and tells them to stop fighting and play with him for a bit. The two do not understand and say another poor guy showed up, asking what level he thinks he is to try to break up their fight. Su Hong answers that they misunderstood. What he meant is that they should stop fighting each other and fight him together. The short-haired one charges at Su Hong, asking if he wants to die, but he is thrown into a tree with a single hit. The other rich boy is shocked, thinking it is impossible for him to be defeated in one hit when the two of them have almost the same strength. What a fast movement technique. Su Hong rushes toward him, saying it is his turn, then smashes him on the head and knocks him out. In front of the two defeated students, Su Hong said that this was what they got for underestimating ordinary cultivators. The man in the suit was watching Su Hong through the cameras, wondering where he had even come from. Everyone had been in the middle of an intense duel, and he suddenly showed up and took both of them down in 1 second. The other man sitting beside him asked if the two who had been knocked down counted as eliminated. The man in the suit said they had not asked for rescue, so the test would continue. A short time later, the two who had been knocked down woke up, full of hatred towards Su Hong. They looked at each other and apologized for the offensive words they had said to each other. Then they said they would team up to get revenge on Su Hong. Su Hong was running through the mountain range and once again ran into giant tusked boars. Level 1, early stage. There really were a lot of beasts in that place. The boars noticed Su Hong and charged at him, but he defeated them easily. Before, defeating a warrior gave him dozens of martial points, but since he had leveled up and become stronger, the martial point rewards had been getting smaller. Su Hong let it go and went to look for medallions inside their bodies, but none of them had anything. It seemed the medallions would only be inside beasts of a slightly higher level. Half an hour later, Su Hong was running through the forest and thought that before, when he moved 3 to 5 kilometers forward, he would find dozens of low-level beasts every hour. Now he could not find even one. Then a Dark Knight Black Tiger, a level 1 beast at the final stage, jumped at him. Su Hong used the Void Devastating Finger and defeated the beast. After that, he started looking for a medallion inside its body, and found one, just as expected. It had taken him almost 3 hours to find a medallion. From level 1 boars being everywhere, to taking half an hour just to find a single final stage black tiger, it looked like the deeper he went into the mountain range, the higher the level of the beasts became, but the fewer there were. Even though the final stage black tiger gave more martial points, he only found one every half hour. If he hunted low-level beasts around the edge of the mountain range, he would earn more martial points in the same amount of time, so it was better to focus on quantity instead of quality. There were 5 hours left in the test, and Su Hong planned to gather enough martial points to complete the progress of his mortal body. After some time, dozens of beasts were dead on the ground, and Su Hong was attacking a black bear while saying that after facing so many level 1 beasts, he had finally found one at the middle stage. He beat the beast again and again, and now that his mortal body had reached 60%, he could kill middle stage beasts using only physical strength. Su Hong had already gained 254 martial points, and he needed a little over 100 more to complete the progress of his mortal body. There were a little more than 3 hours left, and he needed to gather all the martial points. Then all of a sudden a loud boom was heard and Su Hong wondered what it was. A giant beast appeared in the sky, and Su Hong wondered if it was the legendary king of beasts, the Golden Peng. As expected from the king of beasts, its power was truly overwhelming. Just one flap of its wings almost sent Su Hong flying from the impact. Su Hong ran while wondering what kind of beast that was. He thought he had been getting arrogant because of his strength, but in front of these top experts, he was nothing more than an ant. He noticed someone flying in front of the beast. It was the grade 7 Grandmaster, Qin Tianli, who told the king that he had borrowed this territory and asked what it had come there to do again. The Peng answered that it had already said it would never lend the place to him. Qin Tianli said he would beat it until it agreed. Then Qin beat the Peng hard, telling it not to make him repeat himself, and to leave because he was using the place. The defeated Peng simply flew away, saying Qin would pay for that. Qin Tianli shouted to the students that they did not need to worry because he was the grade 7 Grandmaster. Su Hong thought that this was the power of a grade 7 warrior of the human race, and that sooner or later he would reach that level. Qin was returning to where he had been, saying that he had only borrowed the Peng's territory as a testing field, and it would have been easier if the beast had accepted it, but it had to get beaten instead. Bai Mu, a grade 5 warrior, said it was just as expected from Master Qin, and that he was even stronger than the rumors said. Lin Zhe, a grade 5 warrior, said the king of beasts, the Golden Peng, famous for its indestructible physical body, had been crushed without mercy. Xin told them to stop flattering him and go with him to the monitoring room. He wanted to see who had resisted the pressure of the golden-winged Peng just now. Lin Zi showed them monitoring recordings and said most of the students had not been able to move under the peng's pressure. Chin asked who the boy was who had killed a group of final stage black tigers and still easily resisted the peng's pressure. Bai Mu answered that it was Wang Tiantuo, level 1, high stage, vitality 340, fire affinity 95%, owner of the special physique known as the barbarian god body, with superhuman strength, and the son of the lord of Xingcheng City. Chin said Wang's father used to say having children was like a lottery. He had more than 100 of them, and finally one useful child came out. Lin Xinghe had also managed to escape the range of the pressure, and Bai Mu explained that he was level 1, high stage, with vitality 325, wind affinity 96%, and from the Lin family of Xingcheng. Chin asked who the girl was who had used mental strength to cancel out the peng's pressure. Bai Mu answered that it was Xiao Yan, a level 1, middle stage mental master, with vitality 290, wood affinity 95%, and a descendant of the Xiao family of Xingcheng. Chin said those three handled the peng's pressure with ease, and their strength was far above that of their classmates. Then he wanted to know if there were any more talents. Bai Mu mentioned Lin Po, a level 1 middle stage warrior, and Wang, also a level 1 middle stage warrior, and said that more than 10 of them had level 1 middle stage strength and had not lost consciousness under the peng's pressure. Chin wanted to know why they were all children from powerful families, and he asked about the students from the first school. Bai Mu said the students from the schools were all at level 1 early stage, and the 3 from the first school had only advanced recently. Chin told her to forget it. He did not want to see anything else, because it seemed Xingsheng's reputation did not match reality. Lin Zi suddenly asked what was wrong with that one over there. That student had just gone through the peng's pressure and still had the energy to hunt fierce beasts. Bai Mu, shocked, said it was the monster from the first school of Xingcheng. Lin Zi asked what monster she meant and told her not to scare people like that in front of a grandmaster. Then he took the clipboard from her hand and was also shocked. Chin complained that the two of them were already grade 5, had seen all kinds of geniuses, and should not be so surprised. Then he took the clipboard from Lin Zi's hand and was also shocked, wondering if Su Hong was still human after seeing his evaluation. Keen said he could not understand how a monster like that had appeared in a random place like Xingcheng, calling him a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Keen said it made no sense for him to be only level 1, early stage, and that his vitality was only 123 points. With that kind of talent, it did not make sense. Bai Mu explained that it was because Su Hong was cultivating all 7 techniques at the same time. Keen said not even a god could increase vitality while cultivating 7 techniques at once, and that President Ling Xian should have explained that to the boy. At that same moment, a guard reported that the students were arriving at the training camp one after another. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan had arrived and greeted the Grand Master, who said they had done very well. 6 hours after the start of the test, several students were already arriving. After 7.5 hours had passed since the beginning of the test, Chin was floating in the air, wondering why Su Hong still had not appeared and whether he had gotten lost. Then, all of a sudden, Su Hong appeared covered in blood. He had almost missed the time because he had been killing fierce beasts to get martial points. Everyone started talking about him, including the trio of geniuses and the 2 who had been beaten by him earlier. A man announced that time was up, and everyone who had not arrived was eliminated. Then he said he would introduce the training camp's facilities and rules. The man explained that the training camp had several important facilities, including the gravity training room, the movement training room, the fierce beast laboratory, and the martial arts pavilion. In the pavilion, they could exchange points for martial arts techniques, movement techniques, pills, and weapons. The highest level reached rank A. Su Hong thought coming to the training camp had been the right choice. The man kept explaining that to use any of the facilities, they needed enough contribution points, and there was only one way to get them, through each training subject. Excellent performance would give extra rewards. He finished by saying it was already late. Anyone who still wanted to train could go, and the injured students had to follow him to the dorms to rest. He could not let them die in his hands. It was a private room, and Su Hong thought that in the future, when he cultivated and leveled up, he would not have to worry about being seen. On top of the bed, he opened the system screen, and was finally going to use his 354 points to complete his mortal body. With that, the mortal body reached 100% evolution. After the body evolved, just a burst of physical power already had an incredible amount of force. Another class had appeared for evolution, called the Sovereign Body, the strongest in physical strength. The spiritual grade was at 0%, which meant the Sovereign Body could still level up. Su Hong wondered what kind of heaven-defying physique it would turn into. To test his strength, Su Hong picked up his spear, and just by holding it, he almost broke it. He complained that rank C alloy spears were very expensive, and that he had spent a fortune. But then he remembered that he had found that one in the wilderness area of Xingcheng, so he had not spent anything. He said that from then on, he would gather contribution points as fast as possible to exchange them for a rank A alloy spear. He would earn contribution points just by wearing a weighted vest, and he wondered how many hundreds of kilos he would be able to handle. In the warehouse, Wang Tiantuo was wearing a vest that weighed 3,000 kilos and said it still felt a little light, and he could still jump while wearing it. A normal grade 1 warrior could only carry a few hundred kilos. Xiaoyan said Wang Tiantuo's strength was like that of a monster, and Lin Xing has said he was like a buffalo. In the monitoring room, Qin commented that Wang Tiantuo could carry 3,000 kilos with ease, and that nothing less should be expected from the barbarian god body. Bai Mu asked Grandmaster Qin when they were going to talk in detail with Su Hong about him cultivating 7 guiding techniques at the same time. Qin said they could not be direct, because geniuses had pride, and if they spoke too directly, it would only have the opposite effect. They had to use certain methods so he would understand on his own and give up by himself. Then Grandmaster Qin asked Lin Ze if the warriors organized for the night attack had finished gathering. Lin answered that it would still take some time, because organizing people to match each student's strength was a little complicated. That group of students had just finished the entrance test, so they should have their guard down. If they suffered a surprise night attack now, they would definitely panic. Qin ordered him to prepare a grade 1 high-stage warrior for Su Hong. He wanted Su Hong to be crushed and defeated. After that, he would explain the disadvantages of cultivating 7 techniques at the same time, and Su Hong would obediently give up. Lin Ze said the vitality of a grade 1 high-stage warrior was over 400, and their combat power was 5,000 points, while Su Hong's barely passed 100. Bai Mu asked if that would not be dangerous, and if it might end up destroying his confidence. Qin said that was nonsense, and that he was doing this to correct Su Hong's mistake. If his confidence could be destroyed that easily, then he was trash. Later, Su Hong saw everyone going to watch Wang Tiantuo train in the gravity room, and he thought he would go see him later too. He picked up a smart bracelet to calculate points and looked at the vests. The heaviest ones reached 10 tons and were made of super heavy alloy. He picked one up, and he could wear it, but it hurt his speed too much, and he could not endure it for long. So he put on the 5-ton vest and jumped around. Because of that, the 5-ton vest was better for him at the moment. Su Hong wondered how much weight Wang Tiantuo had managed to carry. Since Wang Tiantuo was a grade 1 warrior at the high stage, he should be similar to him, maybe even stronger. Then Su Hong left to go watch his training. Outside the gravity room, everyone was saying Wang was not human, because he had entered the gravity room without taking off his 3-ton vest. On top of that, he had set the gravity to 2 times normal. That was insane. Even though Wang looked like he was suffering, it was 6 tons in total. Su Hong thought Wang's vest was only 3 tons, which was very light. It seemed he had the wrong idea about how powerful the sovereign body really was. Chen Shan and Li Tu were standing in a corner, and Su Hong walked over and asked if they were not going into the gravity room. They answered that everyone there was stronger than the next, and if they went into the gravity room, they would only embarrass themselves. Su Hong asked if that was the only reason. Then he walked away to enter the gravity room. Chen Shan and Li Tu asked if he was not afraid of embarrassing himself. The other students started saying he had no self-awareness. He probably was not even wearing weighted clothes, yet he wanted to surpass Wang in the gravity multiplier. As Su Hong entered, he thought that gravity rooms cost a fortune. Only powerful families could afford them, and ordinary warriors could not even get near them. He could not waste this chance. With a 5-ton vest, double gravity would turn into 10 tons, and he would only be able to endure it for a few minutes. It would be better to set it to 1.5 times gravity, so he could last longer. Su Hong immediately felt how heavy it was, and the people outside started saying he was not even wearing a weighted vest, so why had he set the gravity to 1.5 times? After all, he had been the last one to arrive, a weak bottom-ranked student. Sitting down and cultivating, Su Hong said that, as expected from such an expensive gravity room, under that pressure, the difficulty of cultivating the guiding techniques had increased a lot, but his cultivation speed had also sped up drastically. 2 hours later, Su Hong was still cultivating. Except for the thunder and flame techniques, all the others had gone up 1 level. His vitality had also risen from 126 to 130. When he turned off the gravity, he thought that if the gravity room's effect was this good, then the movement rooms and fierce beast rooms probably would not be bad either. He finally came out, exhausted. The students outside started saying the bottom-ranked guy had come out, and that without even wearing a weighted vest, he could not even handle 1.5 times gravity and was covered in sweat. Another said that if it were him, he could sleep there all night. Su Hong opened his jacket, revealing his 5-ton vest, and complained that its ventilation was terrible. The two who had been mocking him looked completely dumbfounded. They wondered how heavy the vest Su Hong was wearing was. The other answered that, judging from his poor condition, it seemed to be 500 kilos, but being able to stay in the gravity room for 2 hours showed he had some strength. Even if he had some skill, he still could not compare to Wang Tiantuo. What a joke. It was better to forget about him, since nobody could compare to the monster Wang Tiantuo. Speaking of him, Wang Tiantuo was coming out of the gravity room after staying under the pressure of 6 tons for for another 2 hours. Wang Tiantuo came out panting and covered in sweat. He took off his vest and dropped it on the floor, feeling relieved without the weight. Lin Xinghe walked over and said he was inferior in strength, but he wanted to go to the movement room with him for a duel. Wang Tiantuo said Lin cultivated a rank A movement technique and also had the wind attribute. He would be crazy to accept a duel with him. Su Hong listened to the two of them and became interested when he heard about the rank A technique. Even though the strength of the sovereign body was huge, what he lacked right now was exactly a high-level movement technique. In the movement training room, everyone watched the rank A technique called crane steps, leaping over the clouds, shocked by how difficult it was. The room fired arrow spears from several sides, simulating an extreme dodging challenge. Lin Xinghe had set the training to level 10, the highest difficulty, and even so, the participant could keep up with the attacks without being hit. The spectators were shocked, saying he was too fast for their eyes to follow, and that they probably would not last even 1 second in that situation. Besides dodging with ease, he still seemed to have the energy to make flashy poses, while flower petals appeared around him, making the scene even more exaggerated and impressive. Some people started thinking it was showing off, but they also began to admire him, saying he looked very attractive at that moment. Su Hong praised the technique and started learning the crane steps leaping over the clouds. As soon as the skill was activated, the system showed its starting progress at only 1%, but he quickly entered a state of focus. By watching the movements, Su Hong noticed the rhythm of the technique and began to copy the steps. At first, his feet moved in a simple way, as if he were testing the foundation. Some people around him found it strange and called the others' attention, thinking he was just showing off. Meanwhile, other spectators laughed and doubted him, saying it was impossible to learn a rank A technique just by watching it for a few moments. To them, the crane steps leaping over the clouds was not something easy to master, but Su Hong kept moving calmly. Little by little, his speed increased, and his body began to follow the flow of the technique. He dodged the attacks inside the room as if he were sliding through the air, while the skill progress rose quickly. Even with arrows and attacks coming from all sides, he moved forward with precision, leaving trails of blue light behind him. The progress went from 8%, then 15%, then 30%, and kept rising without stopping. In the end, Su Hong was already wrapped in bright light with petals around him, while his mastery of the technique reached an impressive level, hitting 93%. It was clear that he was not just copying the movements, but truly learning the technique at an absurd speed. Su Hong finally managed to learn his first rank A movement technique, the crane steps leaping over the clouds, officially reaching the beginner level. Even so, he felt a little embarrassed, because the movements taught by Lin Xinghe were too exaggerated and shameful to use normally. After returning to reality, Su Hong decided he no longer needed to train in the movement room. Since he had already learned the technique, Su Hong thought it would be better to go to the Fierce Beast room, where he could kill monsters, cultivate, and gain martial points to increase his vitality. As he left, he noticed that everyone was staring at him. The students said his posture during training had been very beautiful and looked a lot like Lin Xinghe's style. Some even said he had been way too impressive, almost impossible to copy. Su Hong then wondered if, without realizing it, he had made those ridiculous poses in reality too. Embarrassed, he promised himself he would never use Lin Xinghe as a learning model again. Even so, before he could leave, several people started asking him to repeat what he had done. Everyone wanted to see that amazing movement again. Su Hong tried to fly away from there, but he soon realized people were following him. Meanwhile, some students decided they had found someone interesting and planned to follow Su Hong to the Fierce Beast room. They wanted to wait by the door, and when Su Hong came out, they would beat him up to make their presence known. Su Hong arrived at the Fierce Beast room and found Xiao Yan talking with Wang Tiantou. The two seemed to be competing to see who could kill more beasts inside that training field. Wang Tiantou teased Xiao Yan, laughing as he asked if she really wanted to compete with him. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, answered with confidence, saying she only wanted to know which one of them would perform better in that training. Then Wang Tiantou said she could not beat the body of a barbarian god with mental power alone, hinting that she was underestimating his physical strength. But Xiao Yan fired back, saying he was the one underestimating the power of a mental master. When Su Hong heard that, he became curious. He had never seen the fighting style of a mental master before, so he decided to watch first before starting to hunt beasts for martial points. Soon after, Su Hong was impressed when he saw Xiao Yan floating in the air. To him, walking through the sky was an extremely high-level ability, which confirmed that she really was a mental master. Then Xiao Yan stretched out her hand and released several beams of golden light. In just an instant, she killed 3 final stage black tigers at the same time without even needing to get close to them. Su Hong was shocked by that display of strength and wondered what kind of attack those beams of light were. From that moment on, he realized that Xiao Yan's power as a mental master was far more frightening than it looked. Xiao Yan continued showing the power of a mental master inside the Fierce Beast room. First, she summoned a huge and terrifying presence, similar to a many-eyed black beast, surprising everyone who was watching. Even while facing strong enemies, Xiao Yan could float in the air and control the movements of the beasts using her mental power. Su Hong realized that she did not just attack, but could also restrict and control enemies from a distance. As he watched, Su-hong understood that those beams of golden light were actually daggers controlled by her mind. With them, Xiaoyan attacked from far away with extreme precision, without needing to get close to the beasts. He became even more impressed when he realized that a mental master could walk in the air, move objects from a distance, and control enemies. Because of that, he concluded that this type of warrior was absurdly strong and could crush ordinary fighters with ease. Soon after, everyone was frightened when they saw a huge golden sword appear in the sky. The weapon shone brightly and looked gigantic, drawing everyone's attention. Xiaoyan used that sword to attack a huge beast, hitting the monster with devastating force. Su-hong was shocked because she did not seem to be holding anything before, and yet she had managed to summon a massive weapon in the middle of the fight. He then realized that a weapon that size probably weighed several tons, but Xiaoyan controlled it with only her mind, as if it were something simple. This made Su-hong understand even more how scary the power of a mental master was. Lin Xinghe commented that this was an exclusive technique for mental masters, and it was also rank A. When everyone heard that, they were surprised, because techniques like that were extremely rare, and many of them had never even heard of them. The spectators started comparing Seo Yan, Lin Xinghe, and Wang Tiantuo, realizing that all of them seemed to have rank A techniques. That made the atmosphere even more impressive, because each one of them showed an unusual level of power. Su-hong watched everything closely and concluded that Wang Tiantuo must also have a rank A offensive technique. He realized that the training camp was truly full of powerful people and rare techniques, so he thought he had made the right choice by going there. Soon after, Wang Tiantuo showed his strength by destroying a final stage beast with only one punch. Everyone was shocked because it looked like pure physical strength without the use of any clear martial technique. Su-hong realized that Wang Tiantuo probably did not plan to use any martial technique at that moment. Because of that, he decided to observe him better another time and learn from him later. Then Su-hong checked his own attributes and saw that his spirit was still only 26.5. Since it was necessary to pass 100 spirit points to become a mental master, he realized he still needed 73.5 more points. Even so, Su-hong was determined. To him, getting those 73.5 martial points seemed enough to cause a true massacre inside the Fierce Beast room and evolve quickly. The two students noticed that Su-hong had entered the Fierce Beast room and thought that this was the perfect chance to act. Since everyone was focused on Wang Tiantuo and Xiaoyan's training, they thought nobody would pay attention to them. They decided to sneak in and beat Su-hong up. One of them got too excited and ended up shouting, but the other tried to silence him, worried that someone would discover their plan. However, when they looked at the monitoring screen, the two were completely shocked. Su-hong was not facing ordinary beasts. He had challenged more than 10 fierce beasts, all of them at the final stage, at the same time. The scene frightened the two of them, because facing that many final stage beasts together was extremely dangerous. To them, Su-hong seemed to have gone crazy, since that was practically a suicide mission for any normal student. The two students watched Su-hong inside the Fierce Beast room and quickly realized they had no chance of getting revenge on him. The idea of going in to beat him up simply stopped making sense in front of what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Su-hong stayed calm in front of the final stage beasts. Instead of backing away, he called the monsters to attack, as if he were challenging all of them at the same time. The beasts rushed forward furiously, but Su-hong used his movement technique to escape with ease. He jumped and dodged across the battlefield with absurd speed, leaving the monsters completely lost. Soon after, he gathered blue energy in his hands and began to counterattack. Even surrounded by several final stage beasts, Su-hong moved with precision, hitting the enemies one after another. Outside, the two students were shocked. They could not believe that someone at the early stage could face so many final stage beasts alone. To them, even a middle stage warrior would die quickly in that situation. Then, while watching the fight, one of them noticed that Su-hong's movement technique looked familiar. Those steps reminded him of the crane steps leaping over the clouds, the technique Su-hong had just learned. The two students were stunned when they realized that the movement technique Su-hong was using was really the crane steps leaping over the clouds, Lin Xinghe's technique. To them, that was impossible, since Su-hong was only a student from the first school and should not have access to such an advanced movement technique from a big family. They tried to understand whether Su-hong had learned it just by watching Lin Xinghe, but they thought that possibility was absurd. After all, that was a rank A technique, and mastering something like that just by watching for a few moments was completely abnormal. One of the students even suggested giving up on revenge, saying it would be better not to provoke Su-hong, since they did not even hate him that much. But the other refused to accept the humiliation, saying it did not matter if Su-hong was the heir of a powerful family or a monstrous genius. He could not swallow it. Before they could continue with the plan, one of them told the other to look at the screen again. At that moment, they realized that while they had been talking for only a few minutes, Su-hong had already eliminated all 11 final stage beasts. Inside the room, Su Hong was sitting on the body of a huge defeated beast, surrounded by dead monsters. When he checked the result, he saw that the 11 final stage beasts had given him 81 martial points, with an average of only 7 points per creature. Because of that, Su Hong realized that the stronger he became, the harder it was to gain large amounts of martial points. Su Hong understood that he still needed to keep hunting without wasting time resting. Soon after he eliminated the first beasts, new red-eyed creatures started appearing inside the room. Even surrounded by aggressive monsters, Su Hong stayed calm. He decided to keep moving forward and face every enemy that appeared, since he needed to gather more martial points. When one of the beasts jumped to attack him from behind, Su Hong reacted quickly. He gathered energy in his fist and threw a powerful punch, hitting the creature with brutal force. Then several other beasts charged at him at the same time, but Su Hong used his speed and attacks to cut through the group. The attacks exploded around him like golden blasts, knocking the monsters down one after another. Su Hong's strength was so great that even the beasts started backing away, realizing that this enemy was far too dangerous. Even surrounded by fierce creatures, he looked more and more dominant on the battlefield. While fighting, Su Hong thought that those people still believed someone would run away after handing over all their martial points. To him, that was absurd, because at that moment, he was determined to squeeze as many points as possible from the beasts and keep getting stronger. Su Hong kept pushing forward without stopping. When he noticed the tail of a giant beast coming toward him, he quickly jumped and passed through the attack before it could hit him. Su Hong killed the beasts with ease, leaving the two students who wanted revenge even more shocked. They looked at each other, and one of them said hatred led nowhere, and that he had decided to forgive Su Hong with all his heart. The other said they should get out of there before that monster beat them up too. When the two of them came back, the other students were saying that Wang Tiantuo had crushed 9 final stage beasts in less than 10 minutes, and Xiao Yan had killed 8 final stage beasts without even moving. One of the students stopped the two who were trying to pass by unnoticed and asked if they had already gotten their revenge. The two said yes, but their faces looked like they were terrified and trying to hide it. The two thought that if they had not been smart, they would be lying on the ground like dead dogs right now, and that the training camp was way too ridiculous. There were only monsters in that place. Finally, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan came out of the room, and someone asked how many points they had earned. Wang said he had made 280 points, and Xiao Yan said she had made 270. If they only counted final stage beasts, they had killed around 60 creatures, since each one was worth 5 contribution points. Wang Tiantuo said the vest points had also been counted, and that he had earned 100 points. Xiao Yan had earned 50. The other students started saying they had only earned 10, 20, and 30. Ling Xinghe walked over and asked who had won the hunting competition between the two of them. Xiao Yan pointed at Wang Tiantuo, saying he had won. The people outside said that with those 3 monsters around, all that was left was to fight for 4th place. The two from before thought everyone there was just a bunch of poor, ignorant people. There was an even more terrifying monster in the training camp, one who surpassed them. 1 hour later, Su Hong was exhausted after hunting fierce beasts for so long. Even with the sovereign body, it was still difficult, but he was still far from the 735 martial points he needed. At least he had managed to get 700 contribution points, and he wondered what he could exchange them for in the martial arts pavilion. In the martial arts pavilion, Su Hong looked over the options. They included a level 1 vitality pill for 10 points, a level 1 healing pill for 20 points, a level 1 spiritual concentration pill for 30 points, a level 2 spiritual concentration pill for 50 points, a rank A technique called explosive palm for 2000 points, a rank A technique called infernal bone flame fist for 2800 points, and a rank A movement technique called majestic crane flight for 3000 points. He thought rank A techniques were way too expensive, since even the cheapest one cost 2000 points. The prices of the pills were reasonable, especially now that he had seen there were spiritual concentration pills. The attendant asked if he had already decided what he wanted to take, and she thought he should be at the early stage, so he probably could not afford anything there. Su Hong asked if the spiritual concentration pill was the type that increased spirit, and the attendant said yes. She explained that the pill only worked the first time it was consumed, and the higher the pill's level, the better the bonus effect would be. Su Hong looked at the catalog and saw that the highest level was 4, and that it cost 500 contribution points. Then he asked the attendant for one, leaving her shocked. She said the pill cost 500 points, not 50, and Su Hong said he knew. He showed her his total points, leaving her even more stunned. The attendant handed him a small chest with the pill inside, completely flustered. Su Hong asked if there was any alloy spear with both thunder and fire attributes, and she said there was. It cost 200 points, and she even praised Su Hong, calling him a handsome young man. In his room, his spears were hanging on the wall. Su Hong looked at his progress, and noticed that his vitality and guiding techniques had improved again, giving him 490 martial points. His current attributes showed vitality at 135 and spirit at 26.5, along with the development of his physique as the sovereign body at the spiritual level. Among his many skills, the thunder and heavenly flame guiding techniques stood out at level 4, while he had fully mastered the void devastating finger, and the furious sea spear. As Su-hong reflected on his journey in his room, he realized that the progress he had made in just one day was greater than what he used to achieve in an entire week. With his spirit at 26.5 and his martial point balance, the young man calculated that only 25.5 points were left for him to reach 100. Looking at the spiritual concentration pill, he hoped the item would give him exactly the boost he needed for his spirit attribute. Determined, he consumed the pill with complete certainty that he would become a mental master. As soon as Su-hong swallowed the level 4 spiritual concentration pill, the effect was immediate, flowing through his body with vibrant energy. He felt his exhausted nerves relax instantly, sinking into a deep and pleasant feeling of relief. Besides the physical relief, Su-hong's mind became extremely clear, allowing him to sharply sense everything around him while he meditated. When he opened his eyes and checked his status panel, he was surprised. His spirit had jumped to 50.5%, an impressive increase of 24 points, which made him recognize the overwhelming power of a level 4 pill. When he added that new value to his 490 martial points, he noticed he had reached 99.5% of his goal, with only a tiny 0.5% left, equal to just 5 martial points. With a sigh of slight frustration, Su-hong thought that if he had known this earlier, he would have defeated one more fierce beast to complete the goal. Since he could only collect new points the next day, he decided it was time to stop for today and rest, lying down to recover his energy. In a warehouse used as a training field, several recruits gathered and were organized into lines for some kind of selection or briefing. The place was full of weapons, equipment, and supplies, showing that it was used to prepare fighters. While they waited, the participants talked among themselves and looked over the papers they had received. Everyone wore glowing identification collars, and the mood was full of curiosity and expectation about why they had been summoned. Among the group, a man named Bu Jingfeng was asked why he was there, since he came from a very famous martial arts university. In response, he sarcastically said it seemed he had been gathered together with the other old guys to serve this so-called bunch of geniuses, showing some disdain for the situation and for the people there. The bald man wearing a mask said Wang Tiantuo, the student he was responsible for, had 340 vitality points. The other man, who was responsible for Lin Xinghe, said his student had also passed 300 vitality points. The man with glasses, who was responsible for Xiaoyan, said she was even a mental master. Bo Jingfeng asked why their students were so strong while his was only level 1, early stage, with 123 vitality. They started asking why a piece of trash like that had been given to him, and they even thought Grandmaster Qin might have made a mistake. At that moment, Qin appeared with Bai Mu and Lin Ze, saying there was no mistake. Bo Jingfeng walked over and said it was an insult because Su-hong was just early stage trash. Qin answered that Su-hong was not as simple as he looked, and that his combat strength was comparable to a high stage fighter. The others wondered what kind of monster Su-hong was, since he only had 123 vitality points. Qin also warned them that part of Su-hong's information was classified and was not listed on the file, but once Bu Jingfeng fought him, he would understand. Bu Jingfeng said he already had 500 vitality and was about to advance to grade 2, so he could not believe he had to intimidate a rookie with 123 vitality. Qin hit Bu Jingfeng on the head and said that if he had ordered him to fight, then he had to fight and stop complaining. He also had to fight with everything he had, and if he could make Su-hong question his own existence, that would be even better. Bu Jingfeng asked if the Grandmaster had some kind of grudge against Su-hong, and said he would not take responsibility if he left him crippled. Qin gave a devilish smile and said that was great. He could beat him as if he wanted to kill him, and if he left him crippled, Qin would not blame him and would even give him a reward. Bu Jingfeng was scared by that reaction and thought Su-hong was done for. Qin ordered them to stop talking and start moving, so everyone ran out. The training camp was covered in snow during the night. The buildings and facilities around the area were still lit up, and the mountains appeared in the background, making the place look cold and silent. Everything seemed calm, until sounds of fighting began to echo through the area. Inside one of the training camp's sections, a man with purple hair and a mask on his face attacked quickly, holding a short weapon in his hand. He moved with great agility and knocked down one of the men who tried to fight back. Meanwhile, another hooded invader watched the situation from the side, showing that this was not a normal attack, but a prepared ambush. Screams spread through the training camp. Someone asked who the invader was, while another immediately realized it was an ambush. In the middle of the chaos, a nervous voice complained, saying he at least wanted enough time to put on underwear. Meanwhile, Su-hong woke up startled when he heard the noise. Still sitting on the bed, he realized something was wrong and understood they were being attacked by surprise. Before he could properly prepare, the door to his room was violently cut, leaving huge X-shaped marks across it. Right after that, Bo Jingfeng appeared, attacking with a sword covered in intense purple energy. He charged forward with a confident smile, destroying everything around him with the force of the strike. Su-hong fell to the ground after the impact, surrounded by pieces of rubble and dust. Even hurt by the force of the attack, he still managed to support himself with his hands and raise his gaze, trying to understand the situation. As Su-hong watched the enemy, Suddenly, he thought he had once heard that the thousands of races often hunted human geniuses to weaken humanity's strength, and he wondered if those attackers were part of that. Soon after, someone knocked hard on the door. The dry sound of the hand hitting the entrance made the tension grow even more, showing that the invasion was not over yet. Su Hong stood up, holding a long spear with a reddish blade at the tip. In front of him stood Bu Jingfeng, surrounded by energy and ready to attack again. Even without knowing the enemy's true level, Su Hong realized that this person was not simple. Then Bu Jingfeng charged forward with an intense purple aura around his body, holding his weapon firmly. He questioned with contempt whether Su Hong was really just an early-stage brat who dared to stand in his way. His attack came from above, fast and heavy, as if he wanted to crush Su Hong all at once. Even so, Su Hong did not back down. He stared closely at the enemy and thought that if Bu Jingfeng was a high-stage human warrior, then he could not be someone from the thousands of races. That doubt made Su Hong realize there was something strange behind that attack. In the end, Su Hong smiled with confidence. Instead of showing fear, he seemed pleased by Bu Jingfeng's arrival and said he had come at the right time, as if he were exactly the missing piece needed to complete the situation. If Su Hong defeated him, he would get the last 5 martial points he needed to become a mental master. Bu Jingfeng thought that a mere early-stage warrior, besides not running away, had actually chosen to counterattack, so he could only be crazy. Su Hong attacked him, and Bu Jingfeng thought his strength was incredible. His combat power really was equal to that of a high-stage warrior, and Grandmaster Qin had not lied. That strength was not right. Was that really the kind of strength a grade 1 warrior should have? Su Hong thought Bu Jingfeng was only at the high stage. It was not like he had never faced one before. Then he attacked again, forcing Bu Jingfeng to dodge while thinking that Su Hong was a monster. The fight between Su Hong and Bu Jingfeng started getting even more intense. Bu Jingfeng slammed his purple energy into the ground, showing that this battle would not be decided by physical strength alone. Bu Jingfeng stared at Su Hong and made it clear that a fight between warriors was not just about who had more raw power. Even so, he looked way too confident, as if he believed his technique would be enough to crush his opponent. Su Hong, on the other hand, watched everything calmly. When he saw the purple energy and Bu Jingfeng's stance, he realized it was a fire attribute martial technique. It was the first time he had seen something like that, so he paid close attention to understand how it worked. Then Bu Jingfeng charged forward with everything he had, surrounded by purple flames. He mocked Su Hong, calling him a brat, and asked how he would deal with a rank B technique. Right after that, he raised his weapon and activated the move called Blazing Flame Slash, creating a huge whirlpool of flaming energy in the air. The pressure from the attack was absurd. Su Hong felt that the impact was far stronger than the void-devouring finger, which was also a rank B technique. Even so, he did not let fear take over. Instead, he gathered his own golden energy and prepared a direct counterattack. The two forces crashed violently. Bu Jingfeng's purple flaming blade collided with Su Hong's golden energy, creating a huge explosion. The ground split apart, rocks were thrown in every direction, and a cloud of dust covered the area. When the smoke began to clear, Su Hong was still standing, holding his spear firmly. In front of him, Bu Jingfeng was also still ready, but now the distance between them showed that the fight had become much more serious. After that exchange of blows, it became clear that Su Hong was not an ordinary opponent. Bu Jingfeng was surprised when he realized Su Hong had blocked his rank B fire attack without using any obvious martial technique. To him, that was absurd, because Su Hong only seemed to be releasing the thunder attribute in a simple way, but he still managed to resist the attack. He also realized that Su Hong's talent was far too frightening. Even as one of Grandmaster Qin's warriors, Bu Jingfeng began to understand that he would need to fight with everything he had if he wanted to defeat him. Even so, Bu Jingfeng tried to keep his confidence. He said it was a shame Su Hong still did not know a thunder attribute spear technique, because if he did, maybe defeating him really would not be so easy. To Bu Jingfeng, Su Hong's problem was having power but not knowing how to use a proper technique to turn that power into a complete attack. But Su Hong was not shaken. He looked at his own spear, which was covered in golden lightning, and admitted that he really did not know a thunder attribute spear technique. However, instead of backing down, he had an unexpected idea. Then Su Hong decided to add another power to the spear. Fire energy began to mix with the golden lightning, wrapping the weapon in intense flames and thunder at the same time. When Bu Jingfeng saw that, he was completely shocked. To him, it was impossible. Su Hong was mixing two different attributes into one weapon, combining fire and thunder in a way that should not have been possible for someone at his level. In the end, Bu Jingfeng realized what was happening and shouted in shock. It was attribute fusion. His confidence started to fall apart, because Su Hong was showing monstrous talent right in front of his eyes. Bu Jingfeng stared at Su Hong with tension, keeping his weapon ready while watching that fire and thunder energy spread across Su Hong's spear. He knew very well that different attributes usually repelled each other, something every warrior knew. Because of that, seeing Su Hong control two powers at the same time seemed absurd. As cold sweat ran down his face, Bu Jingfeng realized it really was attribute fusion. The power of thunder and fire was mixing in front of him, something he had always thought was just a legend. His confidence began to drop, because Su Hong was doing something that should not be possible. Then Su Hong's eyes shone with intense golden energy. He held the spear firmly and launched the attack at once, sending the fused energy toward Bu Jingfeng. Bu Jingfeng tried to react quickly and complained when he felt the strength of the strike. With no other choice, he used his technique again, shouting blazing flame slash as he wrapped his weapon in purple flames to try to block the attack. The two techniques clashed violently in the air. Bu Jingfeng tried to push the strike back, but Su Hong's energy broke through his defense with crushing pressure. The spear wrapped in fire and thunder descended like a flaming bolt of lightning, tearing through the space between them. The impact was devastating. Bu Jingfeng was hit directly and sent flying backward, completely overwhelmed by the force of the technique. He screamed in pain and shock, unable to believe such ridiculous power. The explosion opened a huge crater in the training field, throwing rocks, dust, and debris everywhere. Bu Jingfeng fell into the middle of the wreckage, while Su Hong remained standing, holding his spear calmly. In the end, smoke began to spread around Su Hong, and a message appeared showing that he had received martial points +7. Su Hong looked at the blue system screen while the smoke still spread around him. He realized that the martial points he needed to become a mental master were finally complete. The screen showed his information, techniques, and at the bottom, martial points +97, confirming that he had already gathered enough to advance. A few seconds earlier, outside the training camp building, Grandmaster Qin was walking beside Bai Mu. He believed enough time had already passed for Bu Jingfeng to defeat Su Hong. Because of that, he told Bai Mu to prepare several arguments to convince Su Hong to give up cultivating so many guiding techniques, saying that tonight he would put the boy on the right path. But before the two could continue, an explosion happened at the top of the building. A body violently broke through the wall, surrounded by rocks and debris, and was thrown outside. The body landed right in front of Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu, opening a crater in the ground. When the dust settled, they realized it was Bu Jingfeng, lying on the ground, injured, with blood running down his face and an expression of total defeat. Bai Mu was shocked when she recognized Bu Jingfeng and shouted his name. Then she understood what it meant. If Bu Jingfeng was lying there in that state, then Su Hong had defeated him. Meanwhile, more explosions happened inside the building. Beams of golden, blue, and purple energy tore through the rooms and destroyed walls, throwing more people outside among the debris. Soon after, several attackers appeared lying on the ground, defeated among the rocks and dust. Wang Tiantuo stood above them with his arms crossed, while Xiao Yan was protected beside him inside a golden barrier. Wang Tiantuo looked at Grandmaster Qin and mocked him, saying that next time he should bring someone stronger, because that one had not even been worth the effort. When Wang Tiantuo saw the bodies on the ground, he found the number strange and asked why there were 4 people there. To him, it looked like there was one extra attacker on the ground. Xiao Yan was also confused and asked why someone was lying there, wondering if someone had defeated their opponent faster than them. Then Lin Xinghe answered calmly, saying that warrior was probably too weak and had been defeated right away. Bai Mu looked at Bu Jingfeng lying on the ground and became even more confused. To her, it made no sense, because Bu Jingfeng was not weak. On the contrary, among the 4 attackers, he was the strongest. As Grandmaster Qin watched the situation from above, he also became thoughtful. He knew Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe were already at the final stage, and that Xiao Yan was a mental master. Because of that, it was normal for them to defeat their opponents. The problem was Su Hong. He was still only at the early stage, but even so, he had defeated a warrior who was almost grade 2, and even faster than the others. Grandmaster Qin tried to understand how that was possible. He wondered if Su Hong had used some high-level technique or even an elite physique to beat Bu Jingfeng like that. At that moment, Lin Zi appeared running over, completely desperate, saying that something serious had happened. Grandmaster Qin, without showing much concern, asked if some student had died by accident. To him, that did not seem like a big deal, since it was normal for some people to die during extreme situations. But Lin Zi quickly answered that the problem was Su Hong. He explained that Su Hong had used attribute fusion in the fight against Bu Jingfeng. When Grandmaster Qin heard that, he was surprised. At first, he thought that if it was only attribute fusion, then it was no wonder Su Hong had beaten Bu Jingfeng. But before he could finish saying something stupid, Lin Zi moved closer and grabbed him, cutting him off. Lin Zi explained that he had seen everything clearly through the cameras, but if Grandmaster Qin still did not believe it, he could ask Bu Jingfeng himself, who was lying on the ground. Even while injured, Bu Jingfeng confirmed that it really had been a fusion of the thunder and fire attributes. After hearing the confirmation, Grandmaster Qin finally realized how serious the situation was. He remembered that the only genius of the human race who had managed to research a dual fusion had taken 10 whole years to reach that result. But according to the Xinshan Association, Su Hong had been in contact with the 7 guiding techniques for less than a month. That comparison completely shook Grandmaster Qin. To him, Su Hong was not just a monster, he was something even greater, like a divine star fallen from the sky, a true royal dragon appearing in the world. Meanwhile, Lin Ze stayed kneeling and scared, realizing that Su Hong's talent was far beyond any normal logic. Grandmaster Qin explained to Bai Mu that attribute fusion was extremely powerful. He said that if an early stage warrior had defeated someone almost at grade 2 like Bu Jingfeng, then that fusion fusion really could not be underestimated. He remembered that, in the past, the warrior who researched attribute fusion had managed to crush grade 2 warriors while still only being at grade 1. In other words, that kind of power was absurd and had already proven its strength before. Baimu, still shocked, asked why something so strong was not encouraged nowadays. To her, if attribute fusion gave such exaggerated combat power, it made no sense for people to stop practicing it. Then Grandmaster Qin explained that many people had already tried to follow that path, but they failed. Attribute fusion was not just difficult, it was extremely difficult. Besides that, there was also a huge chance of ruining the cultivator. Even if someone managed to fuse 2 attributes, they could end up stuck at grade 1 for the rest of their life, unable to advance. Even so, Grandmaster Qin grew more and more excited as he talked about Su Hong. He said Su Hong had managed to do it in less than a month, and that this level of understanding was absurd. On top of that, Su Hong had all 7 attributes, so if one day he managed to fuse all of them, the level of that power would be unimaginable. Grandmaster Qin's excitement was so great that he even imagined Su Hong growing to the point of facing the emperors of the thousands of races with a single strike. To him, if a monster like that truly matured, he could become a decisive weapon for the human race. But Linzei and Baimu thought the old man was exaggerating too much. They remembered that fusing 2 attributes was already almost impossible, so talking about fusing 7 sounded like pure fantasy. Even so, Grandmaster Qin asked them to ignore his slip for now. He explained that if he let Su Hong continue cultivating the 7 attributes without guidance, the boy could get stuck at the fusion of 3 and never advance again. Because of that, he said that he, Qing Tianli, would basically become a criminal against the human race if he did not guide Su Hong properly. At that moment, Lin Zi interrupted and said something even more important. Su Hong almost certainly had a special physique. The proof was that he had crushed Bu Jingfeng with pure physical strength. Grandmaster Qin was surprised that Lin Zi had not said that earlier. Then Lin Zi explained that Su Hong only had 120 vitality, but he had still managed to crush Bu Jingfeng's 500 vitality. That increase in physical power even surpassed Wang Tianto's barbarian god body, which meant Su Hong's physique also had to be something outside reality. After hearing everything, Grandmaster Qin made a decision. He said that the next day, he would organize a duel to test Su Hong in every way: combat strength, vitality, and real ability. Grandmaster Qin decided to put Wang Tiantuo and the others against Su Hong, wanting to see with his own eyes what would happen when a monster like him faced the strongest geniuses in that training camp. Inside the destroyed training camp building, Su Hong was left alone in the completely wrecked room. The wall had been torn open by a huge hole, and snow came in from outside together with smoke and broken pieces of stone. Even after the intense battle against Bu Jingfeng, he was still sitting on the floor, calm, as if everything was still under control. While the others were outside, Su Hong took the chance to look at the system. He decided to use all 6 remaining martial points at once, putting everything into spirit. With each point added, the screen showed the increase, spirit +1, until he completed the advancement he wanted. Then Su Hong finally started becoming a mental master. A huge aura appeared around him, as if the space behind his body had turned into a starry sky. Rings of energy formed above his head, and he stayed seated with his eyes closed, feeling the change happen inside him. The feeling was wonderful. Su Hong felt his mind expanding, as if he had gained a new part of his body. It was strange and bizarre, but natural at the same time. A huge spiritual hand appeared above him, formed from bright white energy, representing the new mental power that had just awakened. When Su Hong opened his eyes, the screen showed that his spirit had passed the limit, reaching 100.2%. The aura around him began to fade, but Su Hong immediately realized that something had changed. His senses were much sharper, and he noticed movements around him even without looking directly. Soon after, objects and pieces of debris began to float. Stones, broken plates, pieces of the wall, and even his spear rose into the air under the control of his mental power. Su Hong understood that he had done it. Now he could also walk in the air and control objects, just like Xiao Yan. With this new power, he stood in the middle of the ruins while everything around him levitated. The destroyed room became a testing field for Su Hong's newly awakened ability, and he realized that he had taken another huge step in strength. Now, besides attribute fusion and his absurd physique, he also had the power of a mental master. Su Hong continued thinking about his own advancement after becoming a mental master. He realized that if he had time, he would definitely also learn Xiao Yan's rank A mental technique, as well as Wang Tiantuo's rank A offensive technique. To him, those skills would be extremely useful, especially now that his power was growing so fast. The next morning, the training camp became busy again. Sunlight lit up the buildings, and a voice echoed through the area, calling all the students. The announcement said that everyone had to gather in 1 minute. Otherwise, anyone who was late would lose contribution points. The students ran desperately through the hallways and stairs. Many were still tired because of the weighted entrance test and the night attack, but even so, they did not dare fall behind. Some complained that it was too much, saying they had not even had time to rest. In the training camp courtyard, there was a huge hole in the ground, surrounded by several stakes and marks of destruction. The place still carried the marks of the battle from the night before, making it clear that the attack had caused huge damage. Su-hong appeared in the middle of the crowd, calm, fixing his clothes as if nothing had happened. While the other students were tired and nervous, Su-hong looked way too calm, almost careless. Not long after the instructors arrived, one of them said nobody was late, as if that was expected. Another commented that he thought many students would be so injured they would not even be able to get up, but everyone had shown up anyway. To him, that was worthy of geniuses. Then one of the students stepped forward and complained to the instructor. He said he could have beaten the warrior he had faced during the night, but he had been caught off guard. According to him, the enemy did not even let him put on underwear and still threw a grenade into his sack, so he ended up losing. The complaint made the scene a little absurd, because even after all the tension of the invasion, some students were still worried about justifying their defeat in embarrassing ways. The instructor heard the student's complaint and answered with sarcasm. He asked if, in case the attacker had been an assassin from the thousands of races, the enemy would really wait for him to put on his underwear before attacking. The question left the student embarrassed, because deep down it made sense. The other students started laughing at the situation. One of them took the chance to joke and said that from that moment on, the guy's name would be Underwear Brother. The joke spread quickly among everyone there, making the mood a little lighter after the tension of the previous night. Meanwhile, Su-hong walked among the students with a calm expression. He understood the instructor's logic. In a real fight, combat did not wait for anyone to be ready. However, after such a chaotic night, it was also normal for many students to feel frustrated and want a chance to prove themselves. Then the instructor gathered everyone in the courtyard and announced that, since many people were not satisfied with the result from the night before, he would give everyone a chance to show their strength. That day, they would take a complete test. The test would evaluate several things: vitality, combat power, spirit, physical strength, speed, and even the level of mastery over martial techniques. Nothing would be left out, because the goal was to measure each student's real ability. After that, the instructor explained that after the test, there would be a real combat ranking. The top 10 students would receive rewards calculated in contribution points. When the students heard that, they became excited. Many immediately started looking at the strongest people in the training camp, especially Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinhe, imagining that the top 3 places would definitely belong to them. Even so, some thought that at least 4th through 10th place would still be worth fighting for, since there would also be rewards. Su-hong, for his part, became thoughtful. To him, a complete test followed by a ranking sounded interesting, but his main question was what the reward for first place would be. Since his goal was to keep getting stronger, any useful prize caught his attention. In the end, the instructor interrupted the students' conversation and told everyone to be quiet. Then he ordered them to follow him and begin the test. Starting the next stage of the training camp, the students were taken to the warehouse, which had been turned into a temporary testing field. The place was wide, full of equipment, boxes, weights, and improvised structures to evaluate the strength of the participants. In the center, a large crowd had gathered, while in the back stood the main equipment, the grade 2 strength meter. The way the place was set up showed that the test would be serious. The students were grouped in the middle of the warehouse, talking and waiting for their turn, while the instructors watched everything closely. That space, which had seemed like a normal warehouse before, had now become an evaluation arena. In the middle of the crowd, Su-hong stayed low-key. He was not trying to draw attention, nor did he act like someone special. He simply walked among the other students with a calm expression, looking like just another ordinary participant among so many geniuses. Grandmaster Qin, watching from far away, noticed that. Even knowing Su-hong's absurd potential, he thought that this boy hidden in the crowd really did not stand out. If nobody knew his true strength, it would be easy to mistake him for an ordinary student. That difference made the situation even more interesting. While everyone expected the biggest highlights to be Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinhe, Su-hong was there in the middle, quiet, carrying a power that only a few had truly seen. A student beside Su-hong said Grandmaster Qin was looking at him and wondered if the Grandmaster thought he had potential. Su-hong only thought that the guy had misunderstood. The one in the Grandmaster's sights was definitely him. Grandmaster Qin started speaking, saying he expected a lot from them, so he had made a last-minute decision. Whoever ranked first overall in combat strength, vitality, speed, and the other tests would receive a bonus, a rank A martial technique or movement technique of their choice. The announcement made the students excited. Wang Tiantuo thought that rank A techniques did not grow on trees, and even powerful families only had a few of them. Xiao Yan thought that if she got first place, she could choose anyone she wanted. Lin Xinhe also thought that if he could get a rank A technique that matched the crane steps, he wanted to see who would still dare say speed was useless. As for Su-hong, he was already excited about getting another rank A technique. This time, he had to give everything he had in the test. Grandmaster Qin announced that Lin Xinhe would go first, then Xiao Yan, and the third would be Wang Tiantuo. The students started saying that no one would dare go after those three. Then Grandmaster Qin announced that the fourth would be Su-hong. As expected, the Grandmaster had his eye on him. Everyone started saying Su-hong had terrible luck and that he was going to embarrass himself badly. They had placed the 3 strongest students and the weakest one together to compete, but the 2 students who had already witnessed Suhong's power looked at each other and said that everyone's jaws would drop soon. Lin Zhe told them to remember that they would test pure physical strength first, then strength with martial techniques. Lin Xinghe stood in front of the meter and said this was not exactly his type of strength. Then he attacked, scoring 4,013 points without using any martial technique. Compared with his absurd speed in the movement room, physical strength really was his weak point. Su Hong thought that since Lin Xinghe could use a rank A movement technique, his attack technique should not be bad either. They had to be at least rank B, and Su Hong wanted to see if he could learn them. Lin Xinghe struck the meter with his move called Hidden Cloud Gale Fist, scoring 5,642 points, making the other students shocked. On the other hand, Su Hong successfully acquired Lin Xinghe's technique. He thought that even with a rank B technique, the combat strength had only increased by 1,600, so that boost was a little low. Next, Xiao Yan walked past Lin Xinghe and asked if that was all, saying he had looked so confident. Lin Xinghe wished her good luck then. Xiao Yan attacked the meter and scored 3,253 in physical strength. It was normal for the body of a mental master to be a little weaker. What really mattered was the mental power technique. Then she activated her mental technique, and Su Hong acquired it too. It was called Weapon Gathering Art. Su Hong wondered how many techniques he would still be able to learn that day. Xiao Yan attacked the meter with her technique, scoring 5,942 points. More than Lin Xinghe, Su Hong was cultivating the technique and realized that this technique could materialize anything, not just weapons, but even chairs, benches, or fierce beasts. However, the more solid the materialization, the more mental power it consumed. With his current level of mental power, it seemed difficult to learn it right away. He would slowly learn it later. Wang Tiantuo would go in soon, and Su Hong wanted to see his martial technique. When Wang Tiantuo stepped forward, the students became excited, saying he was the strongest. Su Hong wondered what the difference was between the barbarian god body and the sovereign body. When Wang Tiantuo attacked the meter, he told everyone to watch closely, because this was proof of the distance between them. Everyone was shocked, because his physical punch was only 300 points behind Lin Xinghe. Using a martial technique, Qin said it was very good and told him to attack using his martial technique. Su Hong watched carefully. Finally, it was Wang Tiantuo's rank A technique. Grandmaster Qin asked if that was the rank A technique, Infernal Bone Flame Fist. It was another technique Su Hong successfully acquired. He remembered that this technique was in the martial pavilion and cost 2,800 contribution points. Wang Tiantuo attacked the meter, scoring 7,534 points. If it were 500 points higher, it would reach the standard of a grade 2 middle stage warrior with 600 vitality, and Wang Tiantuo's vitality was only 350. Grandmaster Qin praised him, saying he had done very well, and that his father had spent half his life grumbling that he wanted to have a grandmaster son. From what Qin could see, there would be no problem. Wang Tiantuo thanked him for his words. Grandmaster Qin then called Su Hong, and the other students said that anyone going after the top 3 would embarrass themselves because of their performances. Qin explained that the first punch had to be pure physical strength, without using martial techniques. Su Hong understood and got ready to attack, thinking that the reward would definitely be his. Then he struck the meter, scoring 6,551 points, leaving everyone shocked. The crowd started whispering, saying the meter was broken and that he was a monster. Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe were completely shocked too. Su Hong asked Grandmaster Qin if he could move on to the martial technique, and Qin said yes. Su Hong prepared to attack, while the percentage of his technique kept rising. He thought the Infernal Bone Flame Fist seemed to match him very well. It was much faster to learn than the crane steps leaping over the clouds, which were also rank A. Grandmaster Qin asked Lin Zhe how strong he thought Su Hong would be while using a martial technique. Lin Zhe said they could not forget that Su Hong came from an ordinary family, so the rank of his techniques probably was not high. Qin shot back, saying that in Su Hong's current state, what he was about to release was definitely not a low-level technique. When the Infernal Bone Flame Fist reached the beginner level, Su Hong attacked. The meter showed 9,013 points. The strength standard for grade 2, high stage, was 9,000. Lin Zhe said those numbers were definitely wrong, and Grandmaster Qin said Su Hong really was a monster. Lin Xinghe said that 7,000 strength was grade 2, early stage, 8,000 was middle stage, and 9,000 was high stage. Xiao Yan said the standard for grade 2 was 500 vitality, so Su Hong had to be hiding his vitality, and it was definitely above 500. Wang Tiantuo said that his own vitality did not even reach 400, so there was no shame in losing to him, but they were surprised when they saw that Su Hong's vitality was only 137. They asked if the meter was broken, and Lin Zhe said it was ridiculous. The others started asking if a 0 was missing, saying that it was way too absurd. When Su Hong stepped away, Grandmaster Qin ordered everyone to stop standing around. Now they would begin the real combat test. The competition would use a challenge system, and they could choose their opponents. When no one else dared to challenge someone, that person would be first place, and win the rank A technique as the prize. Lin Xinghe Xinghe called out to Grandmaster Qin and said he wanted to fight Su Hong. Lin Xinghe stepped forward with confidence and said he wanted to face Su Hong. He looked calm, holding his weapon with ease, as if he had already figured out his own victory. To Lin Xinghe, even though Su Hong's combat power was seen as almost unbeatable, his vitality was still way too weak. Because of that, he believed all he had to do was use his movement technique to dodge Su Hong's attacks and, using his advantage in vitality, wear him down until he lost. But Grandmaster Qin refused right away. He did not let Lin Xinghe fight Su Hong alone. Instead, he said the three of them could go together. When they heard that, Wang Tiantuo, Cao Yan, and Lin Xinghe were shocked. To them, that was too much. Lin Xinghe even asked if the old man was looking down on the three of them too much, while Wang Tiantuo said he was only afraid he might accidentally beat Su Hong so badly that he crippled him. Then Grandmaster Qin turned to Su Hong and asked what he thought about that offer. Su Hong, showing no fear, simply answered that he had no problem with it. His attitude made the three of them feel even more provoked. To them, Su Hong looked way too arrogant for accepting a fight against all three at the same time. Xiao Yan smiled. Wang Tiantuo crossed his arms with confidence, and Lin Xinghe stayed serious, thinking that this fight would show Su Hong's true limit. With everything decided, Grandmaster Qin allowed the battle to begin. In that same instant, the three of them rushed towards Su Hong at high speed. Wang Tiantuo charged straight from the front with raw power, while Xiao Yan moved quickly from the other side. Lin Xinghe, using his movement technique, passed like a white shadow, trying to attack from the flank. He planned to use a move called Hidden Cloud Gale Pine to confuse Su Hong and get away before being hit. While Su Hong was busy dealing with the other two, Lin Xinghe intended to launch a surprise attack from the side. Confident in his speed, Lin Xinghe believed that with a move that could make him leap like a crane over the clouds, Su Hong would never be able to react in time. Xiao Yan noticed the danger first and shouted for Lin Xinghe to dodge quickly. Wang Tiantuo also realized something was wrong because Su Hong's attack came much earlier than expected. Lin Xinghe, who had been confident in his movement technique, was shocked to see Su Hong's weapon coming toward him. Before he could finish his own move, Su Hong had already reacted and sent out a fast strike, cutting off his path. In the next moment, Su Hong moved forward with frightening speed. He appeared in front of Lin Xinghe and attacked with a punch wrapped in blue energy, completely catching his opponent off guard. Lin Xinghe tried to escape using his movement, but he was pressured and forced to retreat. Lin Xinghe fell to the ground, placing one hand down so he would not lose his balance. He thanked Xiao Yan for the warning, but also told the other two to be careful, because Su Hong's speed was not normal. Meanwhile, Su Hong stood still for a moment, feeling the newly awakened mental power. It was the first time he had experienced the feeling of being controlled by someone's mental ability, and it was very uncomfortable. He realized that Xiao Yan could interfere with his movements, even from a distance. Then Su Hong understood that he had to take her down first. If Xiao Yan kept using mental power to support the others, the fight would become much more complicated. He dashed toward her at high speed, leaving several afterimages behind him. Xiao Yan immediately recognized the movement technique and was shocked, realizing that Su Hong was using the crane steps leaping over the clouds. She did not understand how he knew that technique, since his attribute seemed to be fire, not wind. Even so, she realized that Su Hong must also have the wind attribute, and she shouted for the others to stop him right away. Wang Tiantuo moved first, saying he would hold Su Hong back while Xiao Yan used mental control. He gathered energy in his fist and used his technique, the Infernal Bone Flame Fist, trying to crush Su Hong head-on, but Su Hong did not back down. He also gathered energy in his own fist and used the same technique, answering with the Infernal Bone Flame Fist. Xiao Yan stretched out her hand and tried to trap Su Hong with her mental power, shouting for him to stay still. Her energy wrapped around his body like invisible pressure, trying to stop his advance in the middle of the fight. Su Hong immediately felt the weight of that control. He realized that Xiao Yan's mental power was more troublesome than he had imagined, because it was not something simple to ignore. Even so, he started to resist, forcing his own body to move despite the pressure. At the same time, Lin Xinghe took the chance and attacked from above, trying to land a kick on Su Hong. He called Su Hong a monster and rushed forward with speed, wanting to hit him while he was still trapped by the mental control. Outside the fight, Grandmaster Qin watched everything closely. He noticed that the three of them had a good strategy. First, they used mental power to control Su Hong. Then they used the opening to attack. For an ordinary mental master, escaping this kind of trap would be very hard. Usually, someone would need to use their own mental power to break the control, use mental power to resist it, or rely on absurd physical strength to escape. Even knowing that Su Hong's physical strength was great, Grandmaster Qin thought it still should not be enough for him to break free so easily. But at that moment, he noticed something strange. Su Hong was smiling. In the next instant, Su Hong simply scattered Xiao Yan's mental power, using only brute force. He broke the control as if he were snapping invisible chains, shocking everyone around him. Xiao Yan was stunned and even coughed up blood because of the impact. She realized that her mental power had been crushed by Su Hong's physical strength, something completely ridiculous. Right after that, Su Hong moved with speed and grabbed Lin Xinghe's ankle before the kick could land. At the same time, he also grabbed Wang Tiantuo's leg, stopping both of their attacks. Then Su Hong spun the two of them through the air using only his arms, as if they were human weapons. Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo were dragged along by his strength, unable to escape, while the impact created violent gusts across the testing field. The students watching were shocked. Some could barely believe what they were seeing. Su Hong had blocked everything, using only physical strength. To them, it was impossible, because his strength no longer seemed to be on the level of a normal human. Su Hong held Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo by the ankles, and began spinning them with absurd force. The two of them were dragged through the air without being able to break free, while Xiao Yan watched the scene in shock. Then Su Hong slammed both of them into the ground violently. The impact cracked the floor and kicked up dust, leaving Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo completely dazed. Even though they were two of the strongest students in the training field, they were treated as if they weighed nothing. After that, Su Hong kept attacking without giving them any chance to react. He used their bodies as weapons, spinning, throwing, and smashing his opponents across the testing field. The scene was so brutal that the students around them started to think it was way too cruel. When he finally stopped, Su Hong stood in the middle of the dust, holding Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo by their legs. Both of them were defeated, their eyes rolled back and their bodies too weak to keep fighting. Su Hong let out a sigh, as if the fight had taken a little effort, but had not been truly dangerous. He then looked at Xiao Yan, who was still standing, but she no longer had any intention of fighting. Scared by what she had just seen, Xiao Yan quickly raised her hands and surrendered, asking Su Hong not to come closer. The students watching were completely shocked. Many of them could not believe that Su Hong had defeated the strongest trio in the training field all by himself. To them, this was no longer just talent. It was something on the level of a real monster. Grandmaster Qin stopped the noise and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge Su Hong. Since no one answered, he declared that Su Hong would take first place in that real duel. The other students, who had previously thought about fighting for rankings, immediately gave up on any crazy ideas. After seeing Su Hong crush Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantuo, and Xiao Yan, no one wanted to take a beating like that. Then Grandmaster Qin officially announced that Su Hong was in first place. From 2nd to 10th place there would still be rewards, but those positions would be arranged by instructor Lin Zhe. Finally, Grandmaster Qin explained that the first place winner had the right to a special reward, choosing one A-rank technique. When Su Hong heard that, he felt satisfied. He had won the real duel, and besides proving his strength in front of everyone, he had also gotten exactly what he wanted, another powerful A-rank technique. After the real duel, Grandmaster Qin called Su Hong over for a private talk. He said he had been watching Su Hong since the first day he stepped into the training field. To Grandmaster Qin, one thing stood out. While others were dying to show off their power and prove their strength, Su Hong always tried to hide himself. Su Hong calmly answered that he had no influence or power backing him up. Because of that, if he drew attention too early, he would become an easy target. He knew that the greater the talent he revealed, the greater the danger from the wrong people would be. When Grandmaster Qin heard that, he laughed with satisfaction and said he liked smart people like him. Then he revealed that this real duel had been arranged especially for Su Hong, with the goal of securing more resources for his side. Grandmaster Qin explained that in the current world, the strong kept getting stronger because resources only gathered around geniuses. Because of that, Su Hong no longer needed to hide his strength so much. From that moment on, Qin Tianlei promised to protect him and said he wanted to see who would dare cause trouble for him. Su Hong, understanding the old man's intention, thanked him with respect. After that, the two of them went to the martial techniques pavilion. When they entered, Grandmaster Qin asked them to bring the list of martial techniques so Su Hong could choose his reward. With the list in hand, Grandmaster Qin advised Su Hong to choose carefully and ask if he had any questions. Su Hong then asked which technique would be the best to choose at that moment. Before answering, Grandmaster Qin wanted to know which techniques he had already mastered. Su Hong explained that he knew the Infernal Bone Flame Fist, the Crane Steps Leaping Over the Clouds, the Hidden Cloud Gale Fist, and the Void Devastating Finger, along with some lower level techniques. That answer surprised Grandmaster Qin. He remembered that the Gale Fist and the Crane Steps were techniques that did not even exist in the pavilion. So he asked if Su Hong had learned both of them just by watching Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe use them one single time. Su Hong simply answered yes. Because of that, Grandmaster Qin was speechless for a moment. He looked at Su Hong and thought the boy really was a monster. The staff member of the Martial Techniques Pavilion was surprised to see Grandmaster Qin personally bringing Su Hong to choose a technique. To her, it was strange, since the old man rarely came along with someone like that, especially a young man who looked so ordinary. Grandmaster Qin looked over the list and explained that, since Su Hong already had offensive and movement techniques, it would be better for him to learn a control technique. He pointed to a technique technique called Flame Prison, an A-rank technique that condensed fire spiritual energy into a prison to capture the enemy. He explained that offensive techniques usually only needed energy to be attached to a weapon or the body, but control techniques required the energy to leave the body and be shaped with precision. Because of that, most grade 2 warriors still could not do something like that. Even though Su Hong was only at the early stage of grade 1, Grandmaster Qin believed that, with his talent, he might be able to learn it. To help him, Grandmaster Qin decided to personally demonstrate the technique. He stretched out his hand, and a small golden flame appeared in the air. Soon after, the energy expanded and formed a flaming prison, showing how the technique could trap an enemy before an attack. He explained that, although control techniques did not have the same destructive power as offensive techniques, they were extremely useful in battle. First, the user trapped the enemy with the flame prison, then attacked with a deadly strike. The combination was perfect for controlling the pace of a fight. Even so, Grandmaster Qin warned him that keeping the flame prison active while attacking was impossible for Su Hong at the moment. He himself had only mastered that after becoming a grade 3 warrior. When Su Hong heard that, he refused right away. If even Grandmaster Qin said it was too difficult, then he preferred to choose something else. He did not want a control technique that he could not use properly right now. Grandmaster Qin was surprised by how quickly he gave up, but he also understood his thinking. Instead of insisting out of pride, Su Hong knew how to judge what was useful or not for his current situation. But while Su Hong was holding the flame prison manual, he smiled quietly. The system screen appeared, telling him that he had already gained the new technique, Fire Flame Prison. In other words, even though he had officially refused the technique, he had already learned it just by watching Grandmaster Qin's demonstration. After that, Su Hong asked for help finding another technique. Since he already had offensive and movement techniques, and now had also gained a control technique, Grandmaster Qin suggested a defensive technique. He introduced an A-rank Earth attribute technique called Deep Earth Armor. This technique condensed Earth energy over the surface of the body, forming armor with extremely high defense. Su Hong liked that choice. His physical body was already very strong, and if he combined that with a defensive technique, his defense would become even more ridiculous. Because of that, he accepted Grandmaster Qin's suggestion and decided to choose Deep Earth Armor as his official reward. Grandmaster Qin almost forgot to ask something important and turned to Su Hong, wanting to know what his special physique was. Su Hong answered simply that it was the sovereign body. When Grandmaster Qin heard that, he almost lost his composure. The sovereign body was considered the strongest physique among the 3,000 physiques, so to him, that reveal was way too absurd. Meanwhile, Su Hong became thoughtful, but inside he felt satisfied. He realized that if Grandmaster Qin knew the real importance of the sovereign body, he might be able to give him several A-rank techniques as gifts. In Su Hong's imagination, Grandmaster Qin looked almost desperate, offering piles of A-rank techniques just because he knew Su Hong had such a rare physique. After all, if the sovereign body only appeared once every 1,000 years, then that talent was worth an absurd amount of resources. Grandmaster Qin said he had never heard of that physique, and Su Hong laughed awkwardly, saying he had made up the name himself. Qin said it seemed like a physique that had not been recorded yet, but Su Hong had easily blocked a full-power punch from Wang Tiantuo, who had the barbarian god body. The strength boost from the sovereign body was terrifying, and Grandmaster Qin had never seen a grade 1 warrior's strength reach that level. Then Grandmaster Qin's phone started ringing, and it was Bai Mu. She said the points system showed that Su Hong had still been wearing the weighted vest during the fight from earlier. Qin asked Su Hong if he was wearing the vest, and Su Hong said that if he took it off, he would not gain contribution points. Qin thought this kid really was a monster, and that common sense should not be used on him. He told Su Hong to forget about those tiny points. If he succeeded in the training camp challenges, rewards and techniques would be the last thing he lacked, so he told him to take off the vest right away. Su Hong took off the vest, and the attendant said she would take it back to storage. Su Hong warned her that it was a little heavy, and the woman said she was the administrator of the Martial Techniques Pavilion, a respectable grade 2 warrior, but when she held it, the vest dropped to the floor and smashed everything. Then she asked how many kilograms that vest had. Su Hong answered that it weighed 5 tons. Grandmaster Qin thought that Su Hong was only at the early stage of grade 1, yet he had been wearing 5 tons of weight and still defeated 3 late-stage geniuses. Qin called him a little monster and said he had one more A-rank technique for him. Su Hong asked what technique it was, and Qin remembered that he used a spear. Grandmaster Zhang Lin from Yangcheng also used a spear, and he had an A-rank Thunder Spear technique, whose power was one of the strongest among techniques of that level. Qin said he would take Su Hong to a duel against Zhang Lin's student and help him get that technique. Su Hong answered that it did not seem right. Qin said no one told Zhang Lin to mock them and say that their training camp was full of trash, so now they had to pay him back. In the end, he told Su Hong to get ready because they would leave for Yangcheng the next morning. The training camp had fixed Su Hong's room, which had been destroyed during the duel against that warrior. Su Hong began cultivating his 3 new techniques: Flame Prison, Weapon Gathering Art, and Deep Earth Armor. He wanted to try to reach the beginner level by the next morning. Grandmaster Qin was on a call with Zhang Li, telling him to prepare his Thunder Spear technique because he was bringing a student student to challenge his place. Zhang Li told Qin to stop messing around. The Yangcheng training camp had produced someone with the wood spiritual body, and he had already advanced to grade 2. In only 2 days, he had already managed to make spiritual energy leave his body with the A-rank control technique, Wood Prison. Zhang Li's green-haired student was trying to use a technique called Wood Prison, but he kept failing and looked sad. Zhang Li said control techniques were not something someone could just learn out of nowhere, and that he should not be too ambitious. Lin Chunfeng happily said that within 1 month he would be able to reach the beginner level. Zhang Li asked Qin if he had heard that, saying the boy really was a monster, since he himself had needed 3 months to learn it back then. The students trained by Zhang Li were not people that just any piece of trash could challenge. After hanging up on Qin, Zhang Li told Lin Chunfeng that when Qin brought his student over, he should not win too easily. He should pretend the fight was even and win by a small margin, so Qin would not feel too embarrassed. Lin Chunfeng said Zhang Li could trust his acting talent. The next afternoon, at the Yangcheng training camp, Qin and Su Hong arrived while flying, giving Su Hong his first flying experience. After they landed, Zhang Li asked what kind of genius old Qin had brought to him. Qin introduced Su Hong, saying he was at the early stage of grade 1 and used a spear just like Zhang Li. Su Hong greeted him, and Zhang Li asked if Qin was joking, treating an early stage grade 1 as a treasure. A grade 2 against an early stage grade 1 would be an instant knockout, so how was Lin Chunfeng supposed to pretend the fight was even? Lin Chunfeng's time to test his acting talent had arrived. Grandmaster Qin told them to hurry up, since they still had to get back for dinner. In the combat arena of the training camp, a huge crowd gathered to watch the challenge. In the center stood Su Hong, holding his spear, along with Grandmaster Qin and a man called Grandmaster Zhang. Among the students, many were talking about the genius who had come from Xincheng. Some were curious to know his real level, while others laughed, saying they hoped he would not be weaker than them. Then Grandmaster Zhang introduced Grandmaster Qin to everyone. The students immediately greeted him with respect, calling him Grandmaster Qin. After that, Grandmaster Zhang pointed at Su Hong and announced that he was the genius from Xincheng who would challenge his student that day. Su Hong calmly raised his hand and simply greeted everyone. But when Grandmaster Zhang revealed that his cultivation level was only early stage grade 1, the crowd became completely restless. The students could not accept it. To them, it was absurd for someone with such a weak cultivation level to challenge Lin Chunfeng, a grade 2 warrior. Some began wondering whether they should praise Su Hong for his courage or for his shamelessness. On the other side, Lin Chunfeng also became tense. He could not understand how a fight like that was supposed to look even in the end. After all, if Su Hong was only at the early stage, then any small mistake could turn that battle into a humiliation for him. At that moment, Grandmaster Zhang made a bet with Grandmaster Qin. He said that if Su Hong defeated his early stage student, then besides the Thunder Spear technique, he would let Su Hong choose another A-rank technique. Su Hong thanked Grandmaster Zhang. Pleased with the opportunity, Grandmaster Qin became excited and praised old Zhang, saying he really was a very good person. But inside, Grandmaster Zhang was sure it was impossible for an early stage warrior to defeat Lin Chunfeng, since he was a grade 2 warrior and also had the wood spiritual body. Soon after, the two fighters stood face to face in the arena. Lin Chunfeng held his sword with a serious look, while Su Hong stayed calm with his spear in hand. Grandmaster Zhang warned his student to be careful of Su Hong's strength, and Lin Chunfeng replied that he could leave it to him. Even so, Lin Chunfeng was sweating cold. He started thinking about how he should act, because he did not want to seriously injure Su Hong with the first strike. After all, Su Hong was only an early stage grade 1 warrior, and if Lin Chunfeng used too much strength, he might hurt him too badly. Lin Chunfeng asked if Su Hong was not going to use his spear, reminding him that he had brought one with him, but Su Hong calmly answered that, for now, it was not necessary. In truth, Su Hong thought that he only knew the C-rank Raging Sea Spear, since that technique was weaker than the Hidden Cloud Gale Fist and the Infernal Bone Flame Fist. Using the spear at that moment would actually put him at a disadvantage. Lin Chunfeng misunderstood Su Hong's attitude. To him, it looked like arrogance, as if Su Hong was looking down on his strength. Annoyed, Lin Chunfeng decided to show whether Su Hong really had the power to support so much confidence. Then Lin Chunfeng rushed forward with speed, releasing green energy around his body. He moved quickly across the arena and then used an A-rank wind movement technique. His steps became light and unpredictable, as if he were sliding through the air. Su Hong watched with interest. He realized that Lin Chunfeng also knew an A-rank wind attribute movement technique, and that caught his attention. But instead of worrying, he smiled, thinking that movement techniques were exactly what interested him the most at that moment. Soon after, Lin Chunfeng decided to stop just moving around and attacked with a control technique. He stretched out his hand and activated Wood Prison, making green energy rise from the ground and form roots that rushed towards Su Hong. Su Hong was surprised when he realized it was a control technique. He remembered that Grandmaster Qin had said techniques of that type were hard to train, so he admitted that Lin Chunfeng really was a genius. The green roots quickly wrapped around Su Hong's feet, trying to trap his movements. Even so, he did not panic. Since he did not want to waste time, he decided to use his physical strength to break it directly. But when Su Hong tried to free himself, he noticed something strange. the wooden prison disappeared in just 1 second, much easier than he expected. He became confused, not understanding why the technique had vanished so quickly. Lin Chunfeng tried to hold Su Hong for an instant, believing that would already be enough to create an opening, but Su Hong noticed the attack and reacted immediately. He rushed forward with an extremely fast punch, making Lin Chunfeng realize that before he could even hit him, he would be struck first. Facing that, Lin Chunfeng used a wood technique to defend himself. Green energy quickly condensed, forming a strong barrier between him and Su Hong's punch. Su Hong's fist slammed into the defense with absurd force, breaking the technique and pushing Lin Chunfeng back. Even while using an A-rank defensive technique, Lin Chunfeng felt the pressure of the impact and realized that this kid's strength was not normal. While watching the fight, Su Hong also admitted that Lin Chunfeng's resistance was impressive. To him, that strength was really a little absurd. The students watching were shocked. They said it was bizarre because Lin Chunfeng had used an A-rank defensive technique as a grade 2 warrior, and even so, Su Hong, still only at the early stage, had managed to pressure him with brute force. Some even said Su Hong's strength had to be greater than that of a fierce beast. Seeing the scene, Grandmaster Qin laughed and asked Old Zhang what he thought. Even so, Old Zhang answered that brute force alone would not defeat Lin Chunfeng, telling Grandmaster Qin to just keep watching. Su Hong planted his foot firmly on the ground and rushed forward again, using speed to pressure Lin Chunfeng. Lin Chunfeng tried to keep up with his movement, but Su Hong left only an afterimage behind. When he noticed this, Su Hong understood that this A-rank movement technique was not something only he knew. Lin Chunfeng appeared with green energy around his body and attacked with force, using a wind attribute movement technique. The strike exploded against the ground, but Su Hong managed to escape. After pulling away, Lin Chunfeng told Su Hong to surrender. He admitted that Su Hong was strong for cornering him while still only at the early stage, but said that if they were at the same level, he truly would not be a match for Su Hong. But Su Hong did not give up. He lowered his body, stretched out his hand, and began preparing another technique. Lin Chunfeng was surprised when he realized what was happening. Then Su Hong activated Flame Prison, creating a huge structure of fire around Lin Chunfeng. Lin Chunfeng was shocked when he recognized that it was a control technique. To him, it was unbelievable that a mere early-stage warrior could already learn something like that. Even so, he tried to calm down, thinking that Su Hong surely would not be able to maintain the technique for long. He only needed to wait for the flames to collapse on their own. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Zhang were also surprised. Grandmaster Zhang asked if that really was Flame Prison, and became angry, wanting to know if Grandmaster Qin had taught Su Hong that technique. Grandmaster Qin tried to play it off, but Grandmaster Zhang soon noticed something else strange. He remembered that Lin Chunfeng had the wind attribute, and asked where that fire attribute had come from. Grandmaster Qin answered calmly, saying that Su Hong simply had multiple attributes, and that there was no reason to be so shocked. But Grandmaster Zhang remained frightened, because the flame prison still had not collapsed. He pointed at the white flames and realized that Su Hong was maintaining the technique normally. In the center of the arena, Lin Chunfeng stayed trapped inside the flaming prison, while Su Hong watched from outside with bluish energy wrapped around his hand. The fight was not over yet, but at that moment it became clear that Su Hong was showing much more than simple brute force. Lin Chunfeng realized that if Su Hong could attack while maintaining the flame prison, that would be absurd, because even grade 3 warriors would have trouble doing that. Then Su Hong calmly confirmed it and said, "Bingo." Right after that, he rushed forward with his fist covered in bluish energy, attacking while the flaming prison stayed active around Lin Chunfeng. Lin Chunfeng reacted by using a wood technique again, forming a defense in front of Su Hong's attack. Even so, the blow tore through the protection with brutal force and struck his body. The impact was so strong that Lin Chunfeng coughed up blood and was thrown backward. He realized it was absurd, because even with defense and wood techniques, Su Hong's strength was still crushing. Su Hong passed by him at high speed and hit him again, making Lin Chunfeng get violently thrown inside the flame prison. Even injured, Lin Chunfeng recovered quickly. The wounds on his back began to close with green energy, showing the healing power of the wood spiritual body of a grade 2 warrior. He warned Su Hong not to underestimate that recovery ability. Su Hong watched seriously and understood that this special physique was really troublesome. Lin Chunfeng's recovery was absurd, so one punch would not be enough to take him down. Because of that, Su Hong decided to attack several times in a row. He rushed forward with a chain of strikes, saying that if one punch was not enough, then he would throw several. The fight became even more intense. Su Hong attacked again and again inside the area of the flame prison, combining speed, physical strength, and energy strikes. He doubted Lin Chunfeng could keep recovering forever under so many attacks. Lin Chunfeng kept taking Su Hong's blows, but he still did not fall. Even wounded and bleeding, he said it was useless to try to beat him through persistence, because the stamina of a grade 1 warrior could never surpass that of a grade 2 warrior. He stared at Su Hong with confidence and said he wanted to see what would happen first, whether the flame prison would collapse or whether his own recovery would run out. Su Hong realized that his fire spiritual energy was running low. Once the flame prison's support disappeared, the situation situation could turn against him, so he decided to stop attacking and scattered the flames around them. When he saw the prison vanish, Lin Chunfeng laughed and asked if Su Hong had already given up. He believed it was now his turn to counterattack and declared that Su Hong had already lost. But right after that, Lin Chunfeng noticed something strange in Su Hong's hand. He was surprised and asked what it was, realizing that Su Hong still had some trump card hidden. With his fists wrapped in golden energy crackling with electricity, Su Hong looked at his own power with a hint of regret. He admitted to himself that this strike consumed an absurd amount of his energy and that, originally, he had not planned to spend it so early in the battle. On the other side, panic spread through Lin Chunfeng. Seeing the size of Su Hong's shining aura, the green-haired young man broke into a cold sweat, shocked by the gap in their strength. He could barely process how a simple grade 1 warrior could release such overwhelming pressure, and he even saw his opponent as a true monster. Knowing the danger was coming, Lin Chunfeng decided he absolutely could not allow Su Hong to get close. Acting purely on survival instinct, Lin Chunfeng slammed both palms against the ground, desperately channeling his life energy. With repeated shouts like a mantra, he activated his wood technique over and over to raise a defensive barrier. At his command, huge and thick walls of trunks and rocks burst violently from the ground, stacking up to create a massive blockade between him and the enemy. However, the impressive wooden fortress only blocked the view. It did not stop the advance. With his eyes glowing in a strong, merciless golden light, Su Hong rushed forward without hesitation. He threw his body ahead and unleashed a devastating punch, focusing all of his elemental strength into one single point. The force of the impact was so great that reality itself seemed to twist around his fist. The solid wooden barrier, which should have been impossible to break through, was completely shattered, exploding into a rain of splinters and dust under the overwhelming power of the electric blow. Breaking through the defensive wall in the blink of an eye, Su Hong appeared like lightning in Lin Chunfeng's line of sight. Before his opponent could react at all, the energized fist hit him head-on and threw him violently backward. Lin Chunfeng was launched through the air and crashed heavily onto his back against the textured floor, completely defeated and stretched out from the brutal impact. Su Hong remained standing on the battlefield, wrapped in a powerful flaming golden aura, while he watched his opponent Lin Chunfeng completely knocked out at his feet. The view of the huge stone arena opened wide, and total silence took over the place. Only the young warrior stood still in the center, surrounded by a light smoke under the focused eyes of the crowd in the distance. In the stands, everyone was shocked, and the spectators began shouting in disbelief, asking how Lin Chunfeng had been knocked out with just one punch when he had the wood spiritual body. Others commented, amazed, that the power of that strike was almost equal to an S-rank technique, showing deep shock at the fact that Su Hong was only a grade 1 early stage warrior. Nearby, sweating cold and with his eyes wide in disbelief, Grandmaster Jiang turned to his colleague in outrage and asked what kind of monster old Qin had brought to him. Trembling in shock, Jiang stood up and pointed frantically at the arena, shouting that it had been an attribute fusion and that the kid could really do it. He kept going, visibly shaken, asking if the other man understood what it meant for such a young grade 1 warrior to master attribute fusion. Meanwhile, showing total calm, Grandmaster Qin calmly took a sip of his tea and, seeing his friend's desperate reaction, casually said that it was nothing. He even joked to himself that he definitely would not tell him Su Hong had taken only 1 month to fuse 2 attributes. Facing an even more horrified Jiang, who stood there with his mouth open, Grandmaster Qin continued enjoying his tea and dropped another shocking reveal. He asked if his colleague would not die of fright on the spot if he knew the young man had 100% affinity with all 7 attributes and cultivated 7 guidance techniques at the same time. With a smug smile and his face slightly red with satisfaction, Qin closed his cup and pretended to be modest, thinking to himself with fake regret that he had accidentally let the information slip. The impact of those words left Grandmaster Jiang completely frozen and dazed, as if he had been struck by lightning. He rebuilt everything in his mind in total shock, thinking about how absurd it was to fuse 2 attributes in 1 month, have 100% affinity with 7 attributes, and cultivate 7 guidance techniques at the same time. Taking advantage of his colleague's stunned state, Grandmaster Qin walked over with a smile and placed his arm around Grandmaster Jiang's shoulder to collect the debt. He declared that, now that Su Hong had won, it was Jiang's turn to keep his promise. He specified that he wanted an A-rank Thunder Spear technique, and the other one had to be his ultimate technique, Palm Thunder. Completely defeated, with no strength to argue and still processing the reveal, Grandmaster Jiang only murmured in confusion and discouragement, asking, huh? Then he agreed with a simple, right? In the training room, Su Hong and Grandmaster Jiang stood face to face. The room was closed, wide, and high-tech, made exactly for combat tests. Grandmaster Jiang still looked at Su Hong like he was a true monster. He thought he had never seen anyone like him in his life. Then he explained that the A-rank Thunder Spear technique he would teach Su Hong was called 9 Spears that break the heavens. According to Grandmaster Jiang, this technique had 3 main moves, and each move had 3 forms, making 9 forms in total. He also explained that each form was stronger than the last, but the difficulty of learning them also increased. He said that if it were an ordinary warrior, he would never teach this technique before grade 4. However, with Su Hong's talent, learning the first form should not be a problem. Grandmaster Zhang asked Su Hong to pay close attention. Then he held a spear wrapped in blue lightning and demonstrated the first form, overturning the rivers. The power of thunder exploded like a giant current, filling the room with blue waves and crushing force. Soon after, he used the second form, reversing the seas. The energy turned into a huge whirlpool, as if an entire ocean were being flipped upside down inside the room. Su Hong watched everything with deep focus. In the middle of that storm of lightning, he felt like a lone boat in the ocean, and any drop of thunderous rain could completely flip him over. Then Grandmaster Zhang demonstrated the third form, breaking the heavens. The spear came down with even more terrifying force, creating a giant tornado of thunder. For the final spear strike, Grandmaster Zhang clearly held back his own strength so he would not destroy the room. Even so, the remaining power of that technique created a terrifying tornado. Facing that demonstration, Su Hong realized how big the difference between them was. He thought that although he was only like an ant before that power right now, in the future, he would also have that level of combat strength. After the demonstration, thunder energy still circled through the training room, leaving marks around the place. Grandmaster Zhang explained that this was the full explanation of the 9 spears that break the heavens and told Su Hong to ask if he had any questions. Su Hong thanked him with respect, saying he understood. Grandmaster Zhang in turn replied that there was no need to thank him, because a bet was a bet. After that, Grandmaster Zhang explained that once Su Hong mastered the first form of the 9 spears that break the heavens, he would teach him Palm Thunder. He also made it clear that even though the power of the 9 spears that break the heavens was huge, it was still below Palm Thunder. When Su Hong heard that, he became even more interested. He realized that Palm Thunder was much more powerful than the 9 spears, so he decided to learn that spear technique as quickly as possible. After that, Grandmaster Zhang said he still had matters to handle and left the room. Before leaving, he told Su Hong to look for him again once he made some progress. As soon as he was alone, Su Hong began training. Outside, already near the end of the afternoon, Grandmaster Zhang stood near the entrance, waiting. When Grandmaster Qin appeared and asked why he was there, Grandmaster Zhang answered that he had already finished teaching. Grandmaster Qin noticed that something was strange and teased old Zhang, asking if he was not holding something back. After all, Palm Thunder was an extremely difficult technique, and if Zhang did not teach it step by step, it would be impossible for Su Hong to learn it. But at that moment, golden thunder energy appeared inside the room. Su Hong walked out surrounded by lightning, saying he had finally learned Palm Thunder. Grandmaster Zhang was left speechless. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he never imagined Su Hong would learn so fast. He remembered that in the past, it had taken him 3 months to master Palm Thunder, and all the teachers had called him a genius. Now, seeing Su Hong learn in such a short time, Grandmaster Zhang realized the true level of that talent. To him, that young man would surely reach grade 9 in the future, with almost limitless potential. Later, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Zhang sat together, watching the sunset. Grandmaster Zhang told Grandmaster Qin to stop complaining, saying they should take the chance to drink, since they were old friends and only met a few times a year. In the end, Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong that he was going out to drink with Grandmaster Zhang. He explained that the training camp assistant would place Su Hong in a temporary dorm, and that they would leave the next day. Su Hong accepted it calmly and said it was fine. In the dorms of the Yangcheng training camp, the night fell quietly, but Su Hong was still awake in his room, lying on the bed while checking his recent gains. He thought that by defeating Wang Tiantuo's trio the day before and Lin Chunfeng that day, he had gained a total of 230 martial points. Looking at the system screen, Su Hong realized that his vitality was still way too low. His spirit, body, and techniques all needed to keep leveling up, so those martial points felt far from enough for everything he needed to improve. Because of that, he decided to focus on the foundation of everything, vitality. Su Hong began adding the points little by little, raising his vitality while thinking that this was the best choice at that moment. Even so, he quickly realized that he needed to find a way to earn more martial points. Since no one in the training camp would dare duel him now, the only thing left was to break into the fierce beast room and kill everything that appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Grandmaster Zhang was drinking with Grandmaster Qin and complaining angrily. He called old Qin shameless, saying he had been tricked and had lost 2 A-rank techniques, something he hated to admit. Grandmaster Qin, calm as ever, simply replied that Grandmaster Zhang had already said that 100 times, without showing even the slightest guilt. At that moment, a man rushed into the room and said he had finally found Grandmaster Zhang. He warned that the night attack for that night was about to begin, and that they were only waiting for his order. Grandmaster Zhang, still a little drunk, approved the start of the night attack, and said they should not go too easy on them. But the man explained that Grandmaster Zhang had already given the order earlier, and the night attack had already started. The goal was to grind down those kids during the night. When Grandmaster Zhang heard that, he realized the problem. He remembered that Su Hong was sleeping in their dorm that night, and immediately said that the attack could not happen. Desperate, he ordered them to delay the night attack as fast as possible, but the man answered that he had just sent the notice, so the attack had already begun. Meanwhile, outside the dorms, several Several students and attackers were already moving through the area, starting the nighttime chaos. Among them were Bujing Feng and Bujing Long. Bujing Long questioned Bujing Feng, saying he was already a high stage grade 2 warrior, and asking why he was still taking part in a night attack. Bujing Feng explained that there was a student with the wood spiritual body with an absurd recovery ability. According to him, Grandmaster Zhang had specially called him to deal with that student. Bujing Long thought the comment was exaggerated. To him, that student was only at the early stage, and joining something like this felt almost like bullying little kids. But when he heard about the absurd recovery ability, Ba Jingfeng became confused and wondered where he had heard something similar before. Ba Jinglong teased Ba Jingfeng, saying he had heard that he had been defeated during a night attack at the Xingcheng camp. To him, that was so embarrassing it almost made him die laughing. Ba Jingfeng got angry and answered that it only happened because he had let his guard down. He said that if he ran into Su Hong again, he would finish him off. But Ba Jinglong kept mocking him. He said Ba Jingfeng was almost a grade 2 warrior, so being so proud of beating someone at the early stage was shameful. He also said it would be better for Ba Jingfeng to lower his guard too, because that student with the wood spiritual body was pretty strong and might make him lose face. Even though he was annoyed, Bo Jingfeng did not have time to argue anymore. He ordered everyone to put on their hoods and listen to his command. Soon after, the masked invaders charged toward the dorms. They spread quickly through the building, jumping through windows and invading the hallways while the students began shouting that they were under attack. Inside the dorm, Su Hong heard the noise and calmly opened the door. He found the chaos strange and wondered if this was another night attack. Before he could fully understand it, one of the masked men appeared in the hallway and tried to ambush him. Su Hong dodged quickly, complaining that they had no honor. The invader laughed and told Su Hong not to resist, saying he should just accept the beating and pass out already. But in the next instant, Su Hong landed a direct punch on him, sending the masked man flying upward and knocking him down with ease. Su Hong became annoyed with the situation. He commented that no one asked anything, that he was not even a student of that training camp, but they were still beating him anyway. Then he realized something important. This was a night attack, and all the invaders were dressed in black, with their faces covered. Looking at the masked man lying in front of him, Su Hong began to think, if he changed clothes and pretended to be an invader, maybe he could defeat the other students without raising suspicion and still gain martial points legitimately. But right after that, he hesitated. Even though he thought the idea was useful, he also realized it might be kind of wrong. A student was caught by surprise inside his room while still trying to put on his underwear. Desperate, he complained to the invader, saying they should at least have the courage to wait for him to get dressed before attacking. At that moment, another masked man appeared at the door, saying he had come to help. The student was frightened when he saw another invader, not realizing that the second masked man was Su Hong in disguise. Su Hong, pretending to be part of the night attack, questioned the other invader and asked what he was doing in that section, since he was supposed to be responsible for that area. Before the invader could answer properly, Su Hong attacked without hesitation. He hit the masked man hard and threw him against the wall, leaving the student even more confused. Seeing that fight between the attackers themselves, the young man could not understand anything and wondered if it was some kind of internal dispute. After knocking down the invader, Su Hong ran down the hallway, excited about the opportunity. He realized he could gain hundreds of martial points that night, without anyone suspecting him. Meanwhile, another invader charged forward with confidence, wrapped in flames, thinking everyone there was high level and that he could fight without holding back. But Su Hong appeared and began attacking the masked men themselves, making them shout that there was a traitor among them. Then Su Hong defeated another invader with a direct strike. After that, he looked at the hallway full of fallen masked men and decided to clear the first floor before going up to the second. On the second floor, he kept attacking non-stop. A huge blow fell from above, crushing several invaders at once and making the system show several martial point gains. To Su Hong, that was an absurd profit. Higher up, on the third floor, the invaders were talking about Lin Chunfeng, the student with the wood spiritual body. They said his recovery was terrifying and that if he kept going like that, the plan could be in danger. At that moment, Lin Chunfeng appeared surrounded by green energy, facing the masked men with his wood spiritual body active. He attacked with force and recovered quickly, making the enemies worried. The invaders began complaining, asking why everyone was standing there blocking the way. One of them said they had already taken care of the other students and that only the wood spiritual body was left. When they called the others to see Lin Chunfeng's absurd recovery, one of the masked men answered that there was no need. He gathered energy in his fist as if he was going to solve it himself. The masked men around him became confused when they saw one of their own companions preparing to attack. They asked what he planned to do, not understanding why he was aiming at them. Su Su Hong, still disguised, answered with confidence that he knew the wood spiritual body very well. Then he charged at the invaders themselves and began knocking them down without mercy, using fast and heavy blows. One of the masked men shouted, asking why he was beating his own people. Meanwhile, Lin Chunfeng watched the scene in silence, surrounded by his green energy, without fully understanding what was happening. Su Hong then called them all at once, as if he were provoking the invaders. One of the masked men with a red aura told Lin Chunfeng to rest for a bit, saying he would take care of him after dealing with the traitor. The red masked man rushed furiously towards Su Hong, saying the night invaders were responsible for their own targets, and asking if he still had not learned the rule. Right after that, he attacked with a blow loaded with energy, trying to crush Su Hong from the front, but Su Hong answered with pure strength. The clash between the two attacks exploded in the hallway, and the red masked man became frightened when he realized the bizarre strength of that opponent. Even while trying to resist, he was pushed backward. Seeing this, Lin Chunfeng realized that the strength of that golden masked man was real, and decided to use the chance. He called Su Hong to fight together, saying that strength was good. Su Hong accepted immediately. Then Lin Chunfeng used wood prison, creating green roots that rushed through the hallway and trapped the invaders. One of the masked men tried to destroy the technique, but the roots kept wrapping around his body. Another invader tried to end everything at once, rushing forward with red energy and shouting that it was over. He came down with a heavy attack against Su Hong, but he was surprised by a dark purple defense covering Su Hong's body. The strike hit the defense and could not break through. The invader was shocked when he recognized the technique. It was Earth attribute armor. Su Hong's armor fully formed, covering his body like a deep and heavy protection. The invaders realized that he had blocked a high-stage attack using only an A-rank defensive technique, while still at grade 1, and they became terrified. In the middle of the darkness, Su Hong stood firm with deep earth armor active, looking more and more like a monster that could not be taken down. The opponent tried to react and launched strikes full of energy, but Su Hong did not retreat. Instead, he kept moving closer and used the opening to attack with everything he had. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Chunfeng and landed a brutal blow. Lin Chunfeng could not keep up with his speed or strength. The impact was so strong that he was slammed into the ground, cracking the floor around him and leaving him completely defeated. After that, the reward screen appeared, showing that Su Hong had gained martial points for the victory. Seeing the result, Su Hong was surprised. In just one night, he had gained more than 2,400 martial points, basically becoming rich all of a sudden. The next morning, the students were still talking about the destruction caused during the night. The place was completely wrecked, and some of them started complaining, saying someone needed to take the blame for it. That was when Grandmaster Jiang pointed his finger and said the real culprits were Grandmaster Qin and his student, Su Hong. According to him, those two were the ones who had brought that monster there and caused all that chaos. After that, Grandmaster Qin left together with Su Hong. They did not stay to argue with the others and calmly walked away, leaving the mess behind. Later, Grandmaster Qin took Su Hong to other training camps. Since Su Hong still did not have techniques for the wood and water attributes, the old man suggested they visit some acquaintances to get more resources and teachings. Over the next few days, the two of them passed through 3 new training camps. Su Hong kept using the same strategy as before, facing challenges and making bets against the others until he managed to win 3 more A-rank techniques. After leaving the previous camp, Su Hong returned to the training camp dorm. There, he finally began organizing everything he had gained. With all the rewards he had collected, Su Hong obtained 3 new A-rank techniques: a wood attribute technique called Vine Strangling, a metal attribute technique called Metal Ripples, and a water attribute technique called Water Dragon. With that, he finally completed the beginner techniques he needed. When he realized this, Su Hong was impressed. After all, suddenly having so many A-rank techniques was something he never would have imagined before. Besides that, he had also gathered a lot of martial points, and his vitality had increased quite a bit. The status screen showed that he now had almost 3,000 martial points, along with several new techniques in his arsenal. Soon after, several notifications began appearing, showing small increases in vitality. Each improvement seemed small, but when added together, Su Hong's body was getting stronger and stronger. After some time, Su Hong realized he had reached 45 vitality points. He was only 5 points away from reaching the level of a grade 2 warrior. Then he began thinking about what he should strengthen with his remaining 100 martial points: the sovereign spirit or the sovereign body. In the end, Su Hong decided to try strengthening the sovereign body. He spent the 100 martial points, but the result was much smaller than he expected. His body increased by only 0.1%, and that left Su Hong frustrated. He realized that this special body was too powerful, but also extremely hard to evolve. Even so, he did not lose heart, since he now understood how difficult it would be to level up through that path. Su Hong decided that from then on, he would focus on advancing until he became a grade 2 warrior. Thinking about that, he ran out of the dorm and went to look for Grandmaster Qin. When he found him, Su Hong directly asked if he still had any healing martial techniques. Grandmaster Qin immediately realized that Su Hong was probably planning something again and asked if he wanted another technique. Su Hong tried tried to hide it, but from his expression, it was clear that this was exactly it. So the two of them headed to the Hangzhou training camp, a special place built on top of the mountains, surrounded by clouds and spiritual energy. There, they met Grandmaster Wang Qingshan, the one in charge of the training. He explained that in that special camp, the participants needed to survive for 7 days among 10,000 demons, without bringing any outside resources. When Su Hong heard that, he calmly analyzed the situation. If surviving there earned contribution points by fighting fierce beasts at the same level as him, or even higher, then that place could be a great chance to collect even more martial points. Soon after, the special training began. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan gave the signal for everyone to leave, and the participants rushed into the field, charging at high speed through the frozen and dangerous land, where countless demons were waiting for them. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan still did not understand why Grandmaster Qin was so confident. To him, Su Hong was just a boy who had not even reached grade 2, so it made no sense for the old man to be so sure about that bet. Even so, Grandmaster Qin stayed calm and confirmed his condition. If Su Hong won, Wang Qingshan would have to teach him an A-rank healing technique. In return, for every student of Wang Qingshan who defeated Su Hong, Grandmaster Qin would teach that student an A-rank technique. Wang Qingshan thought that was absurd, because half of his students were already at grade 2. He asked if Grandmaster Qin could really handle teaching all of them if he lost the bet, but Grandmaster Qin did not care much, and said it would not hurt for Su Hong to see those beasts a little earlier. When Wang Qingshan realized what he was talking about, he became more serious. He understood that Grandmaster Qin wanted to throw Su Hong against those dangerous creatures, and he asked if he really planned to kill his own students. That was when Wang Qingshan said the war of the races was cruel. According to him, no one could become strong without going through a bloodbath, so that kind of experience was unavoidable for anyone who truly wanted to grow. Meanwhile, inside the training field, Su Hong was already fighting the demons. This time, he did not need to hold back. As soon as he found the enemies, he charged in with everything he had and began testing his new techniques. First, he launched several golden spears that cut through the air and pierced the monsters. Then he used metal ripples, creating sharp attacks that tore the enemies apart. After that, he activated vine strangling, trapping the creatures with green vines and crushing their bodies. To finish it off, he also used water dragon, forming a huge stream of water that struck the beasts with brutal force. The power of these new techniques left Su Hong impressed. He realized they were much stronger than he had imagined, but he also noticed that using spiritual energy through his own body consumed way too much. Even so, since he had already gathered enough martial points, he decided to advance to grade 2 warrior right there. After the battle, the status screen appeared. Su Hong had reached 50 vitality points and still had more than 500 martial points left. Right after that, several vitality increase notifications appeared, showing that his body was still getting stronger. Later, he sat down to cultivate. A red aura began wrapping around his body, while small increases in vitality appeared one after another. Su Hong was taking advantage of every possible gain to strengthen his foundation, but in the middle of the night, someone appeared in the training field. It was a man with red hair, wearing a coat with a fur collar. He walked through the forest with an irritated expression, complaining that he had been forced to go there just to observe. To him, it was ridiculous to have to do that in the middle of the night. This man had hidden the sacrifice site deep inside the lair of the 10,000 demons crocodile, exactly so it would not draw attention. However, when he found dead monsters along the way, he realized something was wrong. When he looked around and saw no one, he found it even stranger. Then he smiled darkly, concluding that Su Hong had to be inside. To him, if Su Hong had entered on his own, it would be easy to find the boy and settle everything quickly. The man then declared that if Su Hong really was there, he would find him, crush his body, and then eat him alive. The red-haired man appeared in front of Su Hong with confidence, saying that he had just killed a grade 2 black flame tiger. To him, that already showed that Su Hong had at least grade 2 strength, so there was no point in trying to resist. Then he provoked Su Hong, saying he would make the boy understand the true weight of death. But Su Hong did not panic. Instead, he hid among the rocks and watched the enemy carefully, realizing from his tone that this guy definitely did not seem like a good person. Besides that, Su Hong quickly noticed an important detail. The man looked down on grade 3 warriors, so he was probably a grade 4 warrior. Even though Su Hong had just advanced to grade 2, he knew he still was not sure if he could defeat someone at that level. Because of that, he decided that his priority was to get out of that cave first. Without wasting time, Su Hong used Water Dragon, creating a huge blue current that rushed through the cave and attacked the enemy. The red-haired man was pleased to see Su Hong finally appear. With a smile, he activated his firepower and cut through the water attack with a flaming blade. Even so, he was surprised by the strength of that technique, since Su Hong's power did not seem like something from a simple beginner grade 2 warrior. When Su Hong tried to escape, the man quickly chased after him. He became even more excited when he realized the boy had managed to kill a black flame tiger, even though he had only just reached the beginning of grade 2. To him, Su Hong was a true genius, and that was exactly why he wanted to crush him before he grew even more. But when he reached the outside, the man noticed something strange. Su Hong was not running away in panic. He was standing there, there, holding his spear as if he had chosen that place to face him. The man mocked him, asking why Su-hong had stopped running. Then Su-hong calmly answered that, based on the vitality the enemy had released earlier, he was at most grade 3. Thinking he was grade 4 had been Su-hong's mistake. After looking more carefully, Su-hong also recognized the tattoo on the enemy's neck. It was the symbol of the Celestial Race, a group connected to the demon cult of the Thousand Races. Su-hong explained that the demon cult was actually made up of humans, but those humans served as dogs for several other races. They carried out terrorist attacks, captured people for sacrifices, and even used ordinary humans as bargaining chips to get rewards. As he said this, Su-hong was filled with anger. To him, scum like that man needed to be eliminated without hesitation. The red-haired man did not back down either. He covered his weapon with flames and charged at Su-hong, saying that would only happen if the boy had enough skill. Then he launched the Celestial Sun Slash, creating a huge wave of fire that came down with crushing force. It was the first time Su-hong had faced a grade 3 warrior, so he knew he had to give it everything he had. Without hesitation, he channeled his power and activated his water technique, making golden and blue energy rise like a giant wave. Then Su-hong answered the attack at full force, using overturning the rivers to clash head-on with the enemy's flames. The collision between the techniques exploded inside the cave. The enemy's golden flames crashed against Su-hong's attack, but to the red-haired man's surprise, his technique was completely suppressed. Su-hong was also surprised. He had not expected a grade 3 warrior's technique to be scattered so quickly by his own strike. After all, in theory, the enemy was a whole level above him, so that should not have happened so easily. On the other side, the man became even more frightened. He could not understand how he was at a disadvantage while using an A-rank technique, even though his level was higher. Besides that, he realized Su-hong was not only a water attribute user, but also had the thunder attribute. Furious, the man shouted that Su-hong would die, and began attacking with even more violence. Several flaming slashes crossed the cave, destroying everything around them, but Su-hong reacted quickly and moved between the attacks. Then a huge golden energy appeared behind Su-hong, taking the shape of a crushing force. The red-haired man sensed the danger immediately, and realized that this power was far stronger than his Celestial Sun Slash. Without thinking twice, he tried to retreat as fast as possible, but Su-hong did not let him. He activated Reversing the Seas, and the golden energy came down like a violent tide, pressing the enemy against the ground. The man realized too late that this was not just an ordinary technique, but also carried a kind of control connected to the wood attribute. First came water, then thunder, and now wood. The enemy started to panic, unable to understand how Su-hong could use so many different attributes so naturally. The golden energy exploded against him, but at the last second, the man managed to dodge using a strange movement technique. When the dust settled, Su-hong saw that the strike had not landed completely. The enemy's body began to melt and deform, as if he had escaped through some bizarre ability. At that moment, the man finally realized how serious the problem was. He thought he had found only a human genius, but he had actually discovered a real monster. To survive, he decided to release his true form. Dark stones began floating around him, and his body was covered by rocky armor full of glowing cracks. His human appearance almost completely disappeared, revealing a creature connected to the celestial race. Even after transforming, he was still furious. He said he wanted to see where Su-hong would run now, and charged at him with even more strength. But Su-hong was not scared. With his spear in hand, he rushed toward the enemy and attacked without hesitation. The strike pierced the man's rocky body, making him scream in pain and order Su-hong to let him go. Right after that, the enemy opened huge dark wings and told Su-hong to feel the majesty of the celestial race. The transformation made his presence even more monstrous, but Su-hong only looked at it with contempt. To him, that guy could no longer even be called human. Turning his own body into something so bizarre was exactly the kind of sickness caused by the demon cult. Then Su-hong gripped his spear tightly and prepared to continue the fight. Even in front of that monstrous form, he did not take a single step back. The enemy opened his huge wings and attacked Su-hong with absurd force, throwing him into the air. As he rushed forward, he said Su-hong understood nothing, because once he completed his blood transformation, he would become a true member of the celestial race. Soon after, the man came down with everything he had against Su-hong, saying he would not allow anyone to interfere with the sacrifice ritual. Even under pressure, Su-hong held his spear firmly and managed to block his advance at the last second. But then something unexpected happened. Flames suddenly appeared around the enemy, wrapping around his body and trapping his movements. He was completely shocked, not understanding where that fire had come from. That was when Su-hong revealed another technique. With a serious expression, he activated Flame Prison, using fire to trap the enemy and stop him from attacking freely. Su-hong raised his spear and activated Flame Prison, making violent flames rise around the enemy. The fire closed like a burning cage, trapping the transformed member of the celestial race in mid-air and stopping him from escaping. Right after that, Su-hong combined the attack with his thunder energy. The spear shone with golden lightning, and he rushed forward with everything he had, launching a strike powerful enough to break the heavens. The energy pierced through the enemy's defense and hit his rocky body head-on. The impact impact was devastating. The explosion of fire and thunder destroyed part of the ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The enemy, who had thought he was superior because of his transformation, was crushed by the force of Su-hong's blow. Lying on the ground, the red-haired man could barely move. He looked at Su-hong in complete fear and could only say that he was a monster. A short time later, his body began to fall apart, leaving only broken remains scattered across the ground. The reward screen appeared in front of Su-hong, showing that he had killed a transformed celestial and received 212 martial points. Even so, he found the amount strange. After all, when he had fought fierce beasts for so long, he had gained only around 500 points, but killing one member of the demon cult had given him almost half of that at once. Thinking about what the enemy had said earlier, Su-hong began to worry. The man had mentioned a sacrifice, so maybe the cult was capturing humans inside that training field. Realizing how serious the situation was, he decided he needed to warn Grandmaster Qin immediately. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou training camp, Grandmaster Qin received Su-hong's message on his phone. He told Grandmaster Wang Qingshan that Su-hong had found a member of the demon cult of the Thousand Races and said they were carrying out a sacrifice ritual to summon people. Even so, Grandmaster Qin did not seem very worried. He explained that this time, the targets of the sacrifice were the cult's own followers. If they died, because no one needed to worry about them. To him, sacrificing their own followers was exactly the kind of thing that matched the demon cult. Wang Qingshan was still surprised to learn that Su-hong, being only a high-stage grade 1 warrior, had killed an early-stage grade 3 cult member. To him, that was an absurd advantage. But Grandmaster Qin stayed calm, saying that if Wang Qingshan did not believe it, that was his problem. 3 days later, Su-hong was still hunting inside the training field. Beside him, the body of a huge beast lay on the ground, showing that he had just defeated another enemy. Even so, Su-hong did not look satisfied. He thought that 3 days had already passed since he killed that cult member, but he still had not found another cultist. Besides that, even after killing so many fierce beasts, he had only gained a little over 800 martial points, much less than he expected. While looking at his own status screen, Su-hong felt frustrated. To him, killing beasts gave points way too slowly, while killing members of the demon cult gave much more. That was when a warning appeared, alerting him that someone had approached. Soon after, a woman appeared among the trees. She carried a sword and looked at Su-hong with a calm smile, saying his perception was very good because he had managed to notice her. The woman praised Su-hong, calling him a handsome little boy. She said that if they had met at another time, she might have even shown him a little affection. But since he was there, only one option was left. He had to die. Without waiting for an answer, she attacked. With fast movements, she launched several ice blades towards Su-hong, making the air around him turn sharp and freezing cold. But Su-hong did not panic. Instead, he smiled faintly when he realized a cultist had shown up on her own. To him, it was almost like the martial points had delivered themselves right to his door. Su-hong started with Water Dragon, sending a huge blue current toward the cultist. The attack took the shape of a dragon and charged forward with so much force that it exploded against the enemy's ice, spreading energy across the whole field. After that, he raised his spear and scattered the rest of her technique with ease. To Su-hong, that cultist was a great chance, because he wanted to find out where the base of the demon cult of the 10,000 races was. The woman tried to run away, but Su-hong quickly appeared in front of her and pulled her back. His strength was so absurd that she could not even react properly. Then he slammed her down violently, making the cultist crash hard against the ground. With his spear pointed at her, Su-hong asked where the cultist's base was. Wounded and no longer able to fight, the woman finally revealed that the place was 10 kilometers north of there. She still tried to beg for her life, saying she would tell him everything if he spared her. But Su-hong did not fall for it. He asked how many grade 3 warriors were in the base. When she answered that, counting her, there was only one more, Su-hong realized he had already eliminated 2, so there was only one grade 3 warrior left. With that information, Su-hong decided he could wipe out the whole base. To him, killing all those cultists might be enough to gather martial points and advance even further in the training. But the cultist still tried one last trick. She launched a surprise attack, saying she would never let Su-hong leave. Then she revealed her transformation, opening huge wings and using the power of the so-called mutation of the celestial god race. After transforming, she said her strength would double and that killing Su-hong would be easy. But before she could do anything, Su-hong reacted with absurd speed. He attacked with the power of thunder and pierced through her defense in an instant. The cultist was shocked, unable to understand how someone could defeat her even after her transformation. Su-hong simply said that the demon cult of the 10,000 races had already committed far too many crimes, so he would not let any of them escape. Soon after, he ended the fight and received another 208 martial points. Su-hong did not think the amount was bad, but he was not satisfied either. To him, he still needed much more. Following the information he had gotten, Su-hong arrived at the sacrifice site of the demon cult of the 10,000 races. The base was in an open area surrounded by trees, with several cultists gathered around a structure used for the ritual. The cultists quickly realized they had been tricked. The man Su-hong had defeated had said there were only 2 people in the base, but in truth, there were many cultists there, and all of them were at least grade 2. The base base commander, called Blood Commander, ordered them to kill the intruders. To him, even if those young people were human geniuses, they were still only grade 3 warriors, so there was no reason to be afraid. The 3 main geniuses of Hangzhou were also there and decided to face the cultists. Even surrounded by several enemies, they did not back down. They knew the situation was dangerous, but they chose to fight until the end. From far away, Grandmaster Qin and Wang Qingshan watched everything. Wang Qingshan asked if those were the 3 greatest geniuses of Hangzhou, and Grandmaster Qin answered that they were not bad. After all, even surrounded by several grade 3 warriors, they still had the courage to stay and fight. Even so, Wang Qingshan said they should not interfere yet. To him, the young people needed to handle it on their own first. Only if the situation truly got out of control would they step in. Grandmaster Qin said his little monster was already on the way to save Wang Qingshan's students. Hearing that, Wang Qingshan thought it was an exaggeration and asked how much fake wine the old man had drunk that day. To him, it was impossible to believe that a grade 1 kid could save students surrounded by several grade 3 warriors. Meanwhile, the 3 geniuses of Hangzhou were trying to hold back the cultists. One of them stood in front and said he would hold the enemies off so the others could run. But soon, the cultists rushed forward with everything they had, saying no one would escape from there. When everything seemed lost, a golden light crossed the field at high speed. The attack passed by like lightning and struck the cultists before they could react. One of them was thrown against a tree with so much force that he got pinned into it. The cultists were frightened, unable to understand who had appeared. Then Su Hong showed up in the middle of the field, wrapped in golden lightning, holding his spear and releasing a terrifying pressure. Without wasting any time, Su Hong attacked again. He gathered thunder in his palm and hit one of the cultists with a direct strike, knocking the enemy down before he could defend himself. Then he used his spear to move through the others, cutting across the field with golden energy. When everything calmed down for a moment, Su Hong asked if the students were okay. They were shocked when they recognized him, realizing he was from Star City. One of them commented that Su Hong had knocked down so many grade 3 warriors in an instant that it seemed insane. From far away, Wang Qingshan was also surprised. He asked Grandmaster Qin why Su Hong's palm strike carried thunder, since they had said before that he only had 3 attributes and no martial skills. Wang Qingshan also found it strange how a boy who had entered the field still at the low stage of grade 1 had already reached the high stage in just a few days. Even with all that surprise, Su Hong stayed calm. He told the other students he would cover the rear and ordered everyone to leave first. The students obeyed, still frightened, while Su Hong stood alone in front of the remaining cultists. At that moment, he thought those people had lied to him. They had said there were only 2 or 3 cultists, but clearly there were far more. Even so, Su Hong was not angry. Instead, he smiled, because to him, all those enemies were martial points waiting to be collected. One of the cultists rushed forward in rage, saying he would crush Su Hong. But before he could do anything, Su Hong hit him with a brutal strike, destroying the enemy's body and leaving the others in shock. Then Su Hong pointed his spear at the next cultist and said it was his turn now. The enemies began stepping back, frightened by that absurd strength. Some even shouted at him not to come closer, realizing too late that they had run into someone far worse than they expected. Su Hong kept moving through the field like a true monster. The cultists, who had been confident before, began screaming in despair, calling for Blood Commander to save them, but it was already too late. In the center of the sacrifice site, Blood Commander was surrounded by bodies and blood scattered everywhere. He raised his hand and declared that the sacred cult of the 10,000 races would never forget this sacrifice. To him, all of it was still worth it, even with so many followers dead. But Su Hong noticed something strange. The blood of the dead began moving on its own, as if it were being pulled by some invisible force. The red stains ran across the ground toward the ritual, and he quickly understood that something wrong was happening. Then a huge figure appeared through the purple and red energy. It was a being with giant wings and a terrifying aura. The creature asked if that was the promised sacrifice, as if it was disappointed by the amount of blood gathered. Soon after, the entity fully appeared, with a noble and divine appearance, saying those inferior humans stood before the noble celestial god race and should kneel. Its presence was crushing, and a golden light spread across the entire field. Even from far away, Su Hong was not intimidated. Instead, he stared at that creature with interest. After all, the martial points he had received from killing ordinary cultists had already been a big surprise, so he started wondering how many points he would get if he killed a true member of the celestial god race. The entity from the celestial god race looked down at Su Hong from above and ordered him to raise his head. Then it declared that Su Hong would pay for his insolence with his own death. In the next instant, it disappeared at high speed and attacked. Su Hong could barely follow the movement, realizing that this enemy was far too fast. Even so, he reacted by using his physical strength and the power of thunder to block the advance. The clash between them was brutal. Golden light exploded in the air, and Su Hong managed to withstand the attack, leaving the entity surprised. The enemy had not expected someone from the younger generation of of the human race to have that much strength. Even so, Su-hong also noticed the difference. The physical body of that member of the celestial god race was far too strong, way beyond normal. He understood that if the opponent were a true member of the celestial race, the situation might have been even worse. But after looking more carefully, Su-hong noticed something strange. That enemy's vitality did not seem to have risen to the level of grade 3. Its body was powerful, but unstable, as if it were about to collapse. So Su-hong concluded that the guy was not a real member of the celestial god race, but only someone possessed by Heisei's consciousness. Even so, he was still dangerous enough to threaten him. Not sure he could win easily, Su-hong decided to fight with everything he had. He activated the Thunder Palm, wrapping his fist in golden lightning, and charged at the enemy. The two began a fierce exchange of blows. Su-hong attacked without stopping, using the power of thunder to pressure his opponent, while the enemy tried to crush him with the physical body of the celestial god race. From a distance, Grandmaster Qin and Wang Qingshan watched the fight. They realized that the physical body of the celestial god race was truly powerful, but they also noticed that Su-hong was managing to resist using only his own body and his techniques. Su-hong used every chance he got to attack. He moved quickly, dodged the enemy's strikes, and landed several hits with the Thunder Palm, forcing the entity to start backing away. The creature was shocked. Even after facing one of the most dangerous battlefields in the universe, its physical body had never suffered this much pressure. Now, even without being in its full form, it was being forced to step back by a simple human. That made the entity furious. It could not accept that a human was managing to fight it on equal footing. Su-hong stayed calm in front of the entity from the celestial god race, while the wind moved around him. He realized that something felt different, and he seemed more relaxed during the clash. Then Su-hong released an intense red aura. He thought that ever since he awakened the sovereign body, he had never fought with his full strength so freely. The entity from the celestial god race watched Su-hong and said that if it were only using its true body, Su-hong might not even have a satisfying fight. Even so, it became furious for being humiliated by him. After that, the entity activated the divine arsenal. Several golden circles appeared in the sky, forming countless spears of light aimed at Su-hong. Su-hong looked at the golden spears and found the power of the technique strange. The system screen appeared, warning that this martial art could not be learned. Far away, Grandmaster Qin and Wang Qingshan watched the technique. They commented that it was an innate martial art of the celestial god race, something tied to the pure bloodline of that race. Wang Qingshan became worried and said there was no way Su-hong could withstand that attack. Grandmaster Qin answered that it was not the time to worry, because Su-hong still had not used his ultimate move. The entity from the celestial god race gathered even more golden energy. It admitted that if it allowed Su-hong to grow, he would become a huge threat. Soon after, the golden spears fell from the sky in great numbers, raining down like a storm of attacks against Su-hong. Su-hong faced the attack head-on. He gathered golden thunder in his hand and said the entity was the first one to force him to use all of his strength. Finally, Su-hong activated the thunder heaven-breaking palm, reaching the 9th heaven-breaking distance. Attack pierced through the rain of golden spears from the entity of the celestial god race. The entity tried to resist with its wings spread wide, but it was swallowed by the explosion of energy. It was shocked and thought that such a thing was impossible. The force of the strike kept rising and hit the entity directly. Golden light exploded around it, destroying the previous attack and causing its body to be consumed by the energy. After the explosion, part of the entity's body appeared charred among rocks and debris, while the impact opened a huge crater in the battlefield. Su-hong was trembling after the attack, still holding the spear. The system screen appeared, showing that he had received 843 martial points. He commented that it had really been worth a lot. Soon after, Grandmaster Qin and Wang Qingshan appeared. Grandmaster Qin praised Su-hong, calling him his great treasure and great genius. Then Grandmaster Qin held Su-hong's face, emotional, saying that if he fought with the eyes of the Death King, that would be great, but he should not take out a celestial god race like that. Su-hong felt awkward and asked if he should not be excited. He commented that the celestial god race was among the 10,000 most powerful races, and that defeating one of them should be something exciting. After that, Su-hong reflected that, as expected from a race ranked among the top 10 of the heavens, even an ordinary creature could already serve as a final trump card. He also thought it was hard to imagine how terrifying the geniuses of the celestial god race would be. In the end, Su-hong looked at the two masters and asked if he was wrong. Grandmaster Qin answered, trying to hide it, that defeating a weak celestial god race really should make him excited. 4 days later, the special training ended. At the training field, the students gathered, and the final result appeared. Su-hong took first place with 17,210 points, leaving everyone shocked by the absurd gap between him and the other ranked students. Some students commented that it was completely over the top. They remembered that Su-hong was still not at the same ranking level as them, but even so, he finished with a score far above everyone else. They also said that Su-hong had defeated the grade 3 cult by himself, while Grandmaster Qin had taught him a rank A technique. After that, Su-hong appeared training a healing technique. Grandmaster Qin watched from far away and commented that he had learned the technique in the middle of the day, calling calling him a monster, Su Hong realized that the healing technique was even more valuable than the rank A attack techniques he had before. He also checked his status screen and saw that, between the fierce beasts and the cult followers, he had managed to gather 14,800 martial points. With those points, Su Hong thought he could raise his spirit to 500 points and become a grade 2 mental master, or greatly strengthen his vitality. In another place, on the celestial race planet, inside an imposing hall, a human appeared before huge statues. A voice said that he had not only been suppressed by an inferior human, but had also been defeated even while using a borrowed divine treasure. The man, identified as Celestial Tian Ming, answered that the human was a monstrous genius. The voice then asked where Tian Shang was. Another celestial answered that he was there. The voice ordered Tian Shang to obey, and said that the young man must not become a troublesome enemy for the celestial race's pursuit order. Then the voice ordered Tian Shang to find the fragments of the sacred object in human territory. For now, they had not found any fragments, but they had recently discovered Su Hong. Finally, the voice ordered them to keep searching, and reminded them that the humans could not notice anything. At the Xingsheng training field, several students watched the big screen. Ever since the top 3 had been surpassed by Su Hong, they had also started pushing themselves like crazy. They spent the whole day inside the gravity room and the fierce beast room, using contribution points to increase their own strength. Among them were Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe, all determined to catch up to Su Hong when he returned to the map. After that, Lin Zi returned and met Grandmaster Qin. He asked where Su Hong was, and Grandmaster Qin answered that the brat had spent a few days training in the mental forest. The scene showed that the training camp would end in a few days, so there was no problem if Su Hong was a little late. Grandmaster Qin also said that Su Hong was not stupid. 2 days later, Su Hong appeared meditating on top of a mountain, surrounded by spiritual energy. His screen showed small increases in spirit until it reached 500 points. Right after that, a huge serpent appeared and attacked. Su Hong raised his hand and used the weapon region art, forming a large golden weapon shaped like a sword. The golden sword struck the serpent with force, cutting its body and destroying the beast in just a few moves. Su Hong looked at the result and thought that the power of a grade 2 mental master technique was truly scary. After that, he appeared holding 2 different energies in his hands, one golden and one blue. Su Hong realized that his mental strength had increased a lot after the fusion of 3 attributes. When he brought together the thunder, fire, and metal attributes, the energies became extremely unstable. Su Hong tried to control the force, but the energy went out of control and exploded. The explosion threw Su Hong far away, destroying the ground around him. He fell among the debris and realized that if he could fully fuse that technique, he might be able to face even a grade 4 warrior. On the last day of the training camp, Su Hong appeared walking back with his spear. When the others realized he had returned, everyone started getting stirred up. Some quickly warned Wang Tiantuo, saying that Su Hong had returned and would probably challenge him again. Others called the students' attention, telling them to watch and see who they thought would win this time. In front of the 3 students, Grandmaster Qin asked if they really thought they could win. Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe answered with confidence that they would win. Then Su Hong walked over and asked if they really wanted to challenge him. The 3 released an intense red aura and told him not to look down on them, because all of them had now advanced to grade 2. They said that this time, the 3 of them together would be able to beat him. Su Hong smiled awkwardly and apologized. Right after that, he also released his own aura and revealed that he had already become a grade 2 warrior. The 3 were shocked, unable to understand how that was possible, since before he had only been at the early stage of grade 1. Even though Su Hong was now in grade 2, they still said they were not afraid, because he was still only a grade 1 martial master. Then Xiao Yan used the weapon gathering art, creating a huge golden structure of energy in the air. The power exploded with great force, but Su Hong appeared above the technique and apologized again. Then he revealed that he was also a mental master. The 3 became even more frightened when they realized he was a grade 2 mental master, on top of being a grade 2 warrior with a special physique. Su Hong then teased the 3, saying they could fight together, since it would be a good chance for him to earn more martial points. Faced with that, the 3 immediately gave up and surrendered. After that, Su Hong rushed forward to attack Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe, warning them not to get close to him. Other students commented that Grandmaster Qin had hidden from them the fact that Su Hong was a mental master, and they thought it was unfair that they had been eliminated that way. Grandmaster Qin felt embarrassed when he found out that Su Hong had also become a grade 2 mental master, while the other Grandmasters said he should have already known that. Even so, he started laughing, saying that Su Hong was a monster among monsters and a rare prodigy of the human race. In the end, Su Hong appeared in the middle of the defeated students, surrounded by fallen bodies. Some asked if they should not stop him, but Grandmaster Qin told them to leave him alone, saying it was just the call of youth. Grandmaster Qin noticed something strange and looked up in surprise. Right after that, a huge peng with golden feathers appeared in the sky, descending at great speed. It announced that the 30 days were over and ordered the humans to leave that place. On the ground, Su Hong appeared surrounded by several defeated students. When he saw the peng again, he recognized the creature. The peng released a powerful purple energy and mocked Su Hong, saying that it its stinky bird had already given him way too much respect. Then the Peng attacked with a huge purple blast, saying that time was up and that they would be kicked out on their own. Qin Tianli was shocked and asked what Su Hong was going to do, but the Peng kept charging forward and said it was not afraid of him. The purple blast hit the field with great force, while Su Hong watched the situation in front of the fallen students. Grandmaster Qin attacked the Peng with concentrated purple energy, hitting the creature in the air and stopping its advance. Su Hong watched the scene and realized that those were only the flames of a grade 7 monster, but even so, that power was not much different from a true fight between gods. Soon after, the Peng became irritated and told Qin Tianli to stop, saying that if he kept hitting it, it would really get angry. It also mocked them, telling them to send that kid over to face both of them together. Then a huge shadow appeared in the sky. It was the sovereign of all demons, surrounded by violent winds and purple energy, with a red eye shining in the middle of the darkness. When that presence appeared, everyone became alert. The pressure was so absurd that even the Peng looked small in front of it. The sovereign of all demons then ordered Qin Tianli to stop. Su Hong stared at that existence and realized the huge gap between him and monsters of that level. To him, in front of grade 9 experts, or even grandmasters, his current strength was still insignificant. He also thought that if someone at that level attacked his family or the people close to him, he would have no way to protect anyone. Because of that, he decided he had to become stronger, at least until he reached the King realm. After that, the Peng moved away while carrying Qin Tianli, as the shadow of the sovereign of all demons slowly disappeared. In the end, Qin Tianli watched the Peng leave and commented that the sovereign of all demons had compassion for his race. Since they had already gained a lot, there was no need to provoke him even more. Even with the unexpected incident caused by the sovereign of all demons, the training field ended normally. Outside, several buses and cars were parked while the students began leaving the place. Su Hong appeared carrying his backpack, thinking that he had been away from home for more than a month, so his uncles and his aunt must have been very worried about him. At that moment, some students called out to him from far away, saying they had finally found him. They approached Su Hong and commented that after the training ended, his fame had spread throughout all of Xinjiang. They also said that even though they had not known each other before, they held no grudge and hoped to keep in touch with him in the future. Soon after, a person in charge announced that the training had ended. He thanked the students and said that, to welcome everyone back, the banquet organizers had prepared several gifts in the name of the city lord. The students cheered, but Su Hong became worried because he did not want to attend the banquet. All he wanted was to return home quickly and reunite with his uncles. The scene then changed to the city lord's mansion in Xinjiang, where the banquet was taking place. The hall was huge and luxurious, filled with golden light, well-decorated tables, food, drinks, and guests wearing elegant clothes. Inside the hall, a waiter led Su Hong's uncles to their table. The two thanked him, but they sat there in silence, clearly uncomfortable in such a fancy place. Some people around them started making mocking comments, asking who those two were. They said that even poor people could enter the banquet now, and complained that the waiters were letting just anyone take part. Su Hong's uncles became even more awkward. They wondered if it had been wrong to come to the banquet wearing those clothes, but they also said those were already the best clothes they owned. At that moment, a man approached and asked if they were Su Hong's uncles. He introduced himself as Li Chengshan, the principal of the first school. Su Hong's uncle greeted the principal nervously, while Li Chengshan tried to calm him down and said he did not need to be nervous. The two shook hands. Right after that, a woman introduced herself as Wu Lingshen, the president of the Xinjiang Warrior Association. She said that Su Hong was the most promising genius she had ever seen. Su Hong's uncles were completely startled by the reception and could barely react in front of the important people who had come to speak with them. At the banquet, the guests commented on the arrival of the school principal and the association president, finding it strange that both of them personally greeted Su Hong's uncles. Some wondered if Su Hong had some hidden influential family in Xinjiang. At a table farther away, Lin Xinghei's father commented that the city lord had an excellent son, with a barbarian body strong enough to take first place in the training. The city lord of Xinjiang, Wang Ni, appeared holding a glass and answered that the Xiao and Lin families were also enviable. He mentioned that one of them had the only mental master of the new generation in Xinjiang, while the other had a prodigy with the thunder body, still in the early stage of grade 1. Xiaoyan's father agreed that compared to the barbarian body, a mental master seemed stronger, but he said his daughter had still taken first place easily. Lin Xinghe's father smiled and said that with Lin Xinghe's movement technique, the sovereign body and mental strength would not even have a chance before being defeated. The city lord got irritated and slammed the table, asking if poor Tiantuo had surpassed his daughter or if the training number was correct. The three began arguing, each one defending the talent of their own child. Xiaoyan's father said mental masters were extremely rare and that his daughter had the talent to become a queen. Lin Xinghe's father said that in martial arts, speed was everything and that no one under the sky could win. Meanwhile, Wang Ni insisted that his Tiantuo would crush both of them. Nearby, the principal asked President Wu if she was not going to break up the argument. President Wu answered that she preferred to watch from a distance because the last time she tried to give those guys advice, she ended up unable to control the situation situation and took a few hits from them. She also commented that when Su Hong arrived, the parents of those three would have to shut their mouths. At that moment, someone entered the hall and announced that the report from the training field had arrived. The city lord stood up and announced that the pride of Zhengcheng had returned, calling everyone to welcome them. Outside the mansion, the students arrived on the red carpet. Their families ran over to hug them and started complaining when they saw their injuries. Xiaoyan's mother said she had gotten thin, and Lin Xinghe's father asked how his son's face had become so marked. Wang Tiantuo appeared with his face full of injuries, saying that his son only had marks on his face, but he himself was much worse. The three students became embarrassed when their parents asked who had managed to defeat them. Then someone noticed that all three of them had already passed grade 2. Wang Tiantuo, Xiaoyan, and Lin Xinghe appeared with red auras, showing that all of them had evolved during the training. Even so, they admitted that they had lost. Wang Tiantuo said the opponent was stronger and faster than him. Lin Xinghe said he was faster than him. Xiaoyan said his mental strength was superior to hers. Finally, one of the adults said it would be better for them to see it for themselves, because that kid was simply a monster. Then several guests headed toward the entrance to welcome the students. Su Hong arrived at the reception area and thought that this kind of welcome made him feel embarrassed. He only wanted to go back home because his uncles had probably made food while waiting for him. As he walked down the red carpet, Su Hong was called by his uncles. He turned around and saw the two of them running toward him, emotional after finally seeing him again. His aunt tripped on the way, but an invisible force wrapped around her body and stopped her from falling. Su Hong used his mental strength to protect her before she got hurt. After that, Su Hong walked over to the two of them and asked if they were okay. His aunt held his hand and said that technique was amazing. The two of them said they were fine and had only gotten scared. Su Hong's uncles noticed that he had gotten stronger again. His aunt said that during the past month, they had been worried sick about him, but Su Hong answered that he was back now, and they did not need to worry anymore. Meanwhile, Wang Ni and the other adults were shocked to find out that Su Hong was a mental master, and on top of that, a grade 2 mental master. The principal asked President Wu why she had not told him that Su Hong was a mental master. President Wu answered angrily, saying that he had also hidden that information from her. The two argued, and President Wu said that since more people wanted to steal her boy, they needed to be careful not to attract the attention of the disciples. She also said with a laugh that her first school would rise with Su Hong, and that he would become a banner to attract new students in the future. Some families began acting right away. One of them ordered a luxury gift to be prepared urgently. Another said he wanted to send his daughter to the city lord's mansion and told her to dress well. Then Wang Ni, the city lord of Xincheng, appeared in front of Su Hong and his uncles. He said that Su Hong had done a huge favor for Xincheng, becoming the #1 pride of the city. Wang Ni handed over the keys to a mansion and a cash prize, saying that this was the gift prepared for the first place of the training. Some guests commented that calling it a prize was a joke. Until now, Wang Ni had probably thought his own son would take first place, so he must have prepared everything at the last minute, like an old fox who acted fast. Wang Ni reached out his hand and said he would do everything he could to help with anything Su Hong needed. However, Su Hong looked at him and thought that the city lord was trying to recruit him in public. In the end, Su Hong understood that if he refused directly, he might offend Wang Ni, and maybe he would not be able to turn down his requests in the future. Su Hong realized that the city lord's faction was one of the strongest in Star City, so it would not be smart to reject him in public and offend Wang Ni. Besides, with the city lord protecting his family, he could leave to train with much more peace of mind. He also remembered that Grandmaster Qin, President Wu Lingshen, and the principal of First High School were on his side. Because of that, even if he accepted Wang Ni's help, he would not need to worry about being forced to do anything unreasonable in the future. Su Hong accepted Wang Ni's favor and politely thanked him, saying that he might really need his help. Right after that, he took the chance to ask for treatment for his aunt's rare illness. Su Hong's aunt and uncle became emotional when they heard him. Wang Ni did not hesitate and ordered his men to handle the matter, telling them to use the best medical resources available. Then Wang Ni asked whether Su Hong wanted anything else, saying that straightforward young people were usually the most pleasant to deal with. Su Hong thought for a moment and asked for a practical weapon that he could use in battle. Wang Ni laughed and told Su Hong to choose any weapon he wanted from the armory. He even said that he had been afraid Su Hong would ask for one of his personal weapons, because the closer a warrior became to the Wang family, the harder it was to receive something like that. Before leaving, Su Hong asked his aunt and uncle to wait for him for a while. Wang Tiantu was placed in charge of receiving them, and they were carefully escorted inside. That made the other guests even more shocked by the influence of Su Hong's family. Inside the city lord's mansion armory, Wang Ni showed Su Hong many different weapons. He explained that the current area held C-rank weapons, the section farther inside contained B-rank weapons, and the deepest section stored A-rank weapons. Wang Ni told Su Hong to choose an A-rank weapon that matched his attribute. Su Hong realized that a single A-rank weapon was already worth hundreds of millions, but he also understood that Wang Ni was trying to win him over completely. Su Hong then asked whether there were any weapons with multiple attributes. Wang Ni was surprised because weapons like that were extremely extremely rare, and even he only owned a few weapons with 2 attributes. To explain himself, Su Hong released all his energies at the same time, revealing the 7 attributes he cultivated. Wang Ni was completely shocked when he saw them, and realized that Su Hong was not just an ordinary genius. Su Hong thought that since he had already decided to accept Wang Ni's friendship, the more monstrous he appeared, the more valuable he would become in the city lord's eyes. Wang Ni was shaken when he learned that Su Hong cultivated 7 attributes at once. To him, it was absurd because multi-attribute cultivation was usually far too slow, and cultivating 7 attributes should theoretically make it impossible to reach rank 2. Even so, Su Hong was already a rank 2 martial artist, a rank 2 mental master, and he also possessed the sovereign body, which was even stronger than the barbarian god body. Wang Ni concluded that Su Hong was an extremely rare monster, a genius who truly seemed to have descended from the heavens into his city. After recovering from the shock, Wang Ni explained that multi-attribute weapons were very rare. His armory only had a few weapons with 2 attributes, and among the weapons with 3 attributes there was only one, the Abyss God's Black Dragon Spear. Wang Ni showed the weapon to Su Hong and asked whether he wanted an A-rank spear to be taken apart, so a proper shaft could be made for it. Su Hong thanked the city lord, and decided to use the Thunder and Fire Spear for the time being. To him, a spearhead with 3 attributes was already enough for now. After that, Wang Ni mentioned that strange events had started appearing near Star City. According to him, while Su Hong had been inside the training camp, unusual situations had begun appearing in several parts of the world. In those places, multi-attribute fierce beasts had appeared along with natural treasures that also carried multiple attributes. He explained that someone had seen a thunder-type fierce beast come into contact with an object that looked like a fragment. After that, the beast became able to control thunder and fire at the same time. Wang Ni also said that reports of multi-attribute fierce beasts had already appeared outside Star City, near Stargazing Lake. However, that place was far too dangerous for Su Hong at the moment. If he entered a martial arts university in the future, he might be able to ask a professor for help, but for now, it would be better not to take the risk. A few hours later, Su Hong returned to his neighborhood with his aunt and uncle. Outside, several neighbors gathered when they saw an official Star City car stopping there. Everyone was shocked when they noticed that it had a special license plate directly connected to the city lord. Some people began making jealous comments. One woman thought that she would also be satisfied if her son had managed to ride in that car. Then she remembered that if Su Hong had given his training camp spot to her son, he might have had a bright future. Because of that, she became angry and considered raising Su Hong's family's rent to force them out. However, she soon saw Su Hong getting out of the car with his aunt and uncle. The neighbors could not understand how that was possible. Some of them explained that Su Hong had gone to the training camp, taken first place, and received a villa from the city lord, so his family would be moving the next day. Su Hong's aunt was surprised to learn that they would no longer need to rent the apartment. His uncle even asked whether they could get the extra rent money back. However, his aunt preferred to leave it as a gift for the neighbor, saying that their family had money now and did not need to embarrass themselves over such a small amount. Before going to the villa, his uncle still asked whether they should take the old tables and chairs with them. His aunt complained and told him not to be so cheap, since Su Hong was now an important person, and they should not embarrass him. Even so, she was also happy because the family's situation was finally improving. On his last night before leaving, Su Hong stood on the rooftop and realized that he was a little reluctant to leave the place. After dividing his points between mental strength and training, he still had more than 1,900 martial points left. He used the remaining points to strengthen his body, and his vitality slowly rose until it reached 701.3. With that, Su Hong realized that he had finally broken through to the middle stage of grade 2. Afterward, he picked up his phone to search for information about the strange events Wang Ni had mentioned and about Stargazing Lake. However, the device cracked in his hand because his body had not fully adapted to the power of the middle stage of grade 2. In the news, Su Hong saw that an S-rank spiritual medicine had appeared somewhere, attracting several powerful martial artists and even grandmasters. Another report said that a flame-type fierce beast had touched a mysterious fragment and gained thunder and earth attributes. As he continued reading, Su Hong learned that a grade 2 fierce beast with multiple attributes had been spotted at Stargazing Lake, attracting several grade 3 and grade 4 martial artists. He understood that he might not be able to defeat a grade 4 warrior yet, but escaping from one should not be a problem. He decided that after finishing the move the next day, he would go take a look at Stargazing Lake. The next day, Su Hong and his aunt and uncle finally moved into the villa district of Star City. Early in the morning, the house was already filled with gifts sent by many different people, leaving his aunt and uncle unsure of what to do. Many wealthy people from the area appeared to flatter the family, saying that the doors of their homes would always be open to Su Hong. Others claimed that they owned rare collections and invited him to visit whenever he had time. Su Hong could only smile and wave while trying to deal with all the forced socializing. After finally getting rid of everyone, he threw himself onto the couch, completely exhausted. To Su Hong, talking to so many people was more tiring than training. Even so, he remembered that he needed to go to Stargazing Lake that afternoon. Later, Su Hong arrived at the martial arts base and noticed that the place was crowded. He found the number of people there strange because if Stargazing Lake had really experienced such an unusual event, event, everyone should have been there instead. After listening to the conversations around him, he understood the reason. The grade 3 and grade 4 warriors were still waiting for Guanxi to leave before heading out. The grade 1 warriors did not even dare to step outside, because if they ran into a grade 2 opponent, they would not have enough strength to react. On the second floor of the martial arts base, a man watched the activity outside through a window. Meanwhile, inside a private room, another man confirmed that Su Hong had been the one who killed his nephew. He said that he was completely certain, but he was suddenly interrupted by a much stronger presence. A man surrounded by a red aura appeared without warning, causing the other man to drop to his knees immediately. The powerful man warned him to watch his mouth and show proper respect. Terrified, the other man quickly apologized. After that, the scene shifted to Guangxing Lake. The area was surrounded by many warriors, all waiting for something to happen. Su Hong arrived while hiding among the trees and noticed that there were no grade 1 warriors there, only grade 2 and grade 3 fighters. He also noticed the presence of several grade 4 warriors. Even so, Guangxing Lake only had a confirmed report of one grade 2 multi-attribute fierce beast, so it seemed that the strange events had attracted people who were much stronger than expected. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual in the lake. A huge column of water exploded into the sky, and a giant beast appeared in the middle of the rushing current. It was the star-spotted giant fish, a fierce beast at the early stage of grade 3. The creature appeared covered in blue energy and fired a dual-attribute water cannon, causing several warriors to panic. A grade 4 warrior tried to resist, saying that he would not run away from a simple grade 3 beast, but the attack tore straight through him as if he were made of paper. Su Hong watched from a distance and realized that the dual-attribute strike had passed through a grade 4 warrior's body without any difficulty. Soon, the other warriors became excited. One of them said that he had waited half a month for a dual-attribute beast and rushed toward the fish, trying to pull it out of the water. Another shouted that the beast belonged to him, and several warriors began fighting over who would claim it first. In the end, the situation turned into a chaotic race. Everyone wanted to capture the star-spotted giant fish, because whoever grabbed it first would own it. 1 minute later, the dual-attribute beast was already lying on the ground, completely cut into pieces. The warriors who rushed over to fight for its body became frustrated when they realized that there was nothing inside it. They complained because they had expected the beast's stomach to be filled with treasures. Su Hong watched from a distance and understood the situation. A grade 3 beast with 2 attributes had been turned into sashimi in less than a minute, and those grade 4 warriors were far too ruthless. If he stayed close to them, he would never be able to obtain anything. At that moment, Su Hong sensed that something was wrong. A masked warrior suddenly appeared behind him, surrounded by blue energy, and trying to attack him from behind. Su Hong reacted on instinct and used his mental strength to stop the strike at the last second. He barely escaped and realized that the attacker was both a spiritual mental master and a grade 4 warrior. The attack failed, and Su Hong quickly counterattacked, sending the enemy flying. The masked man was surprised when he realized that Su Hong was also a mental master. Su Hong became serious, understanding that a grade 4 warrior had tried to ambush him. If he had not used his spiritual power to freeze the attack, he would already be dead. Soon after, 6 more enemies came running through the forest. All of them were grade 3 warriors, and they complained that their leader had been too careless to fail such an ambush. Su Hong noticed that it was not just that group. 7 more enemies were coming from another direction, and all of them were also grade 3 warriors. In total, there were more than a dozen grade 3 assassins and 1 grade 4 assassin, all sent to kill a grade 2 warrior like him. He understood that even the Lord of Star City would have trouble gathering so many people at once, so he began wondering when he had offended someone so important. The assassins tried to surround him, but Su Hong used his movement technique and shot through the forest. They recognized it as the Flying Hong Steps, an A-rank movement technique, and were shocked by his speed. Even so, they decided to keep chasing him, believing that a grade 2 warrior would not have enough stamina to last long against them. However, Su Hong had no intention of competing in stamina. He smiled and moved even faster, leaving a clear trail behind him as he raced uphill through the forest. The masked assassins could not believe their eyes when they saw him shoot forward. One of them shouted in shock, unable to understand how a grade 2 warrior could fly, calling the whole thing completely insane. Another pursuer complained that even with so many people, they still had not managed to kill him, admitting that the situation was humiliating. The chase continued for dozens of miles across the huge mountain range covered in dense forest. Finally exhausted, Su Hong leaned on his spear among the trees. He realized that his blood energy was almost gone, and his spiritual power was completely drained. At that point, he understood that the only way to create more distance was to rely on the endurance of the sovereign body and his raw physical strength. He once again wondered who was trying to kill him, and considered whether it could be Ye Qi, Ye Feng's uncle. Su Hong knew that Ye Qi was only a grade 3 warrior, but if the entire Ye family paid enough money, they could definitely hire such a huge number of grade 3 assassins. As he studied the battle situation, he believed that he could kill all the grade 3 assassins, but the grade 4 warrior was the real problem. If he focused on killing the grade 3 warriors first, he would leave himself completely open to a surprise attack from the grade 4 enemy. On the other hand, if he fought the grade 4 warrior first, he would be injured and then surrounded by the rest of the group. With his eyes glowing bright blue, Su Hong concluded that his only way out was to kill the grade 3 warriors in the blink of an eye. Only then could he focus everything he had on defeating the grade 4 opponent. As he gathered his energy, a violent burst of electricity and flames erupted around his hands, leaving a trail of smoke. With one devastating strike, a huge rock exploded in the middle of the forest with a massive crash. The assassin leader stood in front of the shattered stones, holding a sword covered in red energy. He angrily complained that their information had said Su Hong's combat strength was only at the level of a grade 3 warrior, even though he was grade 2. But nobody had warned them that he was also a grade 2 spiritual mental master. Below him, one of his men desperately warned that if Su Hong escaped back to Star City, all of them would be completely finished. The assassins remained tense in the middle of the forest. One of them muttered that their lord would never risk exposing his identity by attacking Su Hong inside the city, while another grabbed his head in panic, knowing that if their lord found out they had failed, everyone there would be dead. The leader ordered them all to shut up and claimed that if the boy returned to Star City, he would only die faster. At that moment, a mysterious group dressed in white appeared among the trees. Their leader told the assassin leader not to worry, explaining that Su Hong had only revealed that he was a grade 2 mental master the day before, so there had not been enough time to update the information. He reminded them that they controlled the area and had men positioned in every anomalous zone. The man said he would order the rest of his people to seal off the entire area and made it clear that if the assassins still failed to kill Su Hong, they should prepare to die. The assassin leader accepted the help, said he owed the man a favor, and ordered them to lock down the area immediately. He cursed and promised to tear that brat into pieces. The man in white checked a technological device and watched a mystical compass spin before saying that there was nothing in that area. He then ordered his team to move on to the next zone. The next day, the enemies finally spotted their target running through the thick forest. They shouted that they had found the brat and ordered everyone not to let him escape. On the 4th day of the chase, a battle broke out. One assassin jumped forward with all his strength and released a red energy slash that cracked the ground, shouting for the young man to die already. Su Hong flew aside with great agility while holding his spear. By the 7th day, Su Hong stopped near the edge of a cliff. One of the pursuers pointed from the rocks above and shouted that the cursed boy was right there. One assassin tried to call the rest of the group, but Su Hong suddenly appeared and kicked him hard in the face. He angrily blamed the man for spying on him right when he had gone to relieve himself. Alone in the forest with the enemy lying on the ground, Su Hong felt the weight of spending 7 straight days running for his life and hunting fierce beasts. He realized that even his sovereign body was getting close to its limit. With no better option, he decided to head to Star City's official supply station and try to rest there for at least one night, hoping the enemies would not dare attack him on government property. As soon as he arrived, Su Hong noticed several men in suits watching his every move. That only confirmed his suspicion that Yi Chi, from the martial arts base, was truly the person behind everything. Su Hong went to a nearby hotel and opened his status screen after entering his room so he could plan his next move. Sitting on the bed, he saw that his current vitality was 705 points, still far from the 900 points needed to reach the advanced stage of grade 2. He also noticed that the martial points he had collected during that dangerous week were not enough for the breakthrough. Instead of wasting the points on a small increase in vitality, he decided it would be much better to invest everything into improving the sovereign body, since that would directly raise his combat strength and endurance. He began putting the points into the system, and a dark red energy immediately started flowing from his body. The bonuses rose one after another, leaving Su Hong impressed by the strange and terrifying increase in power he felt. Raising the sovereign body to 6.5% produced a huge result, increasing his strength by at least 20%. Satisfied, he decided to rest his eyes while practicing his guidance technique. He also planned to jump through the window and escape if the enemies appeared. A few hours passed under the light of the crescent moon. Downstairs, the inn became noisy as people recorded other people's arguments to post them online. Sitting in a corner, Su Hong nearly lost his appetite because of the shameless behavior around him, but he stayed focused on finishing his meal. Su Hong found it strange that the assassins had disappeared for so long. He guessed that they were too afraid to act inside the station and were probably preparing an ambush outside. Suddenly, he heard several men at the next table complaining that they had found a valuable 3-star dark purple bamboo, but had it stolen by grade 4 warriors. Knowing that the item's rarity was close to A rank, Su Hong remembered that this natural treasure contained multiple attributes. The 3-star version held 4 kinds of spiritual chi, making it perfect for his future growth. He joined the conversation and mentioned that the place had strange magnetic field rules that made stealing difficult even for powerful warriors. One of the men praised his knowledge and confirmed that the gravity there was strange, explaining that the higher a warrior's grade was, the stronger the magnetic field became. The blonde man burst out laughing as he explained that the grade 4 warriors who stole his dark purple bamboo had been crushed into meat paste by the gravity as soon as they entered the area. His friend became deeply disturbed, saying that dying instantly like that was far too terrifying. After hearing the conversation, Su Hong squeezed his hamburger slightly and wondered whether his sovereign body could withstand such brutal gravity. Without warning, a huge red flash exploded through the middle of the inn, making everyone scream in terror. Su Hong stayed completely calm and continued focusing on his food while the energy blast destroyed everything beside him. The floor and tables flew through through the air from the force of the attack, and the young man slid backward, balancing himself on the debris without dropping his food and keeping his spear close. Looking seriously through the dust, Su Hong realized that the assassins had finally arrived to settle things. A heavy step cracked the broken floorboards, and the group entered through a huge hole in the wall. The assassin leader wore a mocking smile and asked whether the boy was not supposed to be so good at running, making fun of him for not escaping this time. Hidden behind an overturned table, the customers were completely shocked to see a grade 4 warrior leading more than a dozen grade 3 warriors just to kill a boy who was only grade 2. They tried to guess what kind of huge trouble he had gotten himself into. The criminals shouted for everyone to leave so they could clear the area, and the civilians ran away, stumbling over one another as they desperately tried to save themselves. The assassins surrounded Su Hong from every direction with their swords ready. Their leader asked whether the young man had truly believed they would not dare attack him inside the supply station. Su Hong gave them a mocking smile and asked whether they would believe him if he said that he had already been waiting for them. The assassin leader burst out laughing and asked whether the brat really thought he could kill everyone there by himself. However, Su Hong was not interested in talking. He tightened his grip on the spear and activated a powerful fusion of electricity and flames. Energy crackled around the entire golden spearhead as he took a firm battle stance. He made it clear that the only way to know the result was to try. At that moment, the bandit leader broke into a cold sweat and became completely shocked when he realized that the boy controlled 3 attributes at the same time. Terrified by the danger in front of him, the leader lost his confidence and began shouting wildly for his team to retreat and spread out immediately. It was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Su Hong appeared in the middle of them and unleashed a devastating attack. With one eye glowing red, he triggered a complete burst of energy, making the leader scream in terror as the strike exploded through everything. Outside, the crowd watched in fear as a strange flash of light and fire burst through the inn's windows, unable to understand what kind of terrifying power had just been released. The explosion destroyed everything with unbelievable force, tearing the inn apart inside a giant fireball. The people outside stared with their mouths open, unable to understand why anyone would need to use a martial art with that much power just to kill a grade 2 warrior. When the dust settled, the entire area was completely destroyed, with all the henchmen lying across the ground. In the middle of the wreckage, coughing heavily because of the smoke, the grade 4 leader slowly stood up with his body badly injured. He could not understand what had happened, and was shocked to see that only his men had died. He wondered whether that terrifying power had really come from a grade 2 brat. Even though he was seriously injured, the assassin proudly thought that if someone as strong as him had suffered severe wounds at the center of the explosion, then the boy had to be dead. He let out a relieved breath, believing that even though his team had suffered heavy losses, the mission was complete, which was still much better than failing and being executed by Lord Naboo. However, his relief only lasted a few seconds. Without warning, a brutal energy slash tore through the air straight toward him, catching the leader completely off guard. Su Hong came flying down from above, shirtless and with blood in his eyes, holding a spear covered in powerful electrical energy. The young man released the attack with all his strength, using the third stance of the 9 spears that break the heavens. The leader panicked and screamed that the brat was still alive, desperately trying to defend himself from the overwhelming strike. The impact was violent and sent even more dirt into the air. The assassin became completely blinded inside the smoke, swinging his weapon at nothing while shouting to find out where the boy had gone. Cold sweat covered the leader as he realized that he had fallen for a trick and had been fooled. He desperately shouted for the remaining henchmen to wake up and restrain the boy, but Su Hong was already moving like a ghost through the darkness. With his eye glowing red, the young man rushed forward like lightning to finish off the last survivors who were stumbling around inside the fog. One henchman could not understand the order and asked what the leader was saying, but he did not even have time to hear the answer. Su Hong appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and drove his spear straight into the man with a sharp impact. The young man stood shirtless in the middle of the smoke, holding the defeated follower on the tip of his weapon. He made it clear that even if he still could not bring down a grade 4 master, the grade 3 warriors under the villain's command were easy targets. Thinking quickly during the battle, Su Hong understood that the destruction caused by a failed fusion of 3 attributes was far too terrifying. Cold sweat ran down his body as he realized that if he had not activated his reinforced earth armor and improved his sovereign body, he would have been completely broken by now, even if he had somehow survived. With a quick movement, Su Hong threw the dead bodies into the air and gave the assassin leader a mocking wave. The leader watched him with his sword tightly held in his hand. The young man then moved straight toward the remaining enemy, mentally calculating that nearly all the grade 3 warriors had already been killed. If he could successfully complete the fusion of the 3 attributes, he would have the perfect chance to eliminate that grade 4 master. On the other side, the criminal leader's eyes turned red with rage. A powerful red aura exploded around his body as he completely lost control and swore that he would cut the young man's corpse into 10,000 pieces for destroying his entire group. Meanwhile, activity was intense at the Star City martial artists base. Lin Xinghe told the others that his original plan had been to invite Su Hong to travel with them to Star Lake, but he had never expected the young man to have already left 7 days earlier. Wang Tiantuo was shocked and pointed out that Su Hong had rested for only 1 day before returning to training, while they had spent an entire week relaxing relaxing. Because of that, Lin Shinha admitted that it was better not to compare themselves to a monster like him. Xiao Yan immediately pushed the group to get on the road as soon as possible, hoping they might run into Su Hong somewhere around the lake. Meanwhile, inside a closed room, the mood became extremely tense when a full teacup was smashed directly onto the floor. Ye Qi was furious and cursed his men as complete trash while staring at his phone. He could not believe that those idiots had not only pretended to be martial artists from that base and sealed off the area around Star Lake, but had also been stupid enough to attack Su Hong directly in the middle of the official supply station. Panic hit Ye Qi hard, and he began trembling in his chair while swallowing nervously beneath a huge and oppressive red shadow. He knew very well that if Su Hong died there, even a complete idiot would immediately point a finger at him. To make everything worse, the city lord had placed great trust in the boy, so the mistake made by those useless henchmen could cost Ye Qi his life and lead to the complete destruction of his entire clan. Deep inside the dark purple bamboo forest, a dark energy spread through the area. A mysterious gravity field activated across the region, crushing the ground under an unbelievable purple pressure. Inside the field, the situation was tense, and the warriors struggled heavily just to move. One of them became completely stuck under the force of the environment. He was frustrated because he had only managed to take 14 steps before being hit by a weight 30 times stronger than normal, making it impossible to reach the treasure directly in front of him. Outside the affected area, the people watched and tried to calculate how dangerous the pressure was. One man explained that for a normal body weighing around 80 kilograms, the pressure would easily rise above 2 tons. Every cell, internal organ, and even the brain would need to withstand the force, not only the bones and muscles. Another warrior from the base explained that the magnetic field was extremely dangerous because the higher a martial artist's cultivation level was, the stronger the gravity became. Because of that, if a grade 4 fighter stepped inside, the pressure would be several times worse than what a grade 3 warrior would experience. After learning that, the man carrying an array compass decided to turn back. He believed that the valuable 3-star dark purple bamboo was useless if nobody could reach it, and thought it would be better to continue searching for the divine object. However, the device in his hands suddenly began reacting and beeping wildly, showing that the relic had been found. The man looked in the direction shown by the device and became completely shocked by what he saw. He realized that the divine object he wanted so badly was hidden directly in the middle of the dangerous zone, inside that same dark purple bamboo. Furious at his terrible luck, he gritted his teeth and had no idea how he could recover the item from such an insane gravity field. The man holding the compass then noticed a fast shadow moving between the bamboo trees, and was surprised when he recognized Su Hong jumping through the forest. He found it unbelievable that a grade 4 warrior leading a group of grade 3 fighters had been unable to kill a grade 2 brat. Angry at the other's incompetence, the man decided to handle the situation himself and gathered a pale white energy around his weapon. He jumped forward with all his strength, celebrating the perfect opportunity that had appeared before him. He knew that the Lord would pay a huge reward for the young man's head. Su Hong noticed the threat and was impressed by the crushing strength of the enemy's aura. The attacker came down from above with a brutal strike, but the young man reacted quickly and activated his orange energy armor to absorb the violent force of the direct attack. The collision between their powers created a huge explosion that lit up the forest. When the dust cleared, Su Hong appeared badly worn out and breathing heavily, while pieces of his mystical defense broke apart in the air. Although the assassin was surprised that the boy had survived the attack, he swore that Su Hong would die that day and immediately prepared another devastating strike to end the fight. Su Hong quickly realized that the enemy was a demonic cultist who even knew his name. He understood that besides the threat from Ye Qi, that dark sect was also completely focused on killing him. Another heavy and violent clash broke out, creating a massive explosion inside the forest. The grade 4 master, Bai Ao, was forced backward and spat out blood from the impact. He was completely shocked by the boy's incredible strength and could not understand how a grade 2 warrior could be such a terrifying monster. When he looked to the side and saw Su Hong running toward the gravity field, Bai Ao panicked. Cold sweat covered him as he lost his calm and screamed for his followers to intercept the young man and stop him at any cost. The cult's henchmen rushed forward together to block the path. After seeing them move, Su Hong realized that he was trapped, with cultists blocking the front and a master chasing from behind. He felt that the pursuit would never end. While running, the followers considered activating a mutant transformation, but the most arrogant one immediately rejected the idea. He claimed that the brat had already used all his energy and would not be able to repeat an attack of that level. They only needed to hold him back for a little while until Bai Ao arrived and finished the job. One of the cultists moved to the front and activated an intense blue aura, ordering everyone to attack with full strength. However, he could not even finish the sentence before a fast and deadly slash cut across his neck. He spat out blood as Su Hong's spear passed over him without slowing down. Su Hong moved through the enemies like a flaming bolt of lightning, taking down several of them at once with one sharp and deadly attack. The cultists panicked after seeing the instant deaths, complaining that they had been told the boy could not repeat such a powerful strike. Even though they were terrified, the survivors tried to reorganize and charged forward together, shouting for everyone to surround the young man at any cost. Without wasting any time, Su Hong jumped and activated the Raging Sea technique, creating a massive wave of golden energy energy and pure electricity. The overwhelming impact swallowed the enemies without mercy, leaving the remaining cultists completely horrified by the unbelievable strength of that boy, who looked more like a merciless monster. After watching his men being slaughtered, Bai Yao completely lost his patience and jumped towards Su Hong with all his strength, challenging the young man to block his next attack. The Grade 4 Master released a massive blue energy blast, but Su Hong decided there was no reason to directly face an attack used at full power. Using a fast movement technique called the Flying Swan Cloud Step, he quickly dodged and entered the gravity field. The people watching from a distance were completely shocked when they saw the young man move more than 10 steps inside the dangerous area in the blink of an eye. He seemed to completely ignore the crushing pressure because of his extremely powerful body. Furious and believing that the boy was trying to escape, Bai Yao shouted that the gravity field would not save him and stepped directly into it to continue the chase. Reality hit hard on the very first step. The Grade 4 Master began sweating as he felt a force nearly 30 times stronger crushing his body. He quickly understood the real danger and calculated that if he moved any farther, the gravity could increase hundreds of times because of his high cultivation level. While Su Hong continued running calmly ahead, Bai Yao panicked and tried to launch a long-range slash, cursing the terrible gravity that had completely locked his legs. The enemy leader shouted furiously from the edge of the field, challenging the boy not to act like a coward and telling him to stay inside if he had the courage. Su Hong ignored the provocation and realized that for now, he had found a temporary safe place. Looking carefully ahead, he finally saw the valuable 3-star dark purple bamboo right in front of him. However, the pressure inside the field was no joke, and the gravity became more crushing with every inch he moved. Breathing heavily and feeling his body tremble, Su Hong began suffering from the weight pressing down on the wounds from his earlier battles. He realized that he was getting close to his physical limit. To avoid making things worse, he sat down in a meditation position and activated a healing technique to treat his injuries. Since the demonic cultists could not get past the edge of the field, he used the chance to recover while a bright green wood attribute energy began covering his body. Outside, the warriors watching everything were completely stunned. They were shocked that the boy had just used electricity and could now control wood energy to heal himself. But what truly terrified them was seeing that he was only 10 steps away from reaching the valuable bamboo. Realizing the danger, the villain leader lost his confidence and ordered his men to fly away and warn Lin Chen and the rest of the group to come reinforce the blockade. He explained that they needed to join forces and kill Su Hong once and for all because the divine object was probably hidden inside that bamboo. If the boy got his hands on the relic, their entire clan would be destroyed. Near Star Lake, a demonic cultist with wings fell to the ground, badly beaten. From the top of a cliff, Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantuo, and Xiao Yan studied the situation and realized that the entire area had been sealed off by the demonic cult. Suspecting that the villains were either hunting Su Hong or searching for treasures, the group decided to hurry back to the martial artist's base and raise the alarm. As they ran, they found the silence around the base strange and began to suspect a serious betrayal. They wondered whether the local leaders were working together with the cultists. Because of the danger of a trap, Wang Tiantuo decided to call his father and ask him to send troops immediately to take control of both the base and Star Lake. At the city lord's mansion, the news hit like a bomb. When the ruler learned that the cult had sealed off the lake with help from the base and that Su Hong was probably surrounded, he completely lost his temper. Over the phone, he shouted furiously and said that he was already gathering his army to march into battle. Far away, at the center of the purple gravity field, Su Hong remained focused on healing himself. At the edge of the forest, the cult's reinforcements arrived, and the man carrying the compass was confused to see the masked leader standing alone. He asked where the rest of the team had gone. The survivor blamed the boy, complaining that the brat had fought dirty and caused a huge massacre. The newcomer became angry at the failure and said that even if the entire team had been made of wild pigs, a simple grade 2 warrior should never have been able to wipe out more than 10 grade 3 fighters. The masked man tried to defend himself by explaining that the boy had a secret 3-attribute fusion technique and that anyone would have died against it, but his partner did not believe him and called it a weak excuse to hide his incompetence. The cult leaders finally admitted that the boy truly could fuse 3 different attributes. Desperate, they knew they had to kill him no matter what, or their lord would destroy all of them for failing. 2 hours passed, and the results of the meditation were incredible. Using an A-rank healing technique, Su Hong fully restored his body and spiritual energy, returning to his best condition. When he looked back, he saw that the group was still waiting at the edge of the field and understood that they would not stop until he was dead. His new plan was simple: pull out the 3-star dark purple bamboo and leave immediately. He stood up and took another step, making the ground crack beneath his boot. The gravity increased in a strange way with every inch he moved, crushing his body with brutal force, but he clenched his teeth and focused on enduring it. Outside the area, the villains watched nervously and cursed the monster-like endurance of that 3-attribute genius. They noticed that he was only 5 or 6 steps away from reaching the bamboo. The cult leader drew his glowing sword and prepared a strategy with the others. He warned them that the moment the boy pulled out the plant, the gravity field would disappear. That would be their perfect chance to rush in, surround him, and tear him apart. Su Hong finally reached the dark purple bamboo, covered in sweat and bravely resisting the crushing pressure. Right there on the damaged ground, where the terrible gravity had even reduced rocks to dust. He noticed a mysterious triangular fragment that remained completely untouched and showed no sign of damage. Curious about the object, Su Hong picked it up from the ground, suspecting that it might be a valuable treasure even though it looked like ordinary material. He tried to bend it with all his physical strength, but it was too hard and did not move even a little. Instead, it cut his finger. The moment his blood touched the relic, it began releasing colorful lights and entered his body through the wound. At once, overwhelming energy filled him, making all 7 types of his spiritual energy rise instantly. The system notified him that he had obtained a fragment of the cauldron of the 7 gods. Realizing that this was the perfect chance to grow stronger, Su Hong immediately sat down in the lotus position and began cultivating inside a powerful red aura. Outside the field, the demonic cultists became furious and confused. They suspected that the boy had picked up something precious from the ground and could not believe that he had the nerve to start training right in front of them. During the breakthrough, the spiritual power of all 7 of Su Hong's attributes increased more than 10 times. Powerful A-rank techniques that had once left him exhausted could now be used dozens of times in a row. Even better, the 3-attribute fusion he had been trying to master for so long was finally completed successfully. When he looked at his status panel, he saw that the item count showed 1 out of 100, meaning that 99 other fragments of the relic were still scattered around the world. Su Hong studied the floating panel and noticed that the cauldron of the 7 gods was far beyond S-rank. Seeing that a single piece of the relic had caused his power to explode, he imagined the unbelievable level he could reach after collecting the other 99 fragments. With 3 attributes fully combined and a massive amount of spiritual energy inside his body, the young man stood up, certain that he no longer needed to run from anyone. He held his weapon with determination, ready to end the chase once and for all. At the edge of the field, the cultists noticed his intention and angrily warned one another to attack the moment the bamboo was removed. Their desire to kill him had grown enormous. Ignoring the pressure from his enemies, Su Hong grabbed the dark purple bamboo firmly. Using incredible strength, he pulled with everything he had and tore the plant out of the ground. In an instant, the terrible gravity field disappeared from the area. Freed from the crushing weight, the villains activated their colorful auras and rushed toward the young man together, shouting for him to prepare for the worst. Su Hong gave them a mocking laugh and decided to use the group to test the true potential of his new power. With his attributes aligned, he raised his weapon, filled it with overwhelming energy, and pointed it directly at the charging crowd while gathering all his strength for one final attack. When the cultists saw the storm of electricity and fire building up, they became completely terrified and froze in fear. Without giving them any chance to escape, Su Hong gave the ruthless command and released the full explosion of the attack. The impact created a series of massive explosions that tore across the area with pillars of light and destructive flames. The overwhelming strike swallowed the army of villains without mercy, turning their charge into desperate screams of pain. When the dust finally settled, the area was completely destroyed, with burned ground and charred bodies scattered everywhere. Covered in blood and completely shocked, the few survivors fell to their knees, horrified by the unbelievable power. They became convinced that the boy had only turned into such a monster because he had absorbed the fragment of the divine object. Su Hong appeared before the 2 surviving cultists, who trembled in fear on the ground. Surrounded by intense flames, he showed a confident smile and asked whether hunting him had been fun. He warned them that it was now his turn to destroy them. Holding his weapon, he decided to give the pair one chance to survive. In exchange, he demanded the exact location of the demonic cult's hideout in Star City. The young man studied the situation seriously and concluded that for them to have joined forces with Ye Chi and gathered so many people in such a short time, an entire faction had probably been hiding inside the city for a long time. However, one of the enemies completely lost control, refused to surrender, and threw an explosive artifact. He shouted that he would drag the boy to hell with him, while his partner desperately yelled for him to retreat. A blinding light exploded across the battlefield. When the smoke finally cleared, the 2 villains had already used the distraction to escape. Left alone, Su Hong collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, relieved that they had run away. He looked at his injuries and realized that the powerful attack had consumed almost all his thunder, fire, and metal chi. He knew that if the 2 grade 4 fighters had risked everything and attacked him together, he might not have been able to defeat them. To avoid taking any chances, Su Hong immediately activated his green healing energy to recover his strength, fully focused on getting revenge against the cursed Ye Chi. Meanwhile, the 2 escaped cultists ran through the forest. One of them tried to convince himself that the boy had only been bluffing and had run out of energy, but his partner told him to shut up and remember that the grade 2 monster had just wiped out both of their teams without effort. The 2 grade 4 masters continued fleeing and could not accept that a simple grade 2 warrior had left them without an army. They knew that if the story spread, nobody would believe that such unbelievable geniuses existed in the world. Meanwhile, at the martial artist's base, the traitor Ye Chi nervously tapped his feet while sitting on the couch. He became more desperate because no news had arrived from the blockade, knowing that it was only a matter of time before the city lord discovered everything. Suddenly, his communication artifact began glowing with a terrible message, confirming that the mission to assassinate Su Hong had failed badly. Ye Chi completely lost control and shouted at the communication device, unable to accept that his people had failed to kill a grade 2 rival and had put their entire secret at at risk. Without thinking twice, he decided that he needed to leave Star City immediately before the city lord caught him. Cursing Su-hong for ruining his life, he ran toward his car to escape. However, his escape plan disappeared when a powerful cage of fire burst from the ground and trapped him on the spot. Su-hong stepped out of the shadows like an executioner, cornering the traitor and asking where he thought he was going. Filled with hatred and desperation, Ye-chi screamed Su-hong's name and attacked with everything he had. The villain refused to believe that a grade 2 fighter could defeat a master at the peak of grade 3 like him, so he launched a desperate strike. However, Su-hong moved like lightning, dodging with perfect precision and passing straight through his opponent with his electrified spear. With his eyes glowing blue, the young man made it clear that the traitor's fate was already sealed. Su-hong released the final attack with all his strength and shattered every defense Ye-chi had. The traitor spat out blood in horror and called the young man a monster, only seconds before a violent explosion of energy slammed into the escape car. The vehicle turned into a giant fireball, while Su-hong watched the destruction with complete coldness. Around them, the civilians were totally shocked when they realized that an official at the peak of grade 3 had been destroyed with a single move in broad daylight. The mood changed when a fleet of black cars and a limousine surrounded the area. The city lord stepped out with a powerful and majestic presence that made the crowd tremble. People began whispering, afraid that the ruler would destroy the boy for killing a government official. Some citizens even agreed to testify in Su-hong's favor, planning to say that the dead man had tried a sneak attack and had simply received the result he deserved. However, breaking everyone's expectations, the city lord rushed desperately towards Su-hong, covered the young man with concern, and anxiously asked whether he had been hurt or placed in danger. The crowd became completely speechless. Embarrassed by all the attention and exaggerated worry, Su-hong only scratched his head. The wealthy ruler then became excited when he noticed the rare 3-star dark purple bamboo in the young man's hands and praised his unbelievable luck. However, the friendly mood did not last long. With a deadly stare fixed on the traitor's burned remains, the city lord became serious and demanded that Su-hong tell him exactly what had happened. More than 10 minutes later, the convoy of luxury cars moved down the road. Inside the limousine, Su-hong finished telling his story and left the city lord stunned and sweating nervously. The ruler repeated the unbelievable details, trying to understand how the demonic cult and Ye-chi had sent 2 grade 4 warriors and almost 30 grade 3 warriors to kill him. Yet the boy had survived for 8 days, defeated everyone, and still taken the valuable dark purple bamboo. Amazed by the achievement, the city lord grabbed Su-hong by the shoulders and jokingly suggested that he marry all of his more than 40 daughters, so they could produce an entire bloodline of monster geniuses capable of saving humanity. Red with embarrassment, Su-hong asked him to stop joking and reminded him that the true leader behind the demonic cultists was still hiding inside the city. The wealthy ruler immediately became serious and agreed, warning that the next assassins sent after him could be grade 6 or grade 7 grandmasters, a level of danger that the city would not be able to protect him from. As a solution, the city lord mentioned the college entrance exam that would take place in 1 month. He explained that if Su-hong entered an elite institution in Magic City or the imperial capital, he would be completely safe from any threat. With his eyes shining with determination, Su-hong promised that he would earn a place no matter what. Outside the vehicle, the ruler said goodbye and promised to place 2 teams of martial artists on patrol so the young man could train and cultivate his energy in peace. Su-hong arrived home carrying his spear and completely covered in blood, sending his family into total panic. They immediately told him to run straight to the hospital, terrified by the scene that looked like something from a horror movie. However, the young man quickly calmed everyone down and explained that all the blood belonged to the fierce beasts he had fought along the way, and that he himself was completely fine. Once he was alone inside his room, Su-hong sat on the bed and opened the system panel to check his gains. He noticed that he had earned around 3,100 martial value points during the battles in the forest. While studying his status, he faced a difficult decision. If he invested everything into vitality, he would break through the 1,000 point barrier and advance directly to grade 3, but his spiritual power, which had barely reached grade 2, would remain stuck. Since he needed to stay inside the city to avoid more assassination attempts, he knew it would be difficult to farm a large number of points again anytime soon. To avoid overthinking it, Su-hong decided to keep everything balanced and use the points to improve both his spiritual power and vitality at the same time. He quickly pressed the upgrade buttons. At once, energy filled the room while he focused on the bed. To test his new level of strength, the young man controlled the area around him and made the water inside a glass float through the air in perfect harmony, proving that the improvement had worked perfectly. The next day, at Star City No. 1 High School, everyone was talking about Su-hong. Students gathered to gossip about what he had done at the training camp, spreading stories that he had destroyed more than 100 enemies in the blink of an eye with a single spear attack. The excitement around him became so intense that teachers even organized talks about his achievements in different classrooms. That created arguments and scheduling chaos between the second-year and third-year classes, since everyone was desperate to hear the heroic stories. In the middle of all the noise, one student spotted Su-hong through a window and shouted that the legend had finally entered the school. Su-hong Hong calmly walked inside with his backpack, unable to understand the strange mood. However, he almost fell backward when a huge crowd of excited students with fanatical eyes began running toward him like a herd, shouting that he should not even think about escaping. The young man panicked and broke into a cold sweat, convinced that the entire school had somehow turned against him and was hunting him for a reason he did not understand. In the school courtyard, the students crowded around Su Hong and begged him to explain the details of his battles. One of his most excited friends crossed his arms and jokingly said that old Lee had almost popped his eyes out when he heard the news, and that the entire class had laughed at the teacher's shocked expression. Su Hong could only cough nervously as he tried to warn his friend, making the others think that he had caught a serious cold. The reason for his coughing became clear when teacher Lee suddenly appeared and grabbed the gossiping student by the head with a frightening smile. He questioned the student's confidence in calling him Old Lee, while dragging the talkative boy away as he shouted for help. The teacher told Su Hong that the principal was waiting for him. The young man immediately accepted the message and left his friend to be taken away without mercy. When Su Hong knocked on the principal's office door, the principal welcomed him with great excitement, called him Star City's greatest treasure, and pulled him inside with a huge smile. After they sat on the couch, the young man asked why he had been called there. The school leader placed a small box on the table and explained that he had secretly prepared several early stage and middle stage grade 2 pills as a gift, insisting that Su Hong accept them without hesitation. However, Su Hong gave an awkward smile, scratched his face, and politely refused the gift. He revealed that he had already reached the advanced stage of grade 2 and that those middle stage pills would not be very useful at his current level. Without showing any attachment to the items, he suggested that the principal give them to another student who needed them more. The principal almost fell backward after hearing that. He was completely shocked because Su Hong had only reached the early stage of grade 2 during the training camp, and he could not understand how the young man had advanced to the higher stage so quickly. Without giving many details, Su Hong only said that he had gone through a few situations recently that had sped up the process. He knew that if so many people had not tried to kill him, he never would have collected so much martial value. Excited by the boy's growth, the principal immediately removed his jacket and ordered Su Hong to go directly to the school gym. He said that he wanted to personally test the young man's strength and teach him a few moves at the same time. Su Hong tried to warn him by pointing out that the principal was a grade 3 fighter, but the veteran smiled confidently and told him to relax, promising to control his strength and take it easy. When they entered the gym, their arrival caused a huge reaction among the students. Everyone immediately recognized Su Hong and whispered that he was the legend who had faced 100 enemies alone. To make the event even bigger, the principal ordered every student who was not currently in class to come watch and learn from the sparring match. Seeing the size of the audience, Su Hong quietly suggested that they move somewhere else. However, the principal believed that the young man was afraid of being embarrassed and promised that he would not make the defeat look too bad. Su Hong could only give an awkward smile because his real fear was beating the principal so badly that he would completely destroy the man's dignity and authority in front of the entire school. With the court completely surrounded by an excited crowd, the two of them took their positions in the center and prepared to begin the fight. The principal slammed his foot against the gym floor and released overwhelming golden energy. He pushed out his chest and invited Su Hong to make the first move. In the stands, the students went wild after seeing that powerful display of vitality. Excited to watch a grade 3 warrior in action, they shouted for Su Hong to give it his best. On the other side, Su Hong faced a difficult strategy problem. He knew that he could not hurt the principal, but he also needed to hide the fact that he was holding back. He decided to begin with the hidden cloud gale fist, a B-rank technique, and rushed forward like lightning with his fist covered in blue flames. The veteran was shocked by the young man's bold attack right from the start. To answer with equal force, the principal gathered thick rocks around his arm and activated the giant rock fist, throwing a punch with the full power of a grade 3 warrior. The collision between their attacks created a violent explosion and a shockwave so powerful that it blinded the students in the stands. They could barely keep their eyes open under the pressure. Without slowing down, the two fighters immediately entered a wild exchange of high-speed attacks, filling the entire court with intense energy and excitement. The fight exploded in the middle of the court as the two sides collided with a brutal burst of energy. During the impact, the stone armor around the principal's arm cracked apart completely. The veteran was shocked to realize that a grade 2 boy had that much power and was clearly still holding back. In the stands, the students completely lost it when they saw the principal being pushed backward, unable to believe the unbelievable scene in front of them. While everyone tried to convince themselves that the principal was only going easy on him, the man himself began sweating nervously. He panicked after realizing that he had already used 80% of his strength, and if he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be completely ruined. Noticing the principal's desperation and wanting to save the poor man's dignity, Su Hong decided to act. He dropped to his knees and pretended to suffer a terrible defeat, then began giving dramatic praise, hoping the older man would understand the plan. The crowd completely believed the act and started shouting that there was honor in defeat. At first, the principal looked completely confused and thought he had actually injured the boy, but he soon understood what was happening. He became deeply moved by Su Hong's kindness and nearly cried with gratitude because the young man had saved his dignity. After recovering his posture as a leader, leader. The principal cleared his throat with confidence. He placed a hand on Su-hong's shoulder and gave a grand speech to the crowd, declaring the young man the greatest genius in the school's history. He openly admitted that Su-hong's power was equal to the peak of grade 3 and that he had needed to fight with everything he had to avoid being defeated. The entire gym went completely wild after hearing that statement. The students celebrated like crazy, already convinced that the city finally had a monster strong enough to be accepted into the famous Modu Martial University. The principal thanked Su-hong for saving him from terrible embarrassment in front of everyone. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man reminded him that the college entrance exam was only 1 month away and asked the veteran to help him train through real combat so he could reach grade 3. The principal was stunned by how much energy he had. From that point on, Su-hong's routine became completely insane. He spent his days exchanging attacks with the principal on the school rooftop and his nights cultivating techniques at home while surrounded by a red aura. However, the boy's pace was so extreme that the principal quickly gave up. Shaking from exhaustion, the veteran brought in an old friend, Coach Chen, to help with the training. It did not take long before both men were completely destroyed, walking with canes and trembling badly. With no other option, they asked President Wu from the Martial Dao Association to step in. She was a grade 5 warrior and was immediately confused by the terrible condition of the two older men. The woman showed no mercy at all and attacked Su-hong without holding back, smashing him into a crater and ordering him to keep going without resting. 1 month passed under that hellish routine, and the city signs already showed that only 5 days remained before the exam. Completely beaten up, Su-hong said that he finally felt he was about to advance, but the blonde woman thought he was only making excuses to avoid training. She grabbed his head and told him to stop being lazy. Su-hong firmly insisted that the breakthrough was really coming, making President Wu stop scolding him so she could confirm it. She was left speechless when he revealed that his vitality had risen from 900 to 1,000 points in less than a month. Realizing that he was serious, she immediately called the front desk and demanded that 2 bottles of grade 3 breakthrough pills be delivered to the training room as quickly as possible. The president told the young man to focus and begin the breakthrough right there. She gave him full support before leaving him alone. Su-hong thanked her, sat cross-legged on the floor, and entered a trance. Within seconds, a strange red energy began flowing around and through his body. Under the effect of cultivation, his injuries started healing almost instantly, leaving the young man ready to finally break through the barrier and become a true grade 3 martial artist. On the first floor of the Martial Dao Association, everyone was completely shocked. Director Yan, known as a strict woman who never smiled, crossed the lobby while skipping and humming happily. The reason for her joy was Su-hong's progress, since the city had never had a grade 3 candidate before. She knew that if the boy succeeded, a huge amount of resources from the province would be sent directly to the local association, allowing the entire place to grow rapidly. When the employees saw their usually cold director celebrating with her arms open, they became completely speechless and started gossiping in the corners. Nobody could understand why the coldest woman around had suddenly become so cheerful, and rumors quickly spread that she had probably fallen in love with someone. In the middle of the gossip, the school principal and Coach Chen appeared in the lobby looking for her. After learning that she had gone to the back courtyard, the 2 older men ran away while excitedly shouting her name. The people watching the gossip nearly fell over after seeing that scene and came to the completely wrong conclusion that the director's ideal type was actually a pair of exhausted old men. Su-hong focused intensely in front of the 2 bottles of breakthrough pills while overwhelming red energy spread around him. He sweated heavily and clenched his teeth as he endured the brutal pressure of the process, but his body could not handle it, and the first breakthrough attempt failed. He was left completely exhausted and frustrated on the floor. Without wasting time feeling sorry for himself, the young man looked at the bottles and remembered everything the principal, Coach Chen, and President Wu had invested in his success. Determined not to disappoint anyone, he gathered the little strength he had left and decided to try again, causing the blood-red aura to burn even more intensely. After half an hour of pure suffering, he finally managed to control, compress, and contain every drop of that violent energy inside his body. At the edge of total exhaustion, the warrior forced his way through the final barrier and opened his eyes with an unreal glow. A huge explosion tore apart his clothes and fully confirmed his success at the new level. Su-hong felt the crushing strength of grade 3 throughout his body as he looked at his transformed form after the explosion destroyed his clothes. To test his new power, he punched directly into the air and created a giant fist made entirely of blood energy. It was the true sign of unbelievable strength. Lower-level warriors needed special techniques to launch long-range attacks, while someone at his new stage could freely project that force, clearly showing the huge difference in the system panel. Satisfied, the young man stood up completely naked and thought about finding President Wu to report his success, but he was caught completely off guard. The blonde woman and the 2 veteran teachers entered the room at the same time and saw everything. While the 2 older men became excited and started celebrating and recording the moment, the president angrily scolded the boy and told him to show some self-respect and proper behavior. Dying from embarrassment, Su-hong curled up on the floor to hide himself, while the 2 older men continued celebrating around him. Without wasting time, President Wu called the city lord to report the prodigy's historic achievement and immediately arranged a celebration meeting. The training ended in pure comedy, with the region's greatest genius sitting alone and traumatized while his superiors celebrated the association's bright future. Inside the city lord's luxurious mansion, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the expensive halls. Wang Tiantuo, the city lord's son, appeared completely excited and threw open the office door to proudly tell his father that he had finally reached a new cultivation level, while still only 18 years old. However, the city lord's reaction felt like cold water being poured over him. He answered with a calmness that was almost complete disinterest. Wang Tiantuo could not believe how cold his father acted, but the real shock came a moment later when the older man revealed why he was speechless. He explained that President Wu had just called and said that the young prodigy from the school had completely shattered expectations and reached the terrifying grade 3 level, leaving Wang Tiantuo completely stunned. Soon after, the scene moved to a meeting room inside the Martial Dao Association, where a heavy silence filled the air. The city lord, President Wu, and the veteran teachers formed a serious group with their arms crossed as they stared at the newly advanced warrior. The poor young man, whose clothes had been destroyed during the breakthrough explosion, tried to stay calm while wearing a ridiculous child-sized crop top with a kitten print that someone had found for him. Feeling extremely awkward, he asked what the meeting was about. The city lord broke the silence by handing Su Hong a folder filled with important documents. He explained that he had prepared a detailed list of extremely high-ranked warriors who had been moving around the region recently. The warning was direct. After awakening such unbelievable power at such a young age, the boy had naturally attracted the attention of very important and powerful people. As he carefully studied the reports, Su Hong saw the names of great imperial clans and influential grandmasters. He finally understood that the situation had reached a much higher level and that the danger was now real. Su Hong became deeply confused while studying the report because there were almost 100 names and he did not recognize any of them. The city lord explained the true seriousness of the situation and warned him that dangerous traitors existed even among humanity's highest leaders. Those people would never allow a prodigy of his level to move around freely. The young man had already accepted the idea of being hunted by enemy races, but he became genuinely upset when he learned that he now had to worry about assassins hiding among his own people. To calm everyone down, President Wu joined the conversation and promised that he did not need to panic. She said that once he entered Modu Martial University, none of those traitors would dare touch him. She explained that the other major school, Jingcheng University, was filled with spoiled heirs from the 8 great families and powerful grade 8 or grade 9 figures. Someone without an influential bloodline would be completely ignored there. The other veterans in the room immediately agreed, nodding and admitting that his choice of school needed to be reconsidered much more carefully. The blonde woman explained that Modu was like an ocean that accepted every river. The university only cared about talent and raw strength, without paying attention to a student's background or family name. After hearing such a strong argument, Su Hong did not hesitate and firmly decided that he would go to Modu. The city lord approved, but warned him that the campus culture there was extremely wild and that the dean was famous for being overly protective and covering up the crazy actions of his students. Su Hong scratched his head and strongly claimed that he was very calm and never started fights. The superiors answered with unforgettable sarcastic stares, silently reminding him that he had just killed Yehu and slaughtered dozens of demonic cult assassins. The veterans refused to let up and kept bringing up Su Hong's past trouble. They made sure to remind him of the time he completely destroyed the Weiyangzuo training camp and defeated every student in the area by himself. With no idea where to hide his face, the young man could only laugh nervously and shamelessly try to change the subject. To make the embarrassment even worse, the city lord cleared his throat and decided to criticize the boy's current appearance. He pointed out that, as the greatest local prodigy, Su Hong represented the image of the entire city, and that outfit was a little hard to accept. At that moment, President Wu stepped in with a proud and confident attitude. She defended the outfit, saying that it had plenty of style, and revealed that the tight little shirt belonged to her. She had lent it to him because the power of his breakthrough had torn all his clothes apart. Not wanting to argue with her, the city lord changed his opinion in the blink of an eye. He gave a thumbs up and started praising the outfit, saying that the crop top looked perfect on Su Hong. The young man had no choice but to accept the most forced compliment in history, while dying of embarrassment inside. A few days passed, and the focus shifted completely to Star City Airport, which was busy with planes constantly arriving and leaving. The city lord personally went to the terminal to welcome the man responsible for supervising that year's extremely important college entrance exam. The important guest was Wang Lin Dao, a man who arrived with a powerful and unfriendly presence beside his assistant. As soon as they shook hands, the supervisor made no effort to hide his annoyance and started complaining about an extremely strict order he had received from his master. He explained that he had been sent there with the mission of convincing Zhu Gaoyi, no matter what it took, to personally recruit a promising student. Acting completely arrogant, the man complained that making a grade 5 warrior like him chase after a student was a serious insult to his pride, especially since that region had never produced anyone who advanced beyond grade 2. The city lord gave a small smile and destroyed the supervisor's arrogance with one simple question. He asked whether an 18-year-old prodigy who had already reached grade 3 was worth his time. The man's reaction was immediate. His superior attitude disappeared, his eyes opened wide, and cold sweat began running down his face as he stood there completely shocked by the the unbelievable news. His grade 5 pride and confidence vanished in an instant. Completely desperate and no longer caring about his image, Wang Lindao shouted in the middle of the airport terminal and demanded to know where the boy was. He ordered them to take him to the young man immediately. The sudden scene frightened the passengers walking past with their luggage, while the important supervisor completely lost control, desperate to meet the new phenomenon. The big day finally arrived, and the stadium chosen for the Star City martial arts exam was completely packed, with a huge number of candidates standing in organized lines across the field. In the testing area, the technicians finished inspecting the high-tech machines and reminded everyone to check the combat power testers and every component one more time, making sure nothing went wrong during the exams. Inside the command box, President Wu looked completely confused when she saw the city lord return alone, and immediately asked where the supervisor he was supposed to bring from the airport had gone. Without saying much, the lord simply pointed toward the middle of the track, showing her where the man was, and leaving the blonde woman shocked by the guest's complete lack of professionalism. With no shame at all, and right in front of everyone, Wang Lindao had gone straight to fanboy over Su Hong. The supervisor wrapped an arm around the young man's neck, pulled him close for several funny pictures, and introduced himself with way too much familiarity, saying he had been following the young prodigy's growing fame and wanted to become his friend. Watching that shameless flattery happen in the middle of an official event, President Wu and the city lord nearly died from second-hand embarrassment, unable to believe how bold the man was acting. Soon after that, the leaders stepped onto the main stage to officially open the event and explain the rules of the evaluation. The announcement confirmed that the process would begin with the vitality test, before revealing the most important rule of that year's exam. Every student who had already reached grade 2 or higher had to immediately board a special train headed for the provincial capital, where they would take part in a centralized test. While the announcement explained that lower-level candidates would remain at the stadium, Su Hong stood there with a priceless expression of pure boredom and annoyance. He quickly realized that he was the only person who had been left completely unaware that he would need to travel to another city. When he turned around and demanded an explanation, he found President Wu, the city lord, and the coach laughing awkwardly as they tried to avoid responsibility. Their weak excuse was that they had simply forgotten to tell him, which only made the situation even more ridiculous. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Xinghid congratulated the city lord's son for reaching the middle stage of grade 2, while Xiao Wan asked whether he had finally managed to surpass the feared Su Hong. The young man chose to keep his own level a secret, making the massive crowd inside the stadium even more curious as they waited to see the city's greatest prodigy take the test. Among the candidates, rumors and bets spread everywhere, and many people swore that the monster of the event had definitely reached the advanced stage of grade 2. Inside the isolation capsule, the young genius focused his mind and released an overwhelming wave of red energy that sent the digital display shooting upward until it stopped at the incredible number of 1005. The reaction from the crowd was immediate and explosive. Lin Xinghe and Xiao Wan turned completely pale and nearly lost their minds as they pointed desperately at the machine and demanded to know whether their friend had already known about that insane power level. Faced with such an impossible gap, the city lord's heir could only give an awkward smile and accept the humiliating truth that he would never surpass his rival in this lifetime. The entire stadium erupted into endless screaming as everyone struggled to believe that a grade 3 warrior had appeared during a local exam. That level was already above most teachers and close to the strength of the school principal. One of Su Hong's classmates quickly used the moment to proudly brag in front of the jealous students, claiming that he was the genius's official training partner. Meanwhile, the madness spread into the private boxes, where the competitors' parents completely lost control. Lin Xinghe's father complained that his son had not been born a girl, while Xiao Wan's father was already planning to make his daughter look as beautiful as possible, so he could secure that perfect son-in-law no matter what it took. In the VIP section, the atmosphere was filled with celebration. The local leaders eagerly congratulated one another over the appearance of such an unbelievable genius, predicting that his rise would bring enormous progress to the entire region. Watching everything from a distance, Supervisor Wang Lindao reflected on what he had seen. Because he traveled across the whole country managing these exams, he knew very well that grade 2 candidates were already extremely rare in smaller cities. What made the achievement even more unbelievable was the huge difference in cultivation resources, since Star City's local budget was almost nothing compared to powerful places like Magic City and the imperial capital. The evaluator concluded that the boy had the greatest talent he had ever seen. With access to the education, facilities, and resources of the major cities, Su Hong would probably have broken through the grade 4 barrier a long time ago. Meanwhile, the crowd inside the stadium went completely wild, with hysterical fans screaming declarations of love and making the new idol extremely uncomfortable with all the attention. Without wasting any more time, Su Hong joined the only 3 other students from the city who had reached grade 2, including the city lord's son. The group of 4 finally boarded the special train headed toward the final stage in the provincial capital. The moment they entered the train car, the celebration of Star City was left behind and replaced by a much more serious atmosphere. The group walked through the aisle while competitors from other regions watched them with heavy, analytical stares. At the back of the train car, two arrogant-looking young men surrounded by intimidating red energy were already watching the newcomers with mocking smiles. Their expressions made it clear that the level of competition had changed and that things were about to become much more dangerous. As soon as the Star City group stepped into the car, the veterans from the other regions decided to welcome them in the worst possible way. They released a heavy and oppressive red aura, trying to trap and intimidate the newcomers immediately. While the city lord's son thought the display of strength was incredibly childish, the atmosphere in the corridor became hostile and tense. With no intention of accepting the insult or allowing her city to be humiliated, Xiao Wan chose to fight back in the same way. She activated her spiritual telekinesis and pushed the pressure back toward them. Her companions joined her by raising their own energy, standing against the provocation and making it clear that their group deserved respect. However, the battle of egos was interrupted by the real monster inside the train. Su Hong, who had been calmly watching everything until then, decided that he had seen enough and released a terrifying amount of blue energy. His power was so overwhelming that it took the shape of a giant and frightening dragon, filling the entire transport car. The crushing pressure of the blue dragon instantly destroyed and overwhelmed the rival's red energy, throwing everyone against the seats and sending them into complete panic. Covered in cold sweat and shaking with fear, the arrogant passengers froze when they felt the strength of a grade 3 warrior. They could not believe that a small city had produced a monster of that level. The pressure released by Su Hong also left his companions speechless, and Lin Xinghe realized that the terrifying power was no weaker than the middle stage of grade 3. Faced with such ridiculous strength, the group could only admire how unbelievably powerful their friend had become. As Su Hong calmly continued walking down the corridor, it became obvious that the troublemakers had started a fight without knowing who they were dealing with and had received the worst possible result. On the other side, the bullies swallowed their pride, completely terrified. They silently promised themselves that if they were unlucky enough to face that monster during the evaluation, they would run away without hesitating for even 1 second. The bullet train continued speeding through the landscape toward the provincial capital. After everyone settled more comfortably into their seats, Lin Xinghe broke the silence and asked whether Su Hong planned to apply to Magic City Martial University or Imperial Capital Martial University. The young prodigy returned the question and learned that all 3 of his companions from Star City had the same goal of earning a place at Magic City Martial University. With a small smile, Su Hong revealed that he had chosen the same destination. He calmly pointed out that they would soon become official comrades in arms when they marched together toward the battlefield of all heavens. The news made the city lord's son extremely happy, and he admitted that he felt completely safe knowing that a monster like Su Hong would be on the same team. Xiao Wan laughed and used the chance to tease him, warning that the university expelled useless students every year and that he needed to be careful not to get kicked out. Remembering President Wu's valuable advice, Su Hong thought about how Magic City Martial University was a fair place that ignored social status and focused only on talent and raw strength. He slowly stopped paying attention to the conversation and looked toward the horizon, fully determined to dominate his new territory. The journey continued, and during the next stops, talented students from several other cities began boarding the train one after another. Almost immediately, a green-haired boy recognized Su Hong and excitedly waved at him, loudly promising that he would defeat him during the exam no matter what happened. With no patience for unnecessary drama, Su Hong gave him a tired and uninterested response, instantly destroying the rival's confidence. Curious about the scene, the city lord's heir asked whether his friend also knew people in Yang City. Su Hong casually explained that Grandmaster Qin had taken him there in the past, only to participate in a few training fights. However, the calm atmosphere in the corridor did not last long. A girl wearing a school uniform suddenly appeared, pointed at him, and shouted that they had finally met again and that she would be the winner this time. Right behind her, a huge red-haired boy cracked his knuckles and laughed loudly, celebrating that his perfect chance for revenge had finally arrived. Su Hong answered every dramatic threat with the same blank expression. Within minutes, the train car turned into complete chaos as voices from every direction started shouting the prodigy's name. The attention left him extremely embarrassed and covered in nervous sweat. In the front seats, other passengers whispered fearfully among themselves, trying to understand who the young man from Star City was and wondering whether he had traveled around beating up the prodigies from every major city before the tournament. The commotion left Su Hong's traveling companions completely shocked. They immediately demanded an explanation and asked whether he had seriously beaten almost the entire Jiangnan province during his old training sessions. Scratching his head awkwardly, the young man tried to avoid the subject and said they were exaggerating everything. Eventually, the train reached its main destination, Tianxing Square, located in Hangzhou, the provincial capital. The place looked like a giant human anthill, packed with candidates from every region gathered around an enormous astrological structure. In the middle of the noise, people excitedly talked about the Tianxing secret realm, focusing on the rare treasures and huge opportunities the exam would offer. Nearby, the trio from Hangzhou, who had once been rescued from the demonic cultists, waited for the gates to open. A large man carrying a giant axe complained about how annoying it was to wait for candidates from other cities, but his companion told him to stop complaining. He explained that the moment was perfect for welcoming the great older older brother who had saved them. In the middle of the crowded square, an imposing figure appeared on the staircase while leading a group behind him. The newcomer was Chen Tianyan, the #1 prodigy of Wen City. He was famous for having talent far beyond everyone around him, and had already arrived at the location while arrogantly showing off his confidence. Before the evaluation had even begun, Chen Tianyan had openly declared that he would crush every student from Hangzhou. Walking forward with heavy, confident steps, Chen Tianyan suddenly released an overwhelming scarlet aura that seemed to set the air around him on fire. Full of arrogance and eager to establish his authority right away, he shouted for Su Hong, Kong Lei, and Luo Dao to come out so he could meet them. The people nearby panicked and quickly backed away, shocked to realize that the newcomer was already a powerful grade 3 warrior. However, the trio from Hangzhou, who had previously been saved from the demonic cultists, was not impressed by the little performance. The huge man carrying the axe laughed at the cheap display, while the girl in the group completely ignored him and called the show-off nothing more than a random nobody standing by the roadside. Annoyed by their attitude, Chen Tianyan gathered a glowing sphere of energy in his palm and warned them with a smile that he would eliminate everyone at once as soon as they entered the secret realm. That was when the trio decided to give the arrogant heir a reality check. The young woman advised him to calm down and avoid provoking the boy from Star City, while the companion wearing dark glasses burst out laughing and explained that Su Hong was a real monster who could knock out grade 3 demonic cultists with a single punch. After hearing the warning, Chen Tianyan frowned and gave them a mocking smile, completely dismissing the threat and calling the protagonist nothing more than grade 2 trash. The Hangzhou trio immediately laughed at him and pointed out that the so-called trash had just arrived. Su Hong stepped off the transport carrying his imposing spear, followed closely by his companions from Star City. Lin Xinghe quickly noticed the tense atmosphere and nudged his friend, warning him that the spoiled young master from Wen City had been staring at their group with a hostile expression from the top of the stairs. Under the curious eyes of the surrounding candidates, his companions asked whether that arrogant guy had also been beaten by him in the past and was still holding a grudge. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong simply admitted that he had absolutely no memory of who the man was, leaving his rival completely ignored in the middle of his own arrogant performance. From high above the square, two crushing presences watched the candidates and carefully observed the young man from a distance. The imposing grade 7 Grandmaster Lin Beixing, who was also the chief coordinator of the Jiangnan exam, commented with disdain that the boy looked far too ordinary. He joked with Grandmaster Qin that after hearing so much praise, he had expected to see someone with 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin laughed confidently and reminded his colleague that the young man did not need any physical deformities because he possessed an incredible 100% affinity with 7 attributes and advanced elemental fusion. Ending the teasing, the chief examiner said that he would only believe the stories after seeing the boy perform for himself, and he sincerely hoped the newcomer would not disappoint him inside the secret realm. Down in the square, the candidates were already growing impatient because of the delay, complaining about being hungry and whispering about Chen Tianyan's arrogance. Suddenly, Grandmaster Lin Beixing decided to bring order to the area and released an overwhelming shockwave, ordering everyone to shut up immediately. The crushing pressure of a Grandmaster was so brutal that the entire crowd instantly dropped to their knees. Even Su Hong was impressed by the insane impact of that power, no matter how many times he felt it. With the square forced into silence, the chief examiner began explaining the rules. The evaluation would last 7 days inside the Tiansheng secret realm, where killing beasts would earn the candidates important points. Hidden map fragments could also be found inside certain monsters, revealing the locations of special creatures worth massive amounts of points. At the center of the realm lived an early-stage grade 4 wild dragon worth 10,000 points by itself. Hearing that, Su Hong carefully considered the danger and realized that a pure-blood creature like that was probably even stronger than an ordinary middle-stage grade 4 beast. To create even more chaos, the final rule stated that defeating another candidate allowed the winner to steal half of that person's accumulated points. That made it clear that the competition would soon turn into a brutal bloodbath. The suffocating pressure finally disappeared, and every candidate received a special bracelet that displayed the leaderboard and the overall scores in real time. Holding a glowing green device in his hands, the chief examiner gave the final signal and officially declared the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam open. The bright green portal leading into the Tianxing secret realm appeared at the top of the structure, and the examiner ordered all candidates to enter immediately. Without wasting a second, Chen Tianyan launched himself toward the vortex, laughing loudly and announcing that he would go ahead of everyone else. His action caused a chain reaction across the square, and a flood of desperate students rushed forward and jumped into the portal so they would not fall behind. In the middle of the confusion, the city lord's heir called for Su Hong to enter with them, but the protagonist chose to remain behind and told the trio to go ahead without him. Using her powers, Xiao Wen lifted her companion and threw him directly toward the portal. She quickly understood Su Hong's bold plan and commented that he was far too ruthless. With a small smile, the young man waved at them from a distance and silently confirmed his intentions. Hunting wild beasts was nowhere near as fast as waiting for other candidates to gather points and then taking those points from them in battle. While the crowd fought for position inside the realm, Grandmaster Qin noticed the young man's clever plan and invited him to drink a cup of tea nearby. Sitting calmly beside the veteran and enjoying the drink, Su-hong listened as Lin Bei-sing jokingly complained that the old man and the young man were exactly alike, both full of tricks and trouble. Laughing at the accusation, Su-hong defended himself by pointing out that the coordinator had created the rules himself and that he was not breaking any of them. Still curious about the boy's attitude, the strong chief examiner crossed his arms and asked whether he was truly that certain of victory, reminding him that several other powerful grade 3 candidates were taking part in the exam. With complete calm and without showing any sign of arrogance, Su-hong only smiled and admitted that he had a small amount of confidence in his own abilities. Grandmaster Qin gave him a strong pat on the back, laughed, and said that the boy was being far too modest. Without holding anything back, the veteran revealed that Su-hong had recently survived an ambush by the demonic cult in Star City, killed more than 20 grade 3 enemies, and seriously injured 2 grade 4 warriors. Lin Bei-sing nearly choked from the shock of the revelation. The young man tried to make the story sound less impressive by explaining that he had spent 8 days running away and risking his life before managing to win, but that only made the coordinator even more amazed by his unbelievable ability. Hours later, the portal transported the candidates into the Heavenly Star Secret Realm, a huge valley surrounded by ancient stone ruins. Right near the entrance, Su-hong immediately found himself in a lucky situation. A massive gray bear and an imposing white tiger, both early-stage grade 3 beasts, were fighting over territory below him. Sitting comfortably on top of a cliff, with his spear resting beside him, the young man decided to watch from the best seat in the area, while the two monsters attacked each other with deafening roars. The fight was fast and brutal, ending when the bear released a devastating red energy strike that knocked the tiger down completely. After noticing the curious spectator above, the victorious beast roared in anger and fired a red beam of light toward the cliff. Su-hong did not move at all, remaining completely calm as he watched the defeated tiger groan on the ground and the bear prepare for the real challenge. The colossal bear launched itself from the cliff with a thunderous roar, trying to crush the intruder under its full weight. However, the young man did not even blink. In a fraction of a second, his eyes glowed with intense yellow electricity as he channeled his energy into the spear. With an incredibly fast and precise movement, Su-hong struck the top of the monster's head with a lightning-filled attack. The blow caused a devastating explosion of blood and ended the beast's attack instantly. The giant creature fell face first to the ground, dead, becoming a platform for the hero as he calmly landed on its back. After clearing the area, he pointed his weapon toward the white tiger and calmly announced that the first part had been handled and that it was now the tiger's turn. The once imposing feline became completely terrified, its fur standing on end from pure fear after witnessing that overwhelming power. Without thinking twice, the giant cat turned around and tried to escape to save its own life. However, Su-hong was far too fast. He appeared directly in front of the fleeing beast in the blink of an eye and mocked its attempt to run away. Without giving it any chance to react, the young man raised his spear, now surrounded by electric flames, and began using the third stance of the 9 heavens breaking spears to finish the fight. Faced with the glowing spear and the threat of immediate death, the huge white tiger did something completely unbelievable. The beast threw itself onto the ground, pressed its front paws together, and began meowing desperately like a helpless kitten begging for mercy. Completely caught off guard by the ridiculous scene, Su-hong stopped the attack halfway through and redirected the destructive burst of fire toward the hillside. The blast carved a burned path across the ground, but the tiger was spared. Realizing that its survival trick had worked, the beast pushed its charm even further by rolling onto its back and purring loudly. The young man stood there with a stunned expression, unable to believe that a wild beast of that level actually knew how to beg for mercy by acting cute. Taking advantage of the convenient situation, Su-hong decided to spare the tiger's life under one clear condition. The feline would have to serve as his guide and lead him toward other exam candidates or even stronger beasts. To seal the agreement, the tiger gave another soft meow. When the young man ordered it to stop acting like a kitten, the beast simply started barking like a dog instead, leaving the warrior completely speechless. Without wasting any more time, Su-hong climbed onto the back of his new companion, and the tiger rushed through the valley at high speed while barking excitedly and obeying the order to find a worthy opponent. The search quickly worked when the pair spotted a colossal and extremely muscular gorilla walking through a canyon with its back turned, dragging a giant wooden club behind it. Su-hong studied the massive ape and noticed that it stood more than 30 meters tall, almost twice the size of similar beasts outside that place. It appeared to be an advanced stage grade 3 monster. Feeling the crushing danger, the white tiger began trembling in fear and quietly meowed, hoping the young man would give up on the crazy idea. Suddenly, the giant gorilla turned around, its eyes glowing red with rage, and released a deafening roar. Without warning, the monster swung its enormous tree trunk club directly at them. The force of the impact was brutal and created a massive crater in the ground. At the last possible second, Su-hong jumped into the air and threw the tiger away while surrounding it with a protective energy bubble, saving the feline from being crushed. While the tiger was thrown away and ordered to run to a safe place and wait, Su-hong threatened to kill it if it decided to escape for good. The feline crashed into the forest while barking in fear, and Su-hong landed perfectly on the giant ape's massive club. Running across the tree trunk with incredible incredible speed, he completely ignored the opponent's enormous size, knowing that, in the end, the beast was still only a grade 3 monster waiting to be killed. The giant ape opened its huge mouth in blind rage and tried to swallow the young man whole, with an overwhelming roar. However, the creature's breath smelled so horrible that the protagonist nearly lost consciousness in midair. Covering his nose with his arm, he quickly dodged the disgusting blast and cursed the beast's rotten smell. Taking advantage of the opponent's wide-open throat, Su Hong decided to finish the fight. He gathered an incredible amount of electricity at the tip of his spear, activated the heaven-breaking technique, and dove directly toward his target. The electric attack exploded inside the beast's mouth with tremendous force, piercing through the giant's body in a devastating beam of light. The internal impact threw the 30-meter gorilla backward as it spat out blood and collapsed dead among the trees. During the explosion, a glowing fragment was launched from the monster and stabbed into the ground. Su Hong landed with complete elegance as the giant club crashed behind him, raising a thick cloud of dust and sealing another victory. Su Hong examined the enormous tree trunk left behind by the creature and noticed that the massive piece of wood was more than 40 meters long and probably weighed around 70 tons. Moving something like that would have been impossible for an ordinary person, but after advancing to grade 3, lifting that much weight was no problem for him. With almost no effort, he grabbed the solid trunk and raised it into the air as if it were as light as a feather. To make the attack even deadlier, the young man covered the entire trunk with spiritual energy, surrounding the massive wood with a glowing aura. Jumping with impressive agility, he controlled the huge log and turned it into an improvised weapon of destruction. The giant ape watched in shock as Su Hong flew toward it, while calling it a stinking monkey. Determined to end the fight, the young man spun the energized trunk with incredible force and told the opponent to taste old Su's club. The beast's eyes widened in complete terror when it realized how powerful the incoming impact would be. With no chance to react, the solid trunk struck the giant gorilla directly in the face with brutal force, crushing the opponent once and for all. The blow from the colossal log flattened the gorilla with overwhelming power and ended the battle in the blink of an eye. Outside the secret realm, the audience watching the broadcast on the giant screens was left completely speechless, unable to believe how unfairly powerful the young man seemed. The students began asking what kind of strange monster Su Hong really was, shocked by how easily he had handled the situation. The scene made Grandmaster Qin burst into laughter while drinking his tea. Pointing at the screen, he joked that the boy wiped the floor with elite monsters, as if he were beating stray dogs. Beside him, the chief examiner nearly spat out his drink from the shock, and admitted with some tension that the exam had completely lost its mystery when it came to deciding the final winner. Meanwhile, standing on top of the massive piece of wood with the defeated gorilla behind him, Su Hong checked the rewards displayed on his bracelet. He was surprised to see that he had received a huge number of map fragments all at once. After switching to the score panel, the young man discovered that he had already collected 2,100 points. The giant ape alone had been worth an impressive 2,000 points, while the bear from earlier had only given him 100. Looking at the overall rankings, he noticed that the second place candidate had only 800 points, meaning that defeating that person would give him only half of that amount. Realizing that hunting giant monsters was much more rewarding than wasting time chasing weak competitors, Su Hong left the tree trunk behind and decided to find his pet tiger so the feline could continue tracking the greatest threats in the forest. The leader's unbelievable score left the other candidates across the map completely shocked. Groups of competitors gathered to stare at their bracelets, unable to understand who the person was or how he had climbed so quickly in such a short time. The obvious conclusion was that he must have defeated an extremely powerful special beast all by himself. While most people were impressed, the heir Chen Tianyan, who was sitting on top of a defeated bear, reacted with pure disdain when he saw the update. In his mind, if a grade 2 fighter had managed to accomplish something like that alone, then the special beasts inside the realm could not be very impressive. Determined to take first place, Chen Tianyan located the nearest red point on the map and headed out to hunt it. When he reached the location, he found a colossal snake surrounded by a glowing purple aura. The advanced stage grade 3 beast stared down at him from the top of a rock formation. Sweat ran down the young man's forehead as he felt the reptile's crushing pressure. The warrior began to hesitate, realizing that if the opponent was truly that powerful, then the actual strength of the ranking leader had to be far greater than he had imagined. His hesitation did not last long, and his pride quickly took control. Chen Tianyan clenched his fist and filled his body with intense red flames to regain his confidence. He swore that he would never lose to anyone, and charged directly toward the giant serpent's open mouth. A few minutes later, the battle had turned into a complete disaster for him. The giant snake struck him with a brutal attack that sent him flying into the trunk of a large tree. Badly injured, he realized that the fighting power of the colossal viper was almost equal to that of a grade 4 beast. He could not understand how his rival had managed to defeat a monster of that level completely alone. Realizing that he might die if he stayed there, the heir swallowed his pride and decided to retreat as quickly as possible. Furious that he had been forced to run away, he changed his strategy. Since he could not defeat the special beasts inside the realm, he would hunt unsuspecting participants and steal their points instead. Soon after, he spotted a group of candidates calmly walking through the forest and prepared to attack. With an evil smile and his flames activated again, he got ready to take their points by force. However, before he could take even one step, a shadow quietly appeared behind him while holding a piece of wood. Chen Tianyan's eyes widened in pure shock. With a slight smile and the improvised club in his hand, Su Hong revealed himself and commented that he had finally found the heir. Chen Tianyan turned around in complete panic to see who had surprised him from behind, but Su Hong gave him no time to react. The young man delivered a violent and precise strike directly to the back of his neck. The blow was so brutal that the opponent let out a painful groan and collapsed completely unconscious, sliding down the dirt slope. The other 5 competitors who had watched everything from a distance were terrified, unable to understand how a grade 3 fighter had been knocked out so easily by a single surprise attack. While the boys trembled in fear, Su Hong checked his bracelet and smiled with satisfaction when he saw that the knockout had earned him an easy 400 points. He then approached the group with his giant tiger standing behind him, its red eyes glowing brightly, and asked how many points they had saved. In complete panic, all 5 threw themselves onto the ground and begged for mercy. They cried that their combined score was not even close to 100 points, and that beating them for such a small amount would not be worth it. Slightly disappointed by how poor his rivals were, Su Hong came up with a brilliant idea and offered them the wooden club. He suggested that if they also gave the unconscious Chen Tianyan a few strong hits, they might be able to earn half of the heir's remaining points. The group accepted the piece of wood while looking completely confused and stunned, unable to believe that such a strange trick could actually work during the exam. 2 minutes later, Chen Tianyan was in terrible condition, with his face completely deformed after being struck repeatedly by the other students. The group eventually realized that no matter how many more times they hit the unconscious rival, the system would not give them any additional points. After seeing that the source had dried up, Su Hong casually said goodbye and told them that they would meet again somewhere else, encouraging the boys to keep doing their best in the exam. As he rode away on the giant white tiger, the young men commented on how amazing it was that he had managed to tame a beast of that level. They began to suspect that the young man was none other than the leader of the rankings. Outside the realm, the broadcast left the examiners in complete shock. The dark-bearded evaluator angrily asked whether beating an already unconscious candidate was really something a human being should do. Laughing at the situation, Grandmaster Qin simply enjoyed himself and explained that the young man planned to enter Magic City Martial University, an institution that loved fearless little troublemakers like him. Meanwhile, the hunt continued, and the pet tiger found the enormous grade 3 snake that had defeated Chen Tianyan earlier. Without hesitation, Su Hong jumped off the feline's back and challenged the giant reptile to a direct fight. The serpent charged fiercely with its jaws wide open, but the young man gathered all of his electric energy and activated the powerful 9 heaven-destroying spears technique. The electric attack exploded against the reptile's mouth with a deafening blast. 1 hour later, the colossal snake lay stretched out and lifeless on the valley floor. Chen Tianyan, still covered in swollen bumps with his entire face badly deformed, stumbled into the area and fell into complete despair when he saw that the monster that had nearly killed him had been completely destroyed. After checking the updated rankings, he nearly fell backward when he saw that Su Hong's score had jumped to 4,500 points, confirming that the giant grade 3 python had also been killed by him. The heir could not accept it and trembled in fear as he realized that his rival, supposedly a grade 2 martial artist, must have been hiding his real strength and was actually a grade 4 monster. To comfort his wounded pride, Chen Tianyan began laughing nervously and convinced himself that only an abnormal fighter of that level could defeat the giant snake that had crushed him so badly. In another part of the forest, a group of 3 survivors rested in exhaustion beneath the corpse of a colossal saber-toothed tiger, remembering how close they had come to being eliminated by the beast. When they looked at their bracelets and saw Su Hong's new score, they finally understood that the young man was a real monster for hunting such an abnormal creature completely alone. They gave up on trying to compare themselves to him and accepted that the only way to perform well in the exam was to focus on surpassing the spoiled heir Chen Tianyan. Outside the secret realm, the elite examiners also made no effort to hide their admiration. The muscular grandmaster was impressed by how easily the young man controlled the thunder and fire elements, so he put his pride aside and asked Qin to introduce him to the newcomer so he could ask for some combat advice. Qin teased his friend and asked whether a veteran warrior felt no shame asking a beginner for guidance, but the large man argued that learning a deadly move was worth far more than protecting his image. Pointing at the giant screen which showed the grade 3 warrior Zhang Hu being knocked out with a single blow, the veteran declared that the martial arts exam had officially become Su Hong's personal show. The muscular grandmaster was about to leave because he believed the exam had already been decided, but Qin stopped him and pointed at the screen in alarm. Su Hong was heading straight toward the barbarian dragon completely alone, making the veterans wonder whether the boy had finally lost his his mind. The large man explained tensely that he had personally captured that creature and that it was already close to reaching the middle stage of grade 4. Because of its pure dragon bloodline, its real power was close to that of an advanced stage grade 4 beast, making it nearly impossible for the young man to even scratch it with his lightning and fire powers. The examiners concluded that a good beating would finally teach the young man about the true difference in power that existed in the world, and they could only hope he managed to escape in time. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the giant white tiger trembled in terror and began whimpering with tears filling its eyes. Su Hong teased the beast by calling it a coward and promised that he would not force it to fight the dragon. He only wanted the feline to show him the way. The tiger pointed toward a massive and frightening crack between the Rocky Mountains, and the protagonist confidently jumped down from its back. Su Hong told the tiger to wait outside and heard a relieved whine in response. With full focus and his eyes glowing blue, the young man dove into the dark abyss of the cave, ready to face the greatest challenge of his journey. He slid down the rocky gap with incredible agility and landed gently on the floor of the dark cavern. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted the huge silhouette of a dark-scaled creature resting there in heavy chains. After studying the enormous beast, he realized that its oppressive aura was far beyond the early stage of grade 4 and was already very close to the middle stage. With his current strength, Su Hong silently admitted that he would not feel very confident about winning a direct and fair fight. However, when he noticed that the giant beast was sleeping and trapped by thick chains, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He decided that there was nothing wrong with using a shameless surprise attack. The young man quietly walked toward the rear of the monster and covered his nose because of the horrible smell. There, he located the most vulnerable part of any living creature, its rear. No matter the race, gender, or incredible toughness of the scales, that was the one place where a perfectly placed strike could cause massive and destructive damage. Gathering all of his energy, Su Hong gripped his spear and began charging his ultimate attack, a brutal fusion of 3 elements: thunder, fire, and metal. With the weapon glowing intensely with electricity and golden flames, he charged mercilessly toward the helpless target and declared that it was time to make the beast's rear explode. The young man delivered the brutal strike with perfect accuracy directly into the monster's weak point. The stored energy exploded in a violent blast, causing the entire cave to shake from the force of the devastating impact. The barbarian dragon woke up in the same instant and released a deafening roar filled with pain and hatred as it violently struggled against its chains. Blinded by rage after the sneaky attack, it opened its huge mouth and released a colossal storm of fire, burning the entire area in an attempt to erase the intruder from existence. The overwhelming wave of flames completely swallowed the young man, leaving only a burned silhouette standing in the middle of the fire. However, the charred body quickly cracked apart and shattered on the ground, revealing that it was only a replacement dummy used as bait. When the pieces of the fake clone fell apart, the dragon narrowed its red eyes in complete confusion. The creature realized too late that it had fallen for a trick, and that its real opponent was still hiding somewhere in the darkness. Taking advantage of the opening and seeing the bloody damage he had already caused, Su Hong wasted no time and prepared to strike the same sensitive spot again. He gathered his strength and delivered another overwhelming attack directly into the beast's rear, making the poor dragon roar in absolute pain. Outside the secret realm, the audience watched everything on the giant screens in complete shock at how unfair the strategy was. Even the muscular grandmaster rubbed his forehead in disbelief and commented that no sane person would aim so accurately at the rear of a colossal beast just to win a fight. Worried that the dragon might be humiliated to death, the examiner suggested releasing its restraints to make things more balanced. Qin hesitated because he thought the idea was far too dangerous, but the veteran insisted that it was the perfect chance to test the true limit of the young man's power. With a single command, the metal locks burst out of the cave walls with a loud metallic crash. Su Hong looked up in surprise as the chains broke apart and instantly understood that the examiners had released the monster on purpose. Now completely free from every restraint, the barbarian dragon released a furious roar and prepared to take revenge without any limits. The chains fell from the cave walls with heavy crashes, leaving the monster completely free from its bindings. The barbarian dragon released a furious roar that made the ground shake and gathered an incredible amount of flaming energy, firing a colossal pillar of fire that broke through the ceiling of the crack and tore into the sky above the valley. Faced with that brutal display of power, Su Hong realized that the beast's dragon bloodline was no joke. However, instead of retreating, he smiled with excitement when he understood that freeing the opponent gave him the perfect chance to test his true limits in a fight where he could use everything he had. The colossal reptile released an overwhelming blast of fire toward the intruder, determined to reduce him to ashes. Without hesitating, the young man spun his spear and controlled the water element with incredible skill, using the water dragon technique to face the attack directly. The massive liquid creature charged straight into the stream of burning flames. The collision between the clear water and the destructive fire created a huge explosion inside the cave, forming a massive wall of steam and energy as the two elements fought fiercely for control of the battlefield. A thick curtain of smoke and steam filled the entire cave, while the barbarian dragon roared angrily from inside it. Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Hong climbed the stone wall in the blink of an eye and jumped into the air, gathering lightning at the tip of his weapon to use the 9 heaven-destroying throwing spears technique once again. The monster was not caught off guard and followed his movement with its glowing yellow eyes before smashing the ground apart with a violent stomp. Su-hong was shocked to see the colossal silhouette move at an unbelievable speed for something so large, climbing the rocks to chase him closely. The reptile's sharp claws came down in a deadly strike, forcing the young man to react immediately. He released a massive wave of golden electrical energy to stop the attack, creating a brutal clash between his barrier and the beast's devastating claw. Even though he managed to block the worst of the attack, the impact threw Su-hong backward, and he barely avoided the giant claws cutting through the air. Without giving him any time to recover, the creature charged fiercely again with hatred burning in its eyes, and its claws stretched out to end the fight. The young man blocked the massive claw with a precise kick and moved away from the impact, causing his spear to fly through the air and stab into the rock as he quickly retreated. After landing on his feet inside the cave, he wiped a thin line of blood from the corner of his mouth with one finger. Su-hong admitted that he had underestimated the speed of that fat dragon, which was much faster than it looked from the outside. However, when it came to pure physical strength, the hero had no intention of backing down. He activated a strong red aura around his body and watched the colossal beast fall from the ceiling to crush him. Trusting the superior durability of his sovereign body, the young man pulled his arm back and prepared an epic straight punch to meet the monster's attack head-on. His fist collided directly with the dragon's massive paw, creating a devastating shockwave throughout the rocky crack. The creature staggered backward from the incredible force of the punch, while Su-hong, now surrounded by golden flames and overflowing with power, made it clear through his fighting stance that the battle was only beginning. Without giving the monster any chance to breathe, he charged forward with everything he had, driving his body ahead with pure energy. He built momentum and jumped directly toward the beast's huge mouth before landing another brutal punch right on its snout. The dragon stumbled backward and released a muffled growl from the impact as sparks and dust filled the battlefield. The beast tried to fight back with a violent swipe, but it only destroyed the stone wall after missing its target. Taking advantage of the opening, Su-hong rushed forward again like lightning, determined to give it no rest. He began unloading an insane and overwhelming series of rapid punches, delivering a brutal beating to the grade 4 creature as it roared in pain under the endless pressure. Outside the secret realm, the audience watching the giant screen fell into complete shock at the humiliating scene. The spectators began wondering which one of them was the real monster, finding it ridiculous that a grade 3 human could dominate such a powerful beast so completely. Some people even began whispering that the young man might secretly possess a dragon bloodline of his own, because that seemed like the only possible explanation for such overwhelming power. Even the veteran examiners were left speechless by what they were seeing. The muscular grandmaster commented that the fusion of 3 attributes was impressive, but the young man's raw physical strength was completely absurd. He demanded to know why Qin had never explained just how powerful that special body really was. Sweating nervously and visibly shaken, Qin admitted that he knew the sovereign body was strong, but he had believed it would only rank among the top 30 legendary physiques. He had never imagined seeing such an insane display of raw power. Staring at the screen with his mouth open, Qin concluded that Su-hong's sovereign body was comparable to the legendary war god body, the absolute #1 physique when it came to physical strength. The muscular grandmaster agreed and listed the boy's talents in disbelief. An overpowered physique, spiritual master abilities, 3-element fusion, and complete compatibility with 7 attributes. With a prodigy like that taking part, the veterans were already predicting that the exam would destroy every historical record. Inside the cave, Su-hong took advantage of the opening and delivered the finishing blow. The dragon roared in pain before collapsing inside a huge cloud of smoke. A system notification flashed before him, confirming the beast's death and adding another 1,400 martial value points. Completely exhausted, the young man dropped to the ground and sat there, admitting that the beast had been incredibly tough and had nearly drained all of his spiritual energy. While catching his breath, Su-hong thought that if any other group of students had tried to face that monster, failure would have been unavoidable. He silently complained about how cruel the grandmasters were for placing such a creature inside the exam, but he soon smiled when he looked at the display. With the extra points from the victory, he stood completely alone at the top of the rankings, with an unbelievable 14,500 points. Outside the secret realm, news of that absurd score hit his rivals like a bomb. When the second-place candidate checked the holographic watch, he nearly had a heart attack after seeing the enormous gap on the leaderboard. He began sweating and trembling in fear, unable to believe that the protagonist had truly hunted down and killed the feared grade 4 dragon by himself. The news spread across the mountains and completely crushed the confidence of the other participants. Nobody could believe that a single student had collected 14,500 points, while most of them had barely passed 300. Their despair was so great that some young candidates dropped to their knees, crying and apologizing to their parents for being failures compared to such a monster. Watching everything comfortably from the control center, the veteran examiners commented that the minds of the young prodigies had completely collapsed. Even they admitted that if they had met an abnormal talent like that during their own exams, they would have fallen into a deep depression too. Meanwhile, the outside audience went wild while watching the live broadcast on the giant screens. Su-hong had not only defeated the barbarian dragon, but was now literally roasting the monster's meat inside inside the cave, something everyone considered unbelievably wild and bold. The young man's pet white tiger, which had disappeared during the entire difficult battle, suddenly appeared out of nowhere while drooling at the smell of the food. Su Hong scolded the shameless feline, complaining that it never showed up when there was a fight, but always came running whenever there was a free feast. Without holding a grudge, the hero cut a huge piece of roasted meat for himself and left the entire rest of the dragon for the tiger to eat. Half an hour later, both of them were lying on the ground with their stomachs completely swollen from overeating, and the young man was even planning to take a piece of meat home for his uncles to try. Suddenly, the tiger began releasing an intense red glow, making Su Hong wonder whether the beast had eaten too much and was feeling sick. However, the real surprise came immediately after that, when overwhelming energy began bubbling inside the young man's own body, increasing his vitality and strengthening his sovereign body with every passing second. The system panel floated in front of Su Hong, revealing that his vitality had increased by more than 20 points, while his control over the sovereign body had jumped from 6.5% to 9%. Since every 1% increase in that physique required 1,000 martial value points, eating only a few pieces of the monster's meat had been the same as receiving thousands of points for free. With a small smile, the young man realized that the creature had been a true treasure from beginning to end. On the third day of the evaluation, other students walked through the rocky gap and found nothing but the clean skeleton of the colossal reptile. The strange sight left everyone shocked, unable to believe that the young man had not only killed the legendary monster, but had also eaten that massive amount of meat, which could have fed people for an entire year. Meanwhile, Su Hong rode triumphantly on the back of the giant white tiger and joked that if the feline kept eating so much, it would eventually turn into a pig. Without wasting time, he ordered his companion to quickly take him toward other high-level beasts. In a playful threat, he warned that he would cook the tiger if it refused to cooperate, making the large feline whimper in fear. During the following days, the young man began a relentless sweep across the region, hunting almost every powerful creature he could find. On the fourth day, he defeated the terrifying 9 lives white ape with a powerful electrical technique. On the fifth day, he destroyed the death worm with a devastating attack. On the sixth day, Su Hong defeated the heavenly wind mad bull with a brutal direct punch. By the seventh day, his next target ended up being the arrogant rival from the rankings, who received a violent kick to the chin and was knocked unconscious without any chance to react. The unfortunate opponent collapsed to the ground while complaining that he had been ambushed once again. After checking his control panel, the protagonist noticed that he was still alone at the top with an incredible 26,500 points, but he was confused because he had not received any additional points from the recent victory. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong finally recognized the unconscious man as Chen Tianyan. Since he had already stolen his points at the beginning of the exam, it made perfect sense that the new reward had been 0. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed across the sky, and a holographic announcement officially declared the end of the martial arts exam. Every candidate was ordered to immediately cross the exit portals. The young man thought it was a shame that time had passed so quickly, since the secret realm had been the perfect place to train and become stronger. Before leaving, Su Hong said goodbye to his pet tiger, which began crying uncontrollably. He gave the feline a light and affectionate knock on the head and warned it to train hard so it would not end up being killed by another candidate during the following year's exam. Ready to leave, the young man looked at his unconscious rival lying on the ground and wondered how the poor man was supposed to get out in that condition. Without thinking twice, he threw Chen Tianyan over his back and jumped with all his strength toward the enormous glowing green portal high above the rocky gap. Holding his shining spear firmly and carrying his opponent like a sack of potatoes, Su Hong crossed the portal and returned to the real world. Outside, the welcome was massive. The crowd went completely wild, and the examiners rose to their feet and applauded, celebrating the young man as the new and unquestionable absolute champion of Jiangnan province.